fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculousness that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning. How's my snark tank today? How's everybody doing? I was just listening to our mixtape, our Karen Reed trial playlist mixtape that we've been working on since season 1 of the Karen Reed persecution. And that is because I think in song lyrics, as do many of you, and it has been a collaborative effort. But where else can you listen to? And here's what I listened to this morning because I put it on random. Because I hate when I get used to listening to things in the same order. Who's Afraid of Little Old Me by Taylor Swift, followed by Curtis Mayfield's People Get Ready, followed by Still Alive, which is a song that was very new to me. Thank you to Kurt from Uncivil, who told me about this. And it's it has to do with Aperture Science Psychoacoustic Laboratories. It's like a video game or something. I don't know, but how ironic, don't you think? A little too ironic. Followed by Ship of Fools by The Doors. We have 2 versions of Ship of Fools, by the way. And Under My Thumb, Rolling Stones, because remember the guy was measuring with his thumb recently, so that was a new addition. Followed by Golden Earrings, Twilight Zone. And then after that, of course, When the Levee Breaks, Led Zeppelin, Lunatic Fringe by Red Rider, Ramble On, Led Zeppelin. We've got something like 10.5 hours of music. Run Around, Blues Travelers. We've got a little something for everyone. And if you don't know about it, the mixed trial playlist on Spotify is below this video in the show notes. All you need to do is close out your chat if you're on your phone. And you too can have the Spotify mixtape playlist of the Karen Reed Retrial, Repersecution, Shonda Michigas, Upside Down, Inside Out, Narnia Matrix, that is Norfolk County Superior Court. Oh, Hurricane is on there. Yes. The Night the Lights Went Out in Canton. Well done. Is there a rap section? Yeah, I think there's some stuff in there. You got to check what's on there. I mean, it's 100 and something songs. It is quite varied and quite wide. And it's, song suggestions have to have something to do with what we're talking about at the moment. And so there are certain criteria that must be met in order for songs to make the playlist. Must be something that we are actually thinking about at the time and thinking in the song lyric. Like originally, like this is where it first started. Who's Afraid of Little Old Me by Taylor Swift. I don't remember Peter Gabriel because every single witless in the first trial kept saying, I don't remember, I don't recall, I got no memory of anything at all. Road to Nowhere by the Talking Heads, because we felt like we were on the road to nowhere just about every single day. What, if any, who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance? That was part of season 1, one of the initial episodes of season 1. Lollipop. Oh, lies. Yeah, by the Thompson Twins. In fact, we also have an emoji for that. Lollipop by the Chordettes, because we would sing that. Remember the Lally Flop song? Lally Flop, go Lally Flop. Every time Lally would get up to drone us into a slumber. Crumbling Down by John Mellencamp. That was one of the OGs. Little Miss Can't Be Wrong by Spin Doctors for guess who? Guess who Little Miss Can't Be Wrong was? I think you can get it. I think you know. Prayin' by Kesha, because what's better than a revenge song? Than a revenge song for Karen Reid about this trial. And we got Chain of Fools by Aretha Franklin. One of my personal favorites, Grandmaster Flash's version of White Lines, for some other reasons that people might not be familiar with. Then we've got Leonard Skinner's Gimme 3 Steps, another fan favorite, because every single witless last time, many of them were just wanted 3 steps towards the door. They just really, really, really wanted to be off the stand. Followed by Witchy Woman for another, the Eagles' Witchy Woman. Yes, you know it. I love that song, White Lines. I could sing it all day. Sometimes I blast it in my car and just, I don't know, it makes me happy. I don't know, something about that song. Witchy Woman for some other people on the witless list. Then we have Pink Floyd's Eclipse. Nowhere to Run To, Baby, Nowhere to Hide by Martha Reeves and the Vandellas. Gives You Hell by All American Rejects, another great song that you can crank in your car, because when you see my face, hope it gives you hell. Hope it gives you hell. Then comes Golden Earrings Twilight Zone, Once in a Lifetime by the Talking Heads. And I asked myself, how did we get here? How did we get here? I'm still asking myself how we got here. And of course, a little Shakedown Street by the Grateful Dead, because isn't this almost like Shakedown Street? My Instagram story from last night about today's video, I thought it was really cool. Sometimes I get a little creative. I'm really not, that much of a visually creative. I can't draw a stick figure. That's not, but my Instagram story about today's episode had it was glitchy, and it was the thumbnail from today, and it was the beginning to Shakedown Street. Bump, 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 bump. And then, of course, another great tune to crank in your car. Five Finger Death Punch is a little bit off today. I'm a little bit off today. That's a great one. Then we've got Magical Mystery Tour by the Beatles, because the Sallyport, I was calling it the Magical Mystery Sallyport at one point. We are not frozen. It must be just you. Refresh your browser, Bob Weir. See, you glitched because I was talking about Shakedown Street. Are you upset that I used one of your songs in my playlist? Don't be. Come on, you guys, let everybody tape every single concert ever. How many cassette tapes do I still have in the basement? Hundreds of cassette tapes of Grateful Dead shows from the 80s and 90s, 70s. Yeah, it's called a mixtape. Followed by Peter Gabriel's Sledgehammer, because obvious reasons again. A little Truckin' by the Grateful Dead, because I always say that, set up like a bowling pin. Your Bobby is a Wonderland. That's hilarious. Also, I had a sticker on one of my Yeti cups that bit the bullet. It wasn't a Yeti, it was like an imitation. And it had a great sticker on it from one of the recent Dead and Company shows that had something like, my body used to be a wonderland. And it had like that cartoon character from those, I forget who the artist is, not Warhol, but somebody else who did a lot of artwork that was like comic strip-ish. And I remember one that was like a woman who was like, oh my God, I forgot to have children. Like that. That was great. Name that artist. Then we've got It's the End of the World as We Know It by REM. U2's One, because U2 is one of Karen's favorites. And then, of course, the old Shaggy defense. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Everyone's on the stand last trial like, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. The Shaggy defense. The theme song to Benny Hill, because what would any true playlist be about the Karen Reid or Persecution or Persecution? These are original. These are from the OG. These are from season 1. The Benny Hill theme. Little Lies, Fleetwood Mac, which a lot of people keep recommending. It's been on there since season 1. Pick Up the Pieces by Average White Band. Another great song relating to the taillight pieces. Pick Up the Pieces. Because remember what had happened was that when they took that taillight out, somebody said during trial 1, during season 1, that the taillight exploded when they took it out of the car at the Sally Port. Hello? Pick up the pieces and maybe sprinkle them somewhere. Let's Go Crazy by Prince. Red Solo Cup, Toby Keith, of course. And then I'm a Fool to Do Your Dirty Work, Steely Dan. We've got Crazy Train, a little like Ozzy Osbourne. See, there's some for everybody. There's some for everybody in there. Our Lips Are Sealed by the Go-Go's because, you know, nobody's talking. But a lot of people think it's impossible for, I don't know, 11 people to keep a secret. 11 people can't keep a secret. Have you heard about the Catholic Church scandal? Hundreds or thousands of victims of that. Those people kept the secret for decades. Decades, if not hundreds of years. You want to go all the way back to Ireland. And we got a little Curtis Mayfield. People get ready. Hit me with your best shot, Pat Benatar. I don't know if there's any motions today. Is there going to be motions? Who said there's going to be motions today? Interesting. That's interesting. I didn't hear about any motions. I don't know if they've given up the fight on the Aruba people because the motion was filed, but I've never seen any responsive papers or any decision on that. Jackie Zidell coming in hot with the early morning jokes. Bev's clock must be off. She's late again. She must be using the microwave clock today. Maybe her power went out last night and she overslept. I'm not sure. Then someone suggested this song by Mother Love Bone, and you guys have turned me on to a lot of good music that I wasn't, familiar with because I spent so many years just following the Grateful Dead around and ignoring everything else. Chloe Dancer. It's called Chloe Dancer. Mother Love Bone. We've got Taillights by Macklemore. Waterfalls by TLC because, don't go chasing waterfalls. How long has this been going on by Ambrosia? Do you remember Ambrosia? Thank you, Karen Cole. It says, congratulations on reaching over 100K. Thank you for your contributions to justice from England. Thank you. Beth became a new member. Welcome. Sidebah chick. What's happening in the Karen retrial has exposed the top-down rot. If not for the systemic corruption, this case would never have been allowed to proceed. Right. Well, yeah, in a lot of other jurisdictions we have had on the channel, and you know that you have heard many prosecutors speaking out about the fact that they never, ever, ever would have prosecuted this case. There's just no evidence. There's just no evidence of a car accident, let alone evidence of a murder. And there is a woman, Karen Reed, sitting in that defense chair, facing life in prison. Laura S. became a new member. Welcome. Big Haas, good morning, beautiful people. 5-day break was amazing, but ready to get back at it. I tried to fill the void with some content. I did a show with Peter Tragos of Lawyer You Know on Friday, and I also appeared on Defense Diaries on Friday night. Both great shows. And then I think I took Saturday off. Sunday, we went back and did most of day 18, which is the one day I was not able to cover last week. And we went over Shannon with one end Burgess's direct testimony and part of his cross when he got excoriated with his false resume, shall we say, or multiple versions of his false resume. And then yesterday, what did we do yesterday? We did something yesterday. Oh, yesterday we went over the decision on the motion to dismiss on Aidan Carney's case, in which 6 of his 16 indictments were outright dismissed on paper. So that was interesting. It was a 37-page decision, which is longer than I believe the sum total of all of the police reports in the investigation of the murder of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. So that's interesting. May I suggest REO Speedwagon roll with the changes? It might be on there, Jazzy Girl, but I will look. Thank you for your suggestion. Teresa says perpetual change by Yes. I love Yes. Big Yes fan. Thank you. Thank you. I will take that under advisement. On top is coming in always hot with the early morning super stickers. The Crafty Councilwoman says at the end of this week, I have Dave Matthews at Merriweather. Oh, that's going to be great. Will be my first show after being a fan since 96. Can't wait. Listen, girl, buy the tickets. Buy the tickets. Go. Because you never know what's going to happen. You never know who's not going to be around next time. Next time you want to go, there's always a ticket. There's always a ticket, and it's worth it. It's worth it. Get good seats, too. Well, don't be sitting in the nosebleeds. Pit. I prefer Pit, but, they're a little bit crazy right now. Usually I wait till day of and get my Pit ticket for a lot less than what they want now, because who knows what they want at Merriweather. I mean, that's one of the greatest venues ever. probably like $1,700 on StubHub for a pit ticket right now, but enjoy. So damn lucky you are. Good citizen hanging out for 8 months. Thank you very much for your early morning compliment. I'll allow it. Bruni Saint from Australia, one by one, Brennan loses his witnesses to helping Karen Read. Yeah, it seems like every single witness has been positive to the defense. If you can name, I mean, one witness who you think has hurt the defense, please let me know. Because in my opinion, they've either been neutral or their credibility has been destroyed by the amazing dream team of the defense. You know, you got Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe on the stand admitting to lying to the grand jury and the FBI. You've got a brain surgeon who I can't even imagine how much money they paid to cancel a day of brain surgeries to come and testify from Florida, who says that John O'Keefe, his injuries were caused by falling backwards and smacking his head. In fact, he said, I see that all the time in drunk people who fall over, but, you know, the gravity busts open their head. Never said he was in a car accident. Irene Scorti-Bello, the only medical witness who examined John O'Keefe's body, says that she found no signs of a car accident, no signs of a pedestrian injury because she looked for them and didn't find them. She couldn't even call this a homicide. Her cause of death or manner of death, I'm sorry, is undetermined to this day. The death certificate has never been changed. I mean, can you name one witness? Shannon Burgess's 2050 senior yearbook, also known as Debbie Jo A, says maybe they gave him a Lexus. Well done, girl. Well done. And some of the usernames, if you're new here, welcome to the Snark Tank. We keep each other laughing for a reason, and that reason is because if we don't laugh, we're just going to cry all the time. And also, it, you know, it helps us cope. It's a coping mechanism. Thank you, Arlene Wiley. Love being here to watch the trial and learning. I saw a Paris Ray and the Crush fan is here. Great release party last night from the looks of it. I know you're having a blast. That was awesome. I think it was Sunday night. And I put up some video on my Instagram. If you follow me on Instagram, it was awesome. And the album is really good. Really, really, really good. I suggest highly that you download it on Spotify. It's called Oversharing on the Internet. And one of my children is in that band. I'm not going to tell you which one. You're going to have to figure it out for yourselves. But go and download it on Spotify because I want to help them get to, like, I don't know, 100,000 streams this week. I think they're close to that. I think they're close to 100,000, but I'm not quite sure. And it was friggin' awesome. A lot of fun. Arlene loves being here to watch the trial and learning for 15 months. Thanks, Arlene. I'm Cora, not Chloe. David Reese is that a $400 super chat? What? Says Shaggy admitted recently that it might have been him. Oh, David Reese, thank you so much for your super early morning generosity. It's too early for me to even properly thank you, but you are amazing. Thank you so much. I'm Cora, not Chloe. First of all, who renames their dog after, I guess Chloe was 7 when they abandoned her? I mean, rehomed her. I mean, just gave her away or just dropped her off on the highway or who knows what. Is it Chloe at the Endless Heaven Buffet, as Kathy from Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo would say? I don't know. But all we know is that there's a veterinarian who currently owns Chloe, now named Cora. So I think at the time, Chloe was 7. So Chloe would now be 10. Like, who just renames their dog after 10 years? How is that dog going to ever answer to you? I don't know. So a vet owns Chloe now, and what that indicates to me is that Chloe was a problem. Chloe/Cora. Did they think changing her name was going to make her any less vicious? Because the vet who now has possession, allegedly, of this dog. Oh, God save us from the Commonwealth. They're coming.
You are unmuted.
That got the dog from somebody, Mrs. Riley, maybe, who got the dog from somebody that was not the Alberts. How many times has this alleged dog been rehomed? Allegedly, technically. Love you, David. Thank you.
Now open, you may be seated.
All right, so I was told, Counsel, Mr. Alessi, you wanted to see me?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan, take note.
Do you want to
Pronunciation
come to sidebar?
is ALESSI.
Sidebar and then
Sure.
we'll go from there.
Okay.
I would imagine that Mr. Alessi has things to say about Judson Welcher, who I don't know. I believe maybe the first witness coming in today to sit on the hot seat, and I can't wait. I am here for every minute of it with you. And this may be their last witness. I don't know. The Commonwealth, are they going to rest today? Here we sit. Thank you, Christine F., for the congratulations on the 100K. It has been not even 2 years. I think I said July 13th was my first video ever on this channel. It was Kevin Costner's divorce filings. We went over those papers at length for a couple of episodes, and it was awesome. Thank you, Joanna Clark, for becoming a member. And here's David Reese again, coming in hot. Mel, I messed up with the $4 super chat. Okay, go so quick. Take it back. Take it back. I won't tell anybody. Can they refund it to you? I thought that was a little much. Did you press too many buttons? See if you can get your money back. Stormy Bell, every breath you take for Higgy. I think that is on there, Stormy Bell. I'm pretty sure. Thank you, Nicole Hoban Accounting. Congrats on the 100K. There's Mr. and Mrs. Reed in the front row sitting next to Nathan Reed. I see Nick Rocco in the front row. I'm not sure who the young lady is in the back row. Casey says, I saw Avi Kaplan this past weekend in New Hampshire. 2 songs, Only Getting Started and Change on the Rise. Change on the Rise is in there. And I love that song. I had never heard it before. Somebody pointed it out to me. And it is on there. Thank you, Casey. Michigan Megs, can the defense meet with Officer Barrows before he testifies? Yes, they can. Barrows, before he testifies, and ask him more about the condition of the taillight. Love your passion, Mel. Yes, but he also has the right to say, no, I don't want to speak to you. So they could certainly reach out to him and see if he will speak to them before. But, you know, they may consider him to be a turncoat if he does that. And so that's kind of risky for him in his job, right? He's the Dighton police officer who met Buchanan and Proctor at Karen Reed's parents' house in the dusk hours, around 4:15. Actually, I think he was called at 2:30. I don't remember what time Officer Barrows got there, but in trial number 1, Barrows testified that he looked at the taillight and it was cracked, not completely broken, but cracked. And he was a great witness last time for the defense. Last time the prosecution called him. Thank you so much, Michigan Megs, for your super chat. H.G. Wells, why did you call? The magic numbers. Love the show, Melanie. Thank you, doll. Thank you, doll. Marianne, good morning. I love watching with you, Melanie. Thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. It is my pleasure. Jose, Melanie, if you love Dave Matthews Band like I do, you should check out a band called Goose. Amazing. Oh, I know Goose. Goose has been to, you know, occasionally you have seen me go to Dave Matthews in Cancun. And right before Dave Matthews plays, traditionally, a couple of weeks before, it was supposed to be Dead and Company, but that was 2021. That was canceled. And now it's become like a Bob Weir and Friends kind of thing. And Goose has played with them. I don't know if it's been more than 1 year. But yeah, thanks, Josie, for the recommendation. But I already know it. You know, it's also great. J-Rad, big J-Rad fan. Love J-Rad. JB has been here for 2 months. Here for the pop show. Wonder if I'll lose my head or neck today. Yeah, my head keeps popping off too. Great to be doing with you, JB, as well. All of my heart. Oh, I love you with all of my heart too. Thank you. Melissa Hubler. Lies by Thompson Twins. Love you. Oh, girl. I'll take your money, but we even have an emoji for that. Lies. Yeah. That's one of the originals. It's one of the OJs. Thanks, Melissa. Pamela, can't wait to see what drama happens today in court. Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait either because who knows about this guy's credentials? We don't know what's going to happen. I mean, I think he's going to be up next, right? So, well, thank you, Pamela Campbell and Jake. Thanks for becoming a member. Our male population is growing with this case, which is very interesting because traditionally the viewership of true crime channels is historically mostly women. And I think when I started this channel, it was something like 17% men. And I think a lot more men are interested in this case for some reason than traditionally have been interested in true crime in general. And so the male population is growing. Let's see what we're up to now, because we're at 17% in the beginning. YouTube gives you more analytics than you even know what to do with. It's like crazy. And so now let's see about our audience. I'll figure it out and I'll let you know. But let's see, age and gender. All right, we're up to, oh, look at this, 28.5% male. Well done, men. Well done for coming in. And 71.3% female. I mean, and it says that, and we're skewing a little bit younger now. It used to be like 80% of our audience was 45 plus. And we're still around maybe 75%, but we're getting some younger folks in here too now, which I like, which is cool. And next to United States, which is 82% of our audience, the next in line is the UK. The UK coming in with hot with a 5.3%. After that is Canada, Australia, and South Africa. So we've got viewers from everywhere. The world is watching, and it ain't no joke. In order of number of views in the last 28 days, US, UK, Canada, Australia, South Africa, Ireland, Germany, New Zealand, Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, Spain, Mexico, France, Denmark, Finland, Switzerland, Portugal, India, Poland, Italy, Austria, Philippines, Greece, Puerto Rico, Brazil. Puerto Rico is part of the US, though. Why did they do that? I don't know. Puerto Rico, Brazil, Belgium, Israel, Japan, UAE, Romania. Look at Romania coming in hot. Cyprus, Thailand, Trinidad, and Tobago. I mean, going on and on and on, and tons more. Iceland, Kenya, Isle of Man, Saudi Arabia, Lebanon. I mean, you guys are watching from every Serbia, Croatia, Aruba. We have some Aruban. Aruban? I don't know if that's a thing. It sounds like a sandwich, but viewers from Aruba. Thank you, Jake, for becoming a member. You started off that whole side track. Look at Siri. Siri said, oh no, I can't. I shouldn't have said that. Is watching from Iceland and Boston, Slovenia in the house. Simona is here. Scotland, a lot of Scottish viewers and a lot of Irish viewers, which I love so much. California. Thanks, Andrea, for getting up super early and watching from California. I love the best coast. I'm on the East Coast, but I still call you guys the best coast. Canoni's Bologna has been here for 10 months and says it's been fantastic. Thanks for being you. If you're driving or on scaffolding today, please wear your safety equipment if you're on scaffolding. I can't be responsible if you fall off because I say something so funny that it makes you lose your balance. Please don't do that. I don't want to have to call OSHA. And I know you guys are out there. I have a lot of construction workers that watch, a huge contingent of mail carriers, which I find so interesting. I love you guys. You're doing the Lord's work out there, even though, like, really, who sends snail mail anymore? I don't know, but we want to keep you guys working. So thank you for your service. Pamela Bailey, I downloaded the album Oversharing on the internet. Is Paris your daughter? I'll never tell. What a beauty and an incredible voice. Desert Baby is my favorite. That's awesome. I love that you love that. They played the album in its entirety on Sunday night, and it was a very intimate, like, friends and family album release party, and it was so much fun. Look, I have my sweatshirt on. Look, this is a Paris Ray and the Crush, modeled after Miller High Life. And the Miller High Lifes were flowing. It was fun. Thanks, Pamela, for supporting. Chloe's duffel bag, says Beth. Thank you. Thank you, Beth. For your 20. Cupcakes. Collaboration says the night the lights went out in Georgia on the list. I don't know, girl. I don't know. I will look. But how does that relate to we have to make it relate to something that we've been thinking of. The night the lights went out in Georgia. It's not Georgia. I don't know. I have to think about. Give me a reference for that. Alessi, the expert slayer, can't wait for the cross of Welcher. What say you? Yeah, me too. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. But they're already at sidebah. The day has only just begun. We've only just begun. That might be on there. Huh. Sticks the Grand Illusion, says Deborah Claire. Not sure if that one is on there, but absolutely Renegade is on there. The jig is up. The news is out. They finally found you. Thank you very much, Deborah. Captain Stacks, Shattered emotional rescue and angry. Rolling Stones need some emotional rescue from being so angry after this nonsense about the shattered taillight. Yeah. Yes. Well, welcome to the land of outrage because you have found your people. You have found your people. Let's see what Rolling Stones we have on here already. Slave. I think Slave is on there. After Lunatic Fringe's Red Rider. Lunatic Fringe by Red Rider. Oh, Magic by Pilot. Oh, we have the circus theme song too, because that's quite appropriate one way or another. Blondie, Walking on Broken Glass, Annie Lennox, Sharp Dressed Man, ZZ Top. Who was our Sharp Dressed Man? Do you guys remember who our Sharp Dressed Man was? We had that on there for somebody who was very sharply dressed, and I don't remember who it was now. Maybe it was Dr. Wolf. Dr. Wolf with an E. Crash Daddy Dr. Wolf. Or maybe it could have been Alan Jackson. I'm not quite sure. Thank you, Captain Stacks. On to the dogs. Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much for your generosity this morning, and welcome to the 5 new members. Don't forget to check out the emojis for members. We've got so many that relate to this trial. We've got a red solo cup. We've got it was the Crash Daddies. That sharp dressed man. Yeah. Is that Karen coming back to talk to? Did she get a haircut? Looks like she got a little. No, maybe not. All the length is in the back. She's talking to Mr. I don't know if his name is Woke, who's handling the AV situation, and he got a bigger table, it looks like this time. Because remember Craig Bates of the Tiny Desk? I miss Craig terribly. Craig, I don't know if you're watching, but I miss you. He came on my show after the trial was over, and what a sweetheart he is. He was the man at the Tiny Desk. He came in to train one of the interns to man the equipment for the AV squad because, you know, money. All of Karen Reed's lawyers are working for free. The defense fund is over $1 million. Most of it has been spent, and all of that money is going to experts, food, and housing for the team because they're all working for free. Thank you again. Gone to the dogs. ShamWow from Canada says, I think we need a Boston song. Don't look back. Yes, we definitely need a Boston song. There may be one on there. I'm not sure, but I'll allow it. Sassy Hound, thank you for all you do for us. Well, thank you, Sassy Hound, for watching with me, because if you did not watch with me, I would be sitting here screaming at my television. I'd be watching this anyway, but I would be very lonely and I would not get to laugh because you guys crack me up. So I thank you, each and every one of you who is here this morning. So far, we have 15,681 of you. Let this be your friendly reminder to hit the like button because it helps other people find us. Something about an algorithm. YouTube is owned by Google, and it lets people know that we're here. And if you hit the like button, it's kind of like when you come into someone's house, wiping your feet on the mat. Thank you very much, Sassy Hound. I appreciate you. Living that GP life sloth style had gifted another 5 memberships. A lot of new members today. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Don't forget, we have handcuffs emojis for those special moments. We also have we have a Dave Matthews Band fire dancer just because we've got 2 Grateful Dead emojis. We've got a Steely and we've got dancing bears, or one dancing bear anyway. We've got a Tiffany box, and that's in honor of the room in which I sit. The walls are painted Tiffany blue for a reason. I said I wanted to wake up inside a Tiffany box every day. Also, Breakfast at Tiffany's, one of my favorite movies. Audrey Hepburn sits right across from me every day with those sunglasses on and that killer sheath dress and pearls, and I just love it. Love it. Thank you, Living That GP Life Slot Style, for making 5 people's days better today. Yeah, 20 minutes, you know, it's just time. Time drifts. We don't really know how long it is. Oh, yes. And in honor of Hank Brennan, we have a boss baby emoji, which we invented during the Robert Tellis trial out of Vegas because his employees called him the boss baby. They said he was a really mean boss. And also, we have a binky for whenever he whines, because he whines a lot. He whines a lot. He needs a binky. There it is. We also have, in honor of Derek Carney, created this one for me. How dare you? And How Dare You is also there, as is Wait for Us, What if any? Which we don't get to use so much anymore. The ceiling fan. And nope, because that I bet you that homeowner is going to catch a lot of S too. And Chippy Bear said to his friends, nope, he's a Boston cop too. Yeah, is it time for lunch yet? Are they thinking about lunch already? We've got Alice in Wonderland here because I often fall into rabbit holes and call myself Alice. Bernie, thanks for becoming a member. Welsh Paul, thank you for tuning in from across the pond. Says thanks for your outstanding coverage, Mel. Started the first trial way back, and now all my family watch good. You have to get your family involved in this because if you have no one to talk to about it, it's lonely. And then you try and explain it to them, and there's just no way. And I hope you have a family group chat in the morning where you send out my link of my stream because Patriotic, who's an OG here, she and her family have a family group chat. They send the links out every morning and they're all here. So hello to Patriotic and family and also to Welsh Paul and family. Proctor's Ledge, member for 6 months, says, great color, Mel, fun in the sun. This is a Paris Ray in the Crush. And this it is, if you know, you know. If anybody knows what that logo is, feel free to put it in the chat. The one on my hat. Alessi is my hero crush. Thank you from Australia. Says, time, Pink Floyd, congrats on 100K. Thank you so much. I think it might be in there. Wim became a new member. Thank you, Wim. Welcome. But I know you've been here for a while. Retired defense lawyer is here as a new member. Welcome, welcome. I wonder what you think about this. And look at Wim coming in and not only joining, but gifting 10 memberships. That's like, I can't keep track. 20 at least new members today. Oh, Mr. Wolk. His name is Wolk. Thank you. WOLK. He graduated. Yeah, there are at least 9 interns on the defense team. Law students who go to such schools as Harvard, Boston College, and I forget where else they're from. And many of them graduated. And so congratulations to all of them working their tails off and getting to work on what could turn out to be, so far at least anyway, one of the most important trials of this century. And we're only a quarter of the way into this century, but of course, we're still here. And so many more people are watching this for the first time. Retired defense lawyers, like, not new, just renewed, as I have to renew every month from South Africa. Look at you from South Africa. Yeah, right, Corky. 5 days off, and that judge could not have met them at 8:15. No, stop. Do you know what the traffic is like from the Cape coming back on a Tuesday morning after Memorial Day weekend? Come on, get real. Corky says she loves spending his taxpayers' money to try and put an innocent woman in jail. Out of scope said this smells of a Brennan temper tantrum. Get your binkies ready. Get your binkies ready, folks. Lunchbox Lally and Happy Meal Hank says, I had to purchase premium so I can listen to you at the zoo today. Love that background. Play free Karen Read. Awesome. Carmel has been here for 3 months, and she says, Justice or Karen and Officer O'Keefe. Yes, as always. As always. Is there justice for John O'Keefe if Karen is convicted, though? You know? I say no. Oh, did I just mention Christina Rex graduating from law school? No, that was Mr. Wolk. I don't know if Christina Rex graduated from law school. I have no idea. I know she was in law school. Oh, so will she quit her gig at whatever channel she works for now if she decides to actually practice law? Worldwide objection to Auntie Bev says, how many shifts have I listened to you on the ambulance and my AirPods to get through rough shifts? Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that I can get you through the rough shifts. I hope you guys don't get in trouble for listening at work. And if you're not driving the ambulance, right? You shouldn't be wearing your AirPods when you're driving. I'm sure you're not. But I'm happy. That makes me happy. Louise says, breaking glass, Blondie. I think that might be on there. Thank you, Louise, for tuning in from across the pond. Therese, did they take Paul out of the corner? Don't know. I don't know where he's sitting today. Oh, no. I think he's next to the corner. He's got his head down behind his mom. I think. But I can't tell because there's at least 2 other bald men sitting. There's one bald man sitting in the front row, one bald man sitting behind him. And then there's someone else who may be bald sitting behind Mrs. O'Keefe. Oh, wait, his head's coming up. Can't see. I need you to do a tutorial on your browns. You mean eyebrows? Yeah. Anastasia makes the best eyebrow products. It comes in a little wand that looks like a mascara. That's what I use. Love you from Massachusetts, formerly from Massachusetts, now in South Carolina. You got out. You got out. You had an exit plan to get out of Massachusetts. Technically, Hank is a weasel. Jen says the night the lights went out in Georgia, corrupt system and shady lawyer. Oh, good. Okay, I get it now. I wasn't thinking of the lyrics. I was thinking of the title. Melanie Little's left swipe and StreamYard is here. She knows what happens sometimes. I'm on my mouse here, my laptop, and if I swipe left, it kicks me out of the stream. Everyone knows. They laugh. They wait for me to come back. I always come back. Merriweather was where I saw my first concert, she says. Not Dave Matthews, but great venue. Pit tickets available for $341 each. I live close to the venue. Free country. What? Oh, I might have to do a road trip. Are you really? On StubHub? Girl. The Grateful Dead used to play at Merriweather Post quite a bit back in the day. And those were always awesome shows because it's a great venue. All right, I have to go. I'm going to go on StubHub as soon as these people somebody takes the bench around here, because I also go off camera to eat. I've got my breakfast here. I hate eating on camera. So if I ever go off, don't worry. I'll be right back to you. Don't have a panic attack. I'll be right back. Melissa Hubler became a member. Welcome. Proctor's dishonorable discharge from Canada says we are lost together. Tragically hip. All right, I'll allow it. Thank you. Draven 782. In memory of Shan Man, rock lobster by the P-52 Smith place. Oh, that is appropriate. That man turned a shade of red on his cheeks that I have never quite seen on a human before. I mean, that was wild, right? It was almost like he was having an allergic reaction to his own lies. Right? Shan Man, allergic to his own lies. Well done. Cupcake collaboration. Judge in the town's got blood stains on his hand. All right, girl, you win. Night the lights went out in Georgia. And, there's a little bit of corruption maybe in Georgia, too. We did cover some of the very hilarious Fonnie Willis case. I mean, the days of testimony that we covered on Fonnie Willis and Halava, when Fonnie Willis came marching into that courtroom with her righteous indignation to get on the stand. Good morning, Kelly Reed. Looking beautiful as always. Yep, Mr. Reed with his head held high. That is right. It's not easy. It's not easy being the Reeds. Let me tell you what. They're the most supportive parents. They are also some of the kindest humans I've ever had the pleasure of meeting. Incredibly kind, incredibly grateful, incredibly supportive. Just really America's parents at this point. Thank you, Cupcake Collaboration. Aussie Steve is here. Aussie Steve Hank is a dweeb, says, despite my time difference, I'm here repping my support for Free County. You're amazing. You're amazing. What time is it right now? It's like aren't you like 16 hours ahead or something crazy? And so right now it's probably tomorrow for you. Wow, it's like 3 a.m. perhaps. Look at you. Look at you, Aussie Steve. Do we know why we are late today, says Joanna? Yeah, they're at sidebah. We don't know. But Alessi seems mad. Alessi's mad. Thank you, Brittany. I will highlight that so I can keep putting it up. No outside drama. Team Brittany is here, one of my amazing moderators who make this channel a great place. Chat reminder, stay respectful, no outside drama, no insults to either family, rumors, misinformation, etc. You all know the drill. Thank you for being here. There is often when there are 20,000 people in chat, we can't do the warning thing, so you're not going to get a warning. Don't write me a sob story email about how you got timed out for 3 minutes because you put something mean in the chat. We have a little to zero tolerance party. Tolerance policy. Beetlejuice Brennan, 17 months from Australia. She's here. Free Karen Reed. Thanks for everything you do. No, thanks for everything you do. Bianch 414, Shattered by Rolling Stones needs to be on there. I think it might be. But I'll write it down. Usually I come back after the show and put the suggestions on there. Thank you for your super chat. Patty's been here for 13 months, says the law students helping Karen graduated last week. All of them or some of them? They were all third-year students. Congratulations to all of the interns who spent countless hours working with the Reed defense team, and maybe they are still working with the defense team, even though they graduated. We know Mr. Wolk is. Worldwide objection to Auntie Bev. Vote class action for us for emotional distress. We should all sue for emotional distress. We should. How about Massachusetts Bee Gees? Thank you, Mazela, for hanging out with me for 7 months. Pamela Bailey, let's all band together and treat Melanie to a matcha latte. It's shaping up to be a long week, and a little pick-me-up would mean the world. Oh, thank you, Pamela Bailey. That is so sweet. I can get like a matcha latte and a half for $10. Hang on a second. And they discontinued my favorite, by the way, Starbucks. I'm looking at you. Lavender cold foam matcha latte. But, never fear, because I got myself some lavender syrup. I already had a milk frother. You can make your own cold foam. Here's your hot tip of the day. Equal parts heavy cream and half. Put it in like a little glass. I like to use a little mason jar myself. Equal parts heavy cream and half. And then you take your little frother that you can get on Amazon for like $9.99. Maybe I should put that on my Amazon shopping list for you guys. I have a red one. You can get them in any color. And then you froth it and then just put in whatever syrup you want before you froth it, actually. And it makes amazing cold foam. And there you go. You don't need to go spend $7 on a matcha latte. But thank you so very much, Pamela Bailey, for that suggestion. I'll allow it. Denise, thanks for your super sticker. And Lainey loves to travel. Thank you too. AR, it's country. But how is Red Solo Cup by Toby Keith not on the playlist? But it is. Did you not look? It is. It's one of the ones I named before. That's from Trial 1. That is from Trial 1. Hello from Louisville, Kentucky. Oh, hello, Kentucky. You're the only person I know from Kentucky aside from DUI guy Larry Foreman. Who's hiring, by the way. If anybody is looking for a job as an attorney or paralegal, you can reach out to DUI guy Larry Foreman if you're in the Kentucky area. Classic Overthinker. Thank you for tuning in from Australia. You're the voice, John Farnham, all someone's daughter. Okay. All right. I'll come back for that one later too. Thank you, Classic Overthinker. And Kay Willis is a realtor. She's here. If you need to sell your house and get out of Massachusetts, she's a realtor south of Boston and she's your girl. Thank you for watching me. She says, free Karen Reed. Bernie, it can't come quickly enough. Scissors, free Karen Reed. I know. We're all sitting here on the edge of our seats. What? Sophia, yes, I just put Crash on the other day. I realized it was not on there. Dave Matthews Crash. Yes, it's on there. Although there is no Crash. And look, Amanda McCarty is also from Kentucky. Look at that. New filing by defense to add a potential witness. Oh, let's see if it's in my inbox so I can tell you what it's about. Hold, please. Talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves for a moment. Okay. Somebody's swearing me to some secrecy. Thank you, Elaine. Says on Venmo, love your show. Night Moves by Bob Seeger. Thank you. I think it might be on it, but I'll check. Jadzia bought me 5 matcha lattes. Says those eyes, those cheekbones, the talent. My guess is the singer in Paris Ray and the Crush is your daughter. I don't expect confirmation or denial. Say no more. Love you with all of my heart. Thank you, Jadzia. You're amazing. Linda says, be ready. Bev will be hungover. Well, it is a good time to point out that sometimes my viewers' opinions and mine are not the same. They're not the same. I got a shout out to Auntie Deb, by the way, for doing an early morning stream every morning on Trial Days at 7 a.m. Because he is a teacher or was a teacher. And Auntie Deb, I was in there 7 a.m. I was driving, so I was listening in my car, and 1,700 people in chat this morning for Auntie Deb. I love Jimmy so much. Jimmy's the greatest. He's one of my best YouTube friends. I love him with all of my heart, and good for him. Thank you, Sophia. Kitchen Gadget Queen became a new member. Welcome. I don't have anything in my inbox yet about any new filings, so if they land there, it may be that it has been filed and not yet scanned. Esther bought 3 matcha lattes and says, "Oh my goodness, so many compliments for one morning. You're wicked smart. You have an incredible sense of humor, comedic timing, and a heart of gold. Your true experience, speaking for the voiceless, makes you comfortable telling it like it is. Thank you. Your strength in voicing your opinions and calling BS when you see it is contagious. I'm also an attorney, retired, and my 3 daughters and I watch your show together." Yes, it's a family affair. Everybody is standing up, which means to me that the jury is leaving. And yes, we go to the fan. We go to the fan, and that means the jury is walking out and something's going to be happening. So I'm here for it. You're here for it. Tell your friends, get your family, tell the group chat something's happening here. What it is exactly clear. And that too is on the playlist. Another great tune from back in the day. Could be. I don't know if it's a voir dire. I'm going to go into the docket, and I'm going to see if I can glean from what was filed. Maybe the jury is coming in. No, that could be. Yeah, that's right, because the jury was not in yet. You are correct. You are correct. Look at me. I'm getting way ahead of myself. I'm getting way ahead of myself. So, well, what was filed this morning? Today's the 27th, right? Defendant's supplemental list of prospective witnesses. And so I don't know if they're adding new prospective witnesses to their list, because I don't know. It's docket number 697, docket number 697. If anybody has it, feel free to email it to me at fanbase@mlittlelaw.com. It's also in the recess for 20 to 30 minutes. Are you, come on, man. Christina Rex says this is a recess for 20 to 30 minutes. Oh, for the love of the traveling Mary. Thank you, Kitchen Gadget Queen. We're always waiting. Why are we always waiting? Why? Is our time not valuable too? Maria, thanks for your super stick of love. Richard became a new member. Look at us. The men are coming in hot today. And Bernie H gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Bernie H. It's a lot of new members today. Good morning. Cupcake Collaboration says, "Don't you? Simple Minds" for John O'Keefe. Don't you forget about me. That's a good one. Isn't that from the Breakfast Club? CH5 says defense, Channel 5 says defense has 60 witnesses. What? All right. Well, let's see if we can find out any more info about that. Channel 5 is saying that, like, on their, where though, Samuel? On their Twitter? Is there a video? Is there a video? Oh, look at lawyer, tweeting 51 minutes ago. Been waiting 2 full trials for someone to prove John O'Keefe was hit by a car. Will Welcher deliver for the Commonwealth? Well, that's so funny, because that was like my main talking point when I went on his show on Friday. Oh, Henry Rollins' Liar. That's been on there since day one. Look at Kelly coming in hot with the new filing. Thanks, girl. You're the greatest, baby. You're the greatest. All right, let's see what we have here. It is docket number. I said what it was before, but it's not on this screenshot that I have. So just hang on 1 second. Karen reads a supplemental list of prospective witnesses. Let me download it so I can bring it up another way. Because now apparently we're on a 15 to 20 minute break, because our time is worth nothing around here. Oh my gosh, you guys, after last night, I went and I listened to the Jerky Boys again. OMG. I forgot how much I love the Jerky Boys. I don't got to talk to you. I don't got to talk to you, Jerky. I hit you upside the head with my ratchet. So funny. So funny. How many of you had Jerky Boys on a cassette tape? Okay, here we go. Good morning with the new filing. Karen reads supplemental list of prospective witnesses, which is docket number, I think we're up to 697. We're almost at 700 filings in this Michigas, but we're still here. Defendant Karen Reed, supplemental list of prospective witnesses. Now comes the defendant Karen Reed, Ms. Reed, in the above caption matter, and provides the following supplemental list of witnesses the defendant intends to call at trial for the sole purpose of authenticating records. Oh, that's not that interesting. Matthew Coleman from Quincy, Michael P. Arico from Canton, Mass. Nicholas David White from Milton, Mass. Jonathan Diamandis from Milton, Mass. So I'm not sure what these records are, but the only thing that they are being called for is to authenticate records. And that is because you need to build a foundation in most courts when you enter records into evidence. And so these people are going to say that this is a true and accurate copy of whatever it is that they want to enter into evidence. The court's on a short break right now. If you are tuning in late, they're on a 20 to 30 minute break, and we have no idea why, but here we sit, and this is the new filing from this morning. It says the Commonwealth was given notice by email that the defendant was adding the above witnesses to defendant's witness list or witness list on May 15th of 2025. This is dated May 26th of 2025, which is today, because Hank Brennan probably needed his binky when he was stomping his feet and yelling and screaming for mommy to save him, like mommy used to save Lally every single day last trial. And, you know, late notice, blah, blah, blah. They're foundation witnesses. Big whoop. Big whoop. Ain't no thing. Thank you, Magnolia Gypsy, for being with me for 15 months. One of the OGs. Love you, Melanie, and love these mods. Yay, we love the mods. Hank's lying pie hole has been here for 12 months. Another OG. The Dusty Truth says Massachusetts taxpayers should protest hiring Brennan. Oh, you know what? Let me show you something, because in case you weren't here yesterday, is Ted Daniel in the courtroom today? Yes, it says he tweeted 25 minutes ago. Court begins with a sidebah initiated by Bob Alessi, and then he talked about the new filing, and then he shared it. Well, we're on top of that because we already have it. We just went over it. Let me show something to you for those of you who were not with me yesterday when we went over the Aidan Carney motion to dismiss the order on Aidan Carney's motion to dismiss. There was a Memorial Day Parade yesterday in Quincy. Aidan Carney posted a video from it, and since some of you might not have been here, let's take a look at that. And he said, a woman at the Quincy Memorial Day Parade yelled, "Remember to free Karen Reed." And that's not exactly what she said, but you're going to hear what she said when we get there. At Michael Morrissey, as he walked by getting exercise for the first time in at least a year, Aidan Carney said. Morrissey yelled back, "She is free, by the way." Morrissey has refused to hold a press conference with anyone in the media since indicting Karen Reed. And we're going to listen to it, and you're going to hear Morrissey actually really say that. And my friends in Norfolk County, this is your elected district attorney. Right here in the middle. Okay.
Be nice to free Karen Reed. She's not free.
Did you hear him say it? She is free, by the way. What a pompous ass that guy is, huh? In my opinion. Look at him. He gets short man's complex. Let's hear that again. She says it'd be nice to free Karen Reed. And he looks at her and he goes, "She is free, by the way." Guess what? You know who's at that parade? Nobody. And that's a disgrace for the men and women who gave their lives to serve this country and died in battle. Nobody's there because everyone hates you. Michael Morrissey, in my opinion. And you can share your opinions in the chat too. Somebody said it's Michael Morrissey pregnant. Okay, here we go. Listen to that again.
Good night to free Karen Reed. She's not free. You know that?
Is that gross or what? It's so gross. In my opinion, so gross. Thank you for reminding me about that, Dusty Truth, in my roundabout sidetrack kind of way. Chloe Bits and Bites says Peabody Construction checking in. Hey guys and gals, and the Peabody Construction crew doing the Lord's work out there for everyone who needs, I don't know, remodeling. I don't know what you guys are doing right now. You're working on commercial buildings. What are you doing, Peabody? Bernie, and yeah, don't use power tools either when you're listening to the show, or do not drive any heavy equipment. I cannot be responsible for any workers' comp claims. I can't. I don't want to be third-partied into your workers' comp claims. Nobody's coming to subrogate against me because you guys are injured while you're listening to me because, you know, maybe I'm too funny or something. Then you shoot a nail gun in the wrong place. I don't want to be responsible. That reminds me, we've been watching, my kids and I have been watching the Final Destination movies again in order to go see number 6 at the theater. So we watched number 3, I think it was, the other night. And oh, the nail gun. Every time. Do you guys watch Final Destination movies? Every time something happens, like something falls off a shelf in my house, I'm thinking, oh my God, what if that thing that just fell off the shelf, like drips water into the socket and then all of a sudden a fire starts and then something blows up? It's got me thinking outside the box. Bernie H says I was the boiled frog, but I escaped just in time. All right, good. Praise be under her eye, and blessed be the fruit. Thanks, Bernie. Patricia is here. Thank you for your super sticker, Patricia. And dose 3 is here. Are we all on the same acid? Sometimes it's like we're all on the same trip. Dose 3. Here's Kay Willis again, gifting 5 memberships. Look at how generous she is this morning. I'm telling you, if you want to get out of there. To help you with your New England accent, it's pronounced Peabody. Well, how did I pronounce it? Sleuthing around. What other way would I say Peabody? How did I pronounce Peabody? I'm confused. Thank you, Kay Willis, for gifting 5. You're amazing. Tammy with a Y said, did you hear that when Nan was in court last week with the glare, she was scolded for taking too many notes? What the heck? No. Did I hear that? No. I heard that she got in trouble for offering Will a mint or something. I don't know. I did not hear that, but thanks for the laugh. Dose 3 says John O'Keefe wouldn't have wanted this. No, he absolutely would not have. Peabody. Okay. Sounds like Peabody. I don't know. Thanks for keeping me laughing though, chat. Snark tank. Case agent Lala says, hello from Ireland. Hello, Ireland. May justice for John O'Keefe prevail. Praise be. Praise cure. Peabody. I don't know. Charlie Raven says, beautiful day for an acquittal. Well, it's not happening today, girl, but we can hope. We'll keep our fingers crossed and our toes crossed, and our feet and toes may fall asleep by the time we get there, but they may become gangrenous. And we may have to amputate. Kamala Norris says, checks like a cherry bomb. Checks like a cherry bomb, the Runaways. Yeah. Doesn't Joan Jett does a great version of that too, right? Love some Joan Jett. Steve said he didn't get through UAB, but his face was crimson. Yeah, roll tide. Yes, you're right. Talking about Shannon with one N, Burgess. Thank you, Steve F. Not to be confused with Mark S. or Helly R. San Fran, thanks for the 5. NBC 10 had a stream about how Massachusetts public defenders are leaving in droves due to low pay, but they have money to waste on the special prosecutors. Special prosecutors, gross. Wait, did that factor into their decision to leave is that they were mad about what Hank Brennan was getting paid, or are they two separate things? But thank you, San Fran. That is interesting to know. Maybe that'll give us something to play at lunch when, we're on another break, because here we are. It's almost 10 o'clock. They're supposed to start at 9. They went to sidebah. Something happened that we don't know nothing about, except for Bobby Alessi, Scissorhands, was the one who asked for it. And we're sitting here an hour later making jokes. Thank you, Raven. Oh, Raven. Raven. Well, listen to this. Raven, girl is a hairstylist and a hair cutter. And she was at Boston Calling all weekend, cutting hair backstage. I just get chills now. And she sent me, or she posted, or she tagged me in one of her Instagram stories. And Dave Matthews was there. And of course, she sent me like a clip of Dave Matthews. And she tagged, she said, this is just especially for Emily Baker and Melanie Little. And that was amazing, girl. Amazing. She says, free Karen Reed. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, Raven, for thinking of me when you were with Dave Matthews, my man, Dave Matthews. And for those of you who know that Grant Smith Ellis started a rumor that I was in Cancun with Alan Jackson at Dave Matthews like 2 years ago. And it became a joke because he's a joke. And he chased Alan Jackson down and said, did you have fun in Cancun with Melanie Little? And shoved the mic in his face, like, well, on the courthouse steps. Twice he said it. It's on video. We have it. And I made merch that says I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little. And it's great. If you know, you know. The merch link also is in the show notes if you choose to partake. Thank you, Raven. And then it also says free Karen Reed on the front, and then it's got the logo on the back. It's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Emily Hart, Rolling in the Deep, Adele. Oh my God. I don't think we have any Adele on there, Emily. That's a great idea. We do have more than one Taylor Swift song because I got a house full of Swifties. Paris Ray and the Crush is here. Most comfortable sweatshirt I own. Oh, you're talking about the Melanie Little one. Well, look at mine. You see what I'm representing today? Paris Ray and the Crush right here. A Miller High Life logo from the album release party. I got my fill of merch. I wore the hat yesterday. Today I have the sweatshirt. Tomorrow I'll wear the t-shirt. It's family support. Nothing like supporting your family. Devin says new filing defense supplemental list of prospective witnesses. Thank you so very much. We went over that. I'm a little late on these super chats. It is merely a few witnesses to come in and to lay foundation for records. They are records keepers. It's nothing interesting. Some things that are interesting on the defense or the combined witness list that we went over before the trial is that some of Chippy Proctor's friends on his group text messages with his elementary school buddies, at least one of them is on the witness list. So if Trooper Proctor decides, a former disgraced Trooper Proctor decides not to show up for court, they have another way to get his text messages in through one of his buddies. I don't know which one it was. I think maybe it was, Chippy, Chip, and Bear were the nicknames for Proctor. And I forget which guy, what his nickname was, the guy who's on the list, but somebody wrote to me and said, I dated him in high school. I know who he is. And that's one of the guys on the text message thread. One of the high school buddies. So there's that. Thank you, Devin. We've already done it. Let's see, how many are there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 keepers of records that they want to add to the witness list. Oops. Tiffany, thanks for sending it to me, but it's not a motion, it's just a list. And it is the same thing that we just went over, so I appreciate you. Nobody else needs to send it to me. Thank you so very much. We got it. We did it. Rewind if you didn't see it. It's not that interesting, unfortunately. Angie, new filing that hit the docket. Yep, we did it. We're on top of things here. Izzy, thanks for hanging out for 7 months. Thank you for thanking me, but thank you. Voices carry. I think it's on there. Denise. And what else is, what else is on there is What's Going On, which that is not the same song. I'm getting them conflated, but What's Going On is not called What's Going On. And I thought it was, but it's not. It is called, I can't find it right now, but we also have Framed on there by Cheech and Chong, and I couldn't believe we never had that on there before. But now we do. What's up? Yeah, I used to think it was called What's Going On. It's for non-blondes, but it's called What's Up. Who knew? Not me. I thought it was What's Going On. Brian Miller, do you know how many times I have crossed this country listening to this file? Are you driving an 18-wheeler or just for fun? Thank you, Brian Miller. I know. I'm glad we can keep you company. Dennis the Menace says distant early morning rush. Thank you. Good one. The Crafty Councilwoman says, husband bought tickets the day they went on sale. Also my favorite venue, but the parking sucks. No pit for us. Hubby is a lighting designer and likes to see the whole picture. So lawn seats it is. That's awesome, though. You get to bring a blanket. I don't know if they let you bring a cooler into Meriwether Post. But that's a great venue. Another one of my favorite venues is the Hollywood Bowl. The Hollywood Bowl, listen to this, because here on the East Coast, this doesn't happen here. At the Hollywood Bowl, you can buy a bottle of wine, like in a glass bottle, and you can bring it to your, and if you have like the box seats there, like the VIP boxes have like little fold down tables, you can have like a picnic. I think you can even bring food into the Hollywood Bowl. You can bring your own food. You can buy a bottle of wine. They give you wine glasses. And like, they don't do that here at Jones Beach. Well, I don't know if they do, but definitely not glass bottles, I don't think. Yeah, the Doors played Hollywood Bowl. I see Dead and Company at Hollywood Bowl when they used to like do real shows instead of just residencies at the Sphere, which I've also been to a couple of times, and it was quite amazing. And Andrea Burkhart was there with me last time, and her husband, and it was her birthday. Oh, thank you, Mims Chaos, for your 102K. Congratulations. Have you seen Microdot's latest? It's fantastic. I'm not sure. I watched them all, so I'm not sure what this one is called, Suze, but yes, I'm going to say yes. I have seen it, and I suggest everyone should sub up to Microdots. And here's 18, who has the outrage. He's here. He's here. He says, I just picked up at the beef plant in Greeley, Colorado, so I can drag around my own load of bull. Oh, that's amazing. You can listen to the whole load of bull while you're dragging around your own load of bull. And go Buffs. Go Buffs. Proud alum of University of Colorado Boulder. So many good Grateful Dead tours during those years. Red Rocks, another great venue. Thank you. I'm going to keep this up for later. Free Karen. Oh, that was Raven. Okay, got it. Noel, Wrecking Ball, Miley Cyrus. It's already on there, Noel. Thank you so much for your 10. It could be anybody because it's stuff. Free Karen Reed says, congrats on 100K, my favorite legal YouTuber. I'm honored. Thank you so very much. I'm grateful for each and every one of you who chooses to spend your day with me. Thank you, Mass Dad. I got that. Somebody sent me that already. Yeah, they're just foundation witnesses, right? Record keepers. I don't know I don't think the sidebar had anything to do with that, right? Because they said they notified the Commonwealth of those witnesses on May 15th. So there shouldn't be any issue. They're just laying foundation because probably the defense thought that the Commonwealth was going to call witnesses to lay some foundation for some records or videos that they have not admitted into evidence. And so now the defense has to line up some witnesses and subpoena them to come in. Let's do the timeline again. It says I emailed the data from the accident database. Okay, cool. Thank you. I still don't know if that's like an official thing. I still don't know how things get onto that database. And I don't know if you sent that to me as well, but I thank you for your super chat. Angie, thank you for becoming a member. Aussie Steve says it's actually 11:45 p.m. Tuesday night. Okay. All right. So you're like 14 hours ahead. All right. So it's not tomorrow yet. It might be now because you sent this a little while ago. Thank you, Aussie Steve. Alessi's Sharpening Stone, gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. All my West Coast viewers right now are so happy because a lot of times they don't want to wake up at, 6 a.m. And so at 7 a.m. they're trying to play catch up, and you don't have to play catch up because nothing has happened yet. We are still sitting here waiting for something to happen. Thank you, Alessi's Sharpening Stone, for gifting another 5 memberships. Oh, and look, Bianca gifted a membership too. Thank you, Bianca. To those who are randomly selected by YouTube, you too can be gifted a membership. You just have to opt in somehow by clicking something on your thing. Clicking something on your thing on your phone and opting into gifted memberships. Yeah, the jury's got to be mad, right? They just had 5 days off. They're not allowed to look at social media. They're not allowed to watch the news. Like, and this is a younger jury. This jury skews younger. Like, come on, man. Let's get with the program here. Pierre has been here for 18 months and is, as always, happy to be here. I'm happy that you're here too, my love. Thunderhorse, the cat tracker, says, welcome to my house by New Breed and Jesse Howard. Outlaw Nation. Thank you for another good suggestion. The Heir Apparent, what can the last expert say that can possibly explain this sham to me? Well, Heir Apparent, they are going to try and explain to you how John O'Keefe was hit by a car, how all of these things tie together. This is the Hail Mary for the Commonwealth, because if you are just tuning in for season 2 and you did not watch season 1, I'm curious if you're confused. Because what have we seen that is showing you or proving to you that this was in fact even a car accident? They didn't even call the emergency room doctor who treated him, John O'Keefe, when he was brought in by ambulance. They didn't call the ER doctor. The only doctor that they called was a doctor who did the autopsy, and she says he wasn't hit by a car. And their brain surgeon that they called did not say that he was hit by a car either. There's still no evidence. And so when I was on Peter Tragos' show on Friday, he was trying to challenge me and he was trying to get me to think on the other side, and he was trying, I liked it. It was cool because, usually I'm focused on what I know and my opinions. And he's like, what would this Welcher have to say to convince you that he was hit by a car? And I was like, I don't know if there's anything he could say because I just don't believe it. But if he can say that a human arm can shatter a taillight into 47 pieces, which then can magically cause those injuries to his arm and make it plausible, and then project him 30 feet onto the lawn where he somehow is able to smash his head open on the ground, but it still doesn't explain the fractures in the front of the skull and the temporal injuries and the brain bleeds that are here, all in the front of the brain and the side of the brain. Because even their brain surgeon said that the brain bouncing from back to front is not going to cause orbital fractures, which is what he had, which are classic boxing fractures in the face. So it was nice that Peter got me to try and think out of the box, but I just really couldn't. Like, you tell me in the chat, what would Judson Welcher have to say to convince you that John O'Keefe was hit by a car? Because to me, that is it. Jury goes into the room and they should ask themselves, and they shouldn't be watching, by the way. So if you're watching, shut it off, jurors, and don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. White lines. So don't do it. Where was I? Losing my train of thought as usual. They should say to themselves in the jury room, let's go around the room. Was John O'Keefe hit by a car? Yes or no? If the answer is no, all around, we all go home. We're done here. If John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, Karen Reed didn't do it. And that is it. One question and we're out of here. And that's it. Thank you, Heir Apparent. Living that GP lifestyle. I see Red by Vela or Nothing's Gonna Stop Us Now by Starship for the playlist. Thank you. So ready for today. Let's go. Love being here with you, Melanie, and Cupcakes. Thank you. Thank you, Living That GP Life. Sandra, Liar by Jelly Roll. Thank you. A couple of people have suggested that. I don't know anything that Jelly Roll sings, so I'll have to take a listen to it. We've got the Henry Rollins Liar on there. I'm assuming that's not a cover of that, right? Kathleen Palmer saw a picture of Jen McCabe at the Cape over the weekend. Maybe she stayed with Auntie Bev. I don't know. Somebody sent that to me yesterday, but I'm like, I'm not gonna show the pictures. If you want to find them, they're out there. Thanks, Kathleen. Kate Murtaugh, congrats on 100K. I love watching you daily. P.S. The gentleman sitting next to Kelly Reed is my cousin. Well, don't dox him. Karen's lead attorney for her civil suit. Oh, okay. He's an attorney. Oh, that's awesome. Your cousin, William Cavill. Karen's lead attorney for her civil suit. He's incredible and so proud of him. That's amazing. I'm sure that he was assigned by her auto insurance carrier And they will defend her despite the fact that there's no crash report, no motor vehicle accident report in this case. And my thought has been from the beginning, and that is because there was a motor vehicle accident report. Her carrier would have come in, or auto insurance carrier, and they would have done a full investigation, and they would have concluded John O'Keefe was not a car, and Karen's car did not hit John O'Keefe, and therefore we're not paying on this claim. They didn't want that, did they, Kate? You can ask your cousin what he thinks about that theory, but that is it. That's my opinion. Oh, SB, that's an interesting comment. Says, my dad's a cop in Norfolk County, and he said, what an embarrassment in this case. What an embarrassment this case is. Most of the cops I know around here think this trial is BS. That is so interesting. SB, I'm not going to dox you. Your dad's a cop in Norfolk County. That's crazy. Robin says, I used to have a cat named Sizzle Chest. Well, that's cute. That's a cute name. By Brian Campbell, what is your opinion on the defense calling the Alberts, Higgins, and Proctor? Should they get them on the hot seat? Sorry, you may have already answered this many times. I'm a little new here. Love your content. Thank you. And thank you for being new. And no, you can't ask me enough. There are no dumb questions. And I'm happy to talk about it a million times. Here's the thing. It could go both ways, right? Higgins could come in like the wimpy that he is. I would gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. And they may feel sorry for him. I don't know that they will. This is a younger, skewed jury. But I think bringing Higgins in is helpful because of his fighting moves that he was making in the bar, you know, with Brian Albert. And also all the sus behavior that night, right? The butt dial back and forth with Brian Albert. The destroying of his cell phone on a military base and cracking the SIM card in half and putting his phone in a dumpster, in 2 different dumpsters, and then like getting a whole new phone number on the same exact day that Brian Albert did the same exact thing, which happened to be the day before the preservation order was issued. There's so much sus behavior that I think would give the jury pause. And I think that it's important for them to be given pause and reasonable doubt, because they really need to hammer home and reasonable doubt, because some of the jurors that did interviews during the first trial, after the first trial, were like confused. Like they were confused. They didn't know what reasonable doubt was. They were like, oh, he was there, she was drunk, therefore she must have killed him. Like it just made no sense. And so I think Proctor also needs to be publicly shamed, and he should have to read his messages about calling Karen Reed a whack job C word, and also about trying to get the medical examiner to change her manner of death from undetermined to homicide, and trying to strong arm the ME, and then calling the ME, Irene Scordi-Bello, a whack job, also C word. And so, yes, I think Brian Albert, I don't know how important Brian Albert is. If I was going to only choose 2 of the 3, I would say Proctor and Higgins. But listen, more the merrier, except Brian Albert is like a professional witness. He testifies so much that I'm sure he's been playing his testimony, his planned testimony over in his head for at least a year. And he knows how to testify. He might not be as helpful as Brian Higgins is. And also Brian Higgins was caught on the phone, on camera, and then he lied about moving cars, right? And so, yeah, I think it would be a good move. Some people disagree with me, but I like it. Brennan's healthcare data. I found another song made by a Karen Reed supporter. It's called Objection, Your Honor. It's on YouTube if you need to kill a few minutes today. Love from Massachusetts. Thank you. Thank you, Brennan's healthcare data. I don't play creators' content without their permission because I just don't think it's cool. So I will take a look at it when I can. And if I have permission, maybe I'll play it. We'll see. But I have to, I have to vet it first. Chloe Albert's Revenge. Love you on Lawyer. You know it. You turned him a little more in real time. Oh, really? You think so? You brought up points he overlooks that I scream into my screen when watching his recaps. Awesome. Thank you, Chloe Albert's Revenge. Mediocre Parm says, I wish they were trying to get the investigation procedure expert in. Yeah. Should they renew that motion? I've been screaming that too. The judge initially denied Michael Easter, who is an FBI, who's former FBI, and now I believe he's an expert witness now, as his main job. I don't think it's a side gig for him, but I'm not sure. But anyway, he is former FBI. He's a police procedures expert. And Judge Canoni, in her own infinite wisdom, decided, no, you don't need an expert to come in and testify about police procedures, because the jury should just know what proper police procedures are. And you can just cross-examine the witnesses on that. You can just cross-examine the witnesses on proper police procedure. And I've been screaming from the beginning that it is not within the purview of the jury what proper police procedures are, number one. And number two, do you think any of these guys are going to come in and admit they made a mistake? They didn't. Every single one of them said, oh, we did the best we could. We did the best we could. My use of a leaf blower was innovative, wasn't it? I mean, look, we found a cocktail glass and, the snow, we did the best we could. We got the solo cops. I mean, what were we supposed to do? It was snowing. And I agree with you. I wish they were trying to get him in too. And we don't know what's going on at Sidebar, but I haven't seen a filing about it. Patricia, thank you for becoming a member. Oh, they're back, finally.
You are unmuted.
The sister-in-law of Joe Krowski, live in the same town as them, and it's ridiculous what she has to say.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at Sidebar again.
Again, I'm sorry. Was your hour-long break not enough? For the love of the traveling Mary, what are we doing here? Wasting time. That's another song I should put on here. Wasting time. Do I have that on there? The Dave Matthews song? Just wasting time. At least there's no dead air. Because, I like to talk. And so we can usually keep talking. Melissa says, hi, I'm on a free Karen Read Facebook group reading comments from the sister-in-law of attorney Joe Krowski. I live in the same town as them, and it's ridiculous what she has to say. Well, listen, that guy, I'm not even going to get started on that, because every time I see him on court TV, I want to scream. I want to scream. Gail, can the defense bring up the late change in clock drift in their closing? Sure. They can bring it up also with their witnesses. They're experts that they're going to call. I'm sure that they are going to address it. 100%. Thank you, Gail, for your 10. Sarah Harvey, thanks for becoming a member. Hello, Josh H. Thoughts on the sup witness? Were any of them on Proctor's text change? No, they're just there. I don't think so. They're only there it says to authenticate records. Yeah, for the sole purpose of authenticating records. I don't think any of them have anything to do with that text chain, but there are some on the original combined witness list who were on those text chains with Chippy Bear Proctor. So thank you, Josh H, for your super chat. Pamela, Pink Floyd, Dogs, and when you lose control, you'll reap the harvest you have sown. The lyrics to this song are everything. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Pamela Bailey, for another super chat and another suggestion for the mixtape of the persecution of Karen Read trial. Season 2 and season 1 are in the same playlist, which is linked below for your convenience on Spotify. It's 10.5 hours of music. I like to put it on random because you never know what you're going to get. A little something for everyone in that playlist. Emily Hart, good morning. Not going to lie, I stop my tractor every time you say, come to the screen. Don't tell my boss. That's hilarious, Emily. Don't get in trouble. I know I do that because so many of you are not watching. You're listening, which is so cool. So I try to describe the things that are going on for you. In case you're operating heavy equipment like tractors or rage crocheting. We have a rage crochet club here. You're welcome to join at any time. Just start crocheting and you're in. And we have many people who are trying to work with their earbuds in. Or rage cleaning is a big thing here. I wish I could rage clean, but I hate cleaning. Thank you, Emily Hart. Kelly, today's prosecution is brought by the letters WTF. Oh, well done, girl. The other day, Shannon Burgess's testimony was brought to you by the letter B. Big B or little b, we're not sure. But again, it was pointed out to me, didn't Maureen Hartnett also become confused by the letter B because one was forwards and one was backwards in the reflection, and that's how she got busted. So the letter B is all over this trial, as are the letters WTF. Note to self, Kelly says, don't rush home by 2 p.m/9 a.m. as this is judgment. Yes. Brian Campbell became a new member and then gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you more than you know. Aletti's Sharpening Stone says Warren Zevon's Lawyers, Guns, and Money. I think that's in there. I think. I'll check again. Thank you for your 5. Decorated Dude Pickup Lines. Good morning, chat. Back from vacay, delivering the mail today. I see. There you guys are. My mail carrier friends. Keep doing the Lord's work. Alice Ferguson, remember Susan Powder, Stop the Insanity? Yes, I do. Do you guys remember Susan Powder? She says, stop the insanity. And I think she was she like a fitness person back in the day? I mean, that's probably from the 80s, right? Stop the Insanity. I remember that. A lot of Gen Xers in my chat. Thanks for your 5. Peabody. Love you, Mel. Killed it with Laura, and AV7. Oh, yeah, that's right. I did a show with AV7 a while ago before the trial. She's awesome. I love her. Love that girl. She's so kind. She's like one of the nicest creators. AV7, AV to the 7th power, I think is the name of her channel, right? Peabody. Oh, instead of Peabody? Peabody. Okay, Caesar. Okay. Now, did I pronounce Caesar wrong? Caesar. And again, Kevin says it's pronounced Peabody. Oh, did I say Peabody? Peabody. Okay, Peabody. And Kevin says Peabody. I don't know. Peabody. All right, so it's not Peabody, it's Peabody. I'll get it one of these days, you guys. You're teaching me. Working on all my accents. Chloe Bits and Bytes, roadwork, pipe, and drainage. You're on a BT speaker, on the Bluetooth speaker. You guys are doing roadwork, pipe, and drainage. I would suggest you don't weld or solder while you're listening. No, thank you. All right, they're coming to sit down now, finally. It's only 10:25 a.m. Karen's looking lovely today in olive or sage. I would say that's more of a sage green.
Great.
Monochromatic. Looks like a Victoria Beard blazer, but I'm not sure. She does favor Victoria Beard. I am told that much of her clothing is rented or Rent the Runway, so she's not actually wearing a $1,200 outfit, as some people would like you to believe. But there's a thing called Rent the Runway. You get a couple of pieces a month, and then you mail them back. I'm a Nuuly girl myself. I use Nuuly. I rent my clothes too. It's about $100 a month, and you get like 6 items at a time. And I'm like, I haven't even returned my last month's clothing because I haven't gotten a chance to wear it all yet. But Nuuly is amazing if you're into like bohemian style clothing and like a lot of like free people, anthropology. Oh, did you hear that sigh? I did. We have an emoji for that too. What are we doing?
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Who dis?
Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, sir.
Is the jury here?
So we're going to have a short voir dire.
Voir dire.
Okay, so Mr. Alessi,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is this Welcher?
Thank you.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
If you look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you letting me know that, okay?
Okay,
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do. I have a binder.
Your Honor, I would ask until the question
can
comes
you
up.
do without it, sir, for a few minutes?
Depending on the question, sure.
Okay.
Hey,
So
Judge,
just
why
let
not
us know if you
interrupt
need to
Mr.
look at
Alessi?
it. Don't look at it without
I mean,
permission, please. All right, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Alessi.
Honor. Dr. Welcher, you have changed your PowerPoint presentation in the last few days in this case, correct?
I deleted a slide and removed a couple words.
Right, but you've changed your PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct. I deleted a slide and deleted a couple words.
The jury's
Who
not here,
have you
sir.
spoken to at the Commonwealth in the last 2 weeks? Anybody associated with the Commonwealth, who have you spoken to?
In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Lowley, Lieutenant Tully.
Tully.
Anyone else?
I think Mary Ellen Gray,
Anyone else?
the tech person Cindy this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted those conversations? Who initiated them?
I was originally told I was going to have to be out here last Monday. So there was a whole flurry of conversations around that. I was initially told I may have to give all my rebuttal testimony on a whole huge data set I'd received.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. My question was simply because we have a limited amount of time. Who initiated the conversations?
Oh, there were multiple conversations.
How many?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I'm sorry?
More than 10?
Narrow it down.
Probably not.
All right. What did you discuss with, you understand it's no longer Detective Lieutenant Tully. It's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully. Did you have you said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
When was the first conversation? How many? And what are the nature of those conversations?
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
Within the
life?
last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks. I believe it was when I got here on Saturday night, I informed them I'd landed. And then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
Oh,
And
Tully
what did you
picked him up?
discuss from when you, did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday? Within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics.
Give me a time frame.
I keep saying the last 2 weeks. That's the time
So
frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him.
Yes,
Tully was his driver.
Can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. Topics of, what discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
I had no discussions with him about the topics of my PowerPoint presentation.
All right. If you're confused about what's going on, it is always scrolling at the bottom of your screen. This is a voir dire of Judson Welcher. Robert Alessi is questioning him. The jury is not present. Tully has his paws and everything.
Who did you have discussions with from the Commonwealth about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Brennan, Mr. Lally.
Describe those conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well, I originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, question wasn't clear. Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brandon wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then I met with Mr. Brandon again on Sunday. We ran through it briefly again. And then that was largely it.
Who suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brandon.
Mr. Brennan suggested the changes that you make.
Oh,
He indicated some of the things, for example, the slide I deleted referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
oh.
Were there any discussions with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the what I would call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know what slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yeah.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago.
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Correct.
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we talked about.
Oh, okay. So 10 days ago, those changes were made.
Bet they just turned him over like
8 to
today.
10
8 to 10
days ago. I could actually probably figure out exactly when
Good.
if you like.
Yes.
Now my next questions go to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is a colleague of yours at Aperture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of his CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails that have
he knows.
referenced that. I've seen it. I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say unfortunately, but you have not read any of them? None?
Maybe 1 or 2 lines. For example, they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand that you intend, subject to our objections at the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony with regard to your PowerPoint where you are going to elaborate on your 1231-38 to 1231-43 trigger 1162-2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal discussion. It's based upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 1231-38 to 1231-43 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data. So I'm
Better
altering it and
data.
correcting it with better data that I've received from Mr. Burgess.
Right, but my
They're all changing their testimony because of this better data that Burgess is now providing. This is wild. This doesn't happen in real life. And here we are.
point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Only from his report, correct.
Correct. So, and you understand, sir, that that change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred, and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the consequences of that change, do you, sir?
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that it's consequential. Again, my original data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there. The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 1162-2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that's a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter, or do you think it's an insignificant change?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified my PowerPoint at all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use better data. It brings it, I'm sorry. It brings it,
Voir dire, let him finish.
Yeah.
it brings it closer in time.
Come back to your screen for a second. Alessi just looked to his left and he was not happy with whatever he was looking at over there. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if anybody's in the room that can tell us, but look, watch here where Alessi looks to his left and he's pissed. And he has every right to be pissed. This is insane. They are changing their entire timeline. All their experts are changing their testimony in the middle of the trial. And this is outrageous. And you should be outraged if she allows this. Listen, watch.
Had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would
See?
with better data, we use better data. It brings it, I'm sorry. It brings it,
Voir dire, let him finish.
Yeah.
it brings it closer in time to Ian Whiffin's last contact point data. But even if we don't have that, given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time was still within that window anyway.
Sir, you've just answered my question, which is
Good.
you agree
Good,
that it
he said.
affects the time.
Listen to this smarmy answer. He says, you just answered my question. He says, good. Listen to this.
My question,
My time was still within that window anyway.
sir, you've just answered my question, which is
Good.
you agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My original timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir, isn't it
Okay. There is a woman sitting at the defense table facing life in prison and you're trying to minimize your change. Seconds matter in this timeline. This is BS. Here's the button for it.
A fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you're now you want to testify to, that there is a change because your 1162.2 trigger 1231.38 to 1231.43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on.
Shut up. Let me explain to you guys what's going on here. Remember, the original witnesses, Whiffen, testified that he locked his phone with the side button after the time that the Commonwealth is claiming that he was allegedly hit and killed. There was a time where he looked at his phone, John O'Keefe, with facial recognition, unlocked the phone, read a text message from, I think, Jennifer McCabe, locked the side button, and then apparently died after that. They were claiming that the collision happened before those events. Now they are changing their entire timeline to say that the collision happened after those events. Do I have it right? So that the jury's not going to be looking at each other going, what? How after he was killed was he looking at his phone, reading text messages and locking the button? But this guy wants you to make you think, oh yeah, no big whoop. No big whoop, no biggie. Yeah, it's a little bit, I had the correct data, but it's better data now. So I'm going to change my whole opinion because Brennan and I talked about it and he told me to, and you should be outraged.
There's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, there's literally, I wrote that on my slide.
Okay. Technically and literally are two things that an expert witness, a biomechanical engineer, if he's even that, should not say. Again, has everyone been told by Brennan or Brennan to say technically? Listen, I mean, the word choices that are used by the witnesses in this case have been repeating themselves over and over and over again, right? It's not just me. They're all corroborating each other. Technically.
Phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, there's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162.2. Right. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay.
So
Your Honor,
that's it.
That's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in.
All right. Okay, so what's your ruling, Your Honor? Do you have a ruling on what this man is allowed to testify to, or are we just going to bring the jury in? What the actual
right there?
what the actual duck is going on here? Or do we have a ruling?
I'll see you at sidebar.
Oh, gee, thanks for deciding something from the bench. There's a first time for everything. We're a little behind, so we can catch up. If you're just tuning in, wow, you've already missed a bombshell. Alessi shredded this guy on a voir dire. They have absolutely, they are fudging the data, says Glamassus. They have changed his entire testimony so that now that lock event.
This morning, I think the coffee and donuts and muffins was probably.
Oh, look at the hair flip. We gave you coffee and donuts and muffins. So you guys don't worry about us wasting your whole life. And the 5 days we just gave you off because this guy wasn't ready, but he flew in on Saturday night. Don't worry. And Tully picked him up at the airport. And then Brennan prepped him all day Sunday and probably some of yesterday too. He was supposed to testify last Monday, but they changed that as well. Okay. Listen to what the judge says to the jury. Coffee, muffins, all good. My head popped off. I think it's on its way to Connecticut. Can one of you guys meet the ferry and pick it up for me?
This morning, I think the coffee and donuts and muffins was probably a hint that we were taking longer than what we ordinarily.
How cute.
I do appreciate your patience. So I have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we met last week? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here last week? No. Thank you. With that, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I hate, like big case Mike would say, I hate this man. I hate this.
Please tell us whether the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now is going to show the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You're welcome.
It's like big case Mike would say, I hate this man. This man.
May I refer to my resume?
May I refer to my resume? Oh, maybe there's something coming.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank
He
you.
had it coming.
Good morning, sir.
He had it
Morning, Mr.
coming.
Brennan.
Could you please
comment.
introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter who's next to you?
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welcher. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welcher, Welcher.
Sir, what do you do for a profession?
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction and things such as this as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in the human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles of engineering. So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, when people are inside the car, seat belts, airbags. The first seat belt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body.
If you're not watching your screen, he's looking at the jury during this entire soliloquy. It is Shakespearean in nature, and the Commonwealth is accelerating towards the cliff. Apparently he understands physics, so that's at least one little step up from Trooper Paul that an iPhone probably wouldn't even register. Maybe they were waving around their phone in a car, but apparently he says he understands physics. The bar is low. Dumbest analogy so far, says Kate Mick, who's always in here with the snark.
So it is force that causes damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are applied to the body and what.
There were no fractures, except at the skull, in the skull. No fractures. Excellent. Excellent. I can't wait to
What that
use
means
that.
in terms of what happens to the body.
Dr. Welcher, I want to ask you a little bit about how you became a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school.
My father was
I
a
was getting ready to go to
doctor.
medical school. So this was 39 years ago, I believe. 35 years ago, 39 years ago. He said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into the mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart, frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together.
Pissing my parents
But I
off?
like taking things apart and figuring it out.
I've never heard an expert witness use the word pissing on the stand. That's a first for me, and that may turn off some of the jury. Pissing my parents off, dropping a little like street cred. Oh, my father was a doctor. That's a humble brag if I've ever heard one. I could have been a doctor, but my father told me not to be, so I'm not one. The next thing he's going to say is he went to Harvard. Watch. That always comes up in the first 5 minutes of a conversation. I don't think he went to Harvard, but if he did, he would have already said it.
How things worked. So I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers.
A Thursday
A group
meeting?
came in from a company that did this type of work, and they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body. And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor. So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you continue?
Closed captions just picked up Obama mechanical engineer. Obama mechanical engineer.
Hired
Look,
as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you continue as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
So I actually, very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at a community college. I quickly realized that wasn't enough. And so in around 1993, I went to the USC Medical School and enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment, which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's a medical school class. But I took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in
Congratulations.
1993.
another
Did
humble
you continue
brag.
to work as you pursued your higher education?
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research, had a wonderful opportunity to have 2 beautiful children, and continue to this day.
Tell us a little bit about the company you started and when.
Sure. So in about
It's his company.
October of 1994, I started my own company. Me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing.
So you're the one who vetted Shannon Burgess's qualifications and you didn't find out that he was lying about his Bachelor of Science degree from University of Alabama, Birmingham? Roll Tide. Really? It's your fault? Your fault. Your fault. Your fault. Handmaid's Tale reference. Under her eye. Blessed be the fruit.
And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was a action reconstruction and biomechanical engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company grow from 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people. And then we ultimately sold it in right around January 1st of 2022.
Oh, he sold it.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
And what was that in and where was that from?
So again, I was working full time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division. So it was extension classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December of 2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California. And I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis. It was basically on automotive seat design, but it was titled Whiplash-Associated Disorders, Related Anatomy, Biomechanics of Injury, and the Relationship Between Injury Potential and Automotive Seat Design.
Okay, his humble brags are off the chart and making me sick. Anybody else? There's a way to state your resume without the constant humble bragging. If I went to dinner with this guy, I'd want to stick a fork in my eye 3 minutes into the conversation. Tell me if I'm overreacting.
Excuse me, Your Honor, if I may, pardon the interruption. If Dr. Welcher reads from this report, which I think he just did, can we know if he's doing that?
Sure. Dr. Welcher asked me if he could refer to his resume, and I said yes. So if you read, just let us know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Alessi said, could Dr. Welcher let us know when he's reading from his report? And then, of course, Bev already gave the the blessing on that. He got a special dispensation, and she explained it to Alessi, and he said, "Okay." It's disgusting.
And it's my resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no. it's-
He said report. He said it. He said it, pointing at
You
him.
share with us that your company continued to grow.
I know I'm stopping and rewinding a lot, but you got to see this. He just pointed at Alessi. He said it.
My resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
You don't point at people. No
You
manner.
share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did you continue to pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as well as my PhD. During that time frame, I also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications. I taught for 5 years at Texas A&M and served as a peer reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine. So I was working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching, conducting research, publishing, also while going to school
Oh,
part-time.
it's not Crimson Tide. Sorry.
Take us to 2011. Were you still pursuing education at the University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you achieve in 2011?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering. I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development, Validation, and Testing of a New Sensor Array for Intra-Articular Pressure Measurement.
How does he not know his own resume? Really? It's so extensive and so world renowned, and you can't even remember the title of your own damn thesis. Blech.
In vitro human lumbar spine intra-articular facet testing, which is a lot of big words to say. I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions of the spine.
Did you achieve your PhD in biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering. Biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So Brennan doesn't even know his own witness's resume. It's not biomechanical engineering. It's biomedical engineering. Listen to that. Brennan the buffoon coming in hot, not even knowing his own witness's credentials. You can't make this up, sir. You can't make this up, friends. Snark Tank, you can't make it up. Listen.
I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions.
Here's a
of the
load
spine.
for you.
Did you achieve your PhD in biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering.
See?
Biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering.
Correct.
Loser.
You mentioned that you have published many articles. Have there been articles that you have published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few. You wrote an article on sideswipe collision dynamics. What's sideswipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind sideswipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle.
Let me just point out to you that sideswipe collisions are between two vehicles. In case you didn't know, a sideswipe collision is when two vehicles sideswipe each other. Perhaps they're on the highway and one tries to merge into the other lane and they don't see in their blind spot the other vehicle. That is a sideswipe collision. So Hank Brennan went out and found himself a sideswipe collision expert, not realizing that sideswipe collisions are between two vehicles. It's real, but it's between two vehicles. It's not between a vehicle and a pedestrian. There's no such thing as a pedestrian sideswipe. but he thought that that's what he was getting, and Timu sent him the wrong thing. He doesn't know. He doesn't even know that he has a PhD in biomedical engineering. It's not biomechanical. He's like, oops, I hired the wrong guy. What I ordered and what I got. Timu.
Side swipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts, such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Not a person.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one
No,
of them
I'm
about
not.
methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles.
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that.
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper. Again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics, basically the reconstruction of glancing or sideswipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying.
I think this is
the
much
impact
ado about
severity of
nothing.
low
Ms.
speeds.
Big Gucci Boombastic. You think that I'm making much ado about nothing again? Is that what you think? I mean, there's other places you can watch your coverage, but this is high grade bullshit. And you're talking to a lawyer with decades of experience who hires experts every single day. The fact that this man does not know who he hired and what this guy is qualified in, and that this guy can change his timeline in the middle of a murder trial is outrageous. And if you think I'm making too much about it, see yourself over to Block Island, where it's lovely this time of year. Like, you must be kidding. Have you met me? Clearly not.
Side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
I thought that was the same one. They're all confused now. They're so confused.
If I can continue, another article or publication that you wrote, occupant.
That was
kinematics
really
and
embarrassing.
loading and
We've
lo-
already wasted an hour and a half here. So let's just rewind that again, because now Hank is like, oh, did you write this paper too? And he's like, wait, wasn't that the same paper? And nobody knows what the hell they're talking about early this morning.
If I can continue,
That was the same one.
angles. Is that quantifying the
Or sideswipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
You thought? Well, there's a pregnant pause for you.
If I can continue, another article or publication that you wrote, occupant kinematics and loading in low speed lateral impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests. I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to trains, motorhomes, and ambulances. I've conducted, relative to this case, probably or been involved with 50 to maybe 70 pedestrian impact tests. So the low speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or memory, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors on the body.
Okay. They had human volunteer. Who's volunteering for the sideswipe collision test? Anyone? How much are they paying the volunteers in this test? Newton told us. Did you speak to Newton personally? Did Newton tell you that? Did the crime scene speak to you too? Or was it the human volunteers that you used in your sideswipe crash test live dummies? I got to hear this again. I'm sorry, not sorry. We actually put human volunteers.
Be 70 pedestrian impact tests. So
50 to 70 people
low
volunteered
speed
for
side
this.
impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or memory, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have
Brennan had to make sure that he threw that in because Trooper Paul did not know any equations for anything.
various sensors on the body. We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of it. So that study was the biomechanics portion. And the first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied to those impacts to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I was an invited lecturer to the Accident
Aw.
Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference,
You got the
where I
invite.
specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was exactly as the name implies, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
He was a
How
star
much
on
of your work
Jackass.
involves
Douglas.
pedestrian impacts?
Probably maybe 10%, 5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
Biomechanics of low-speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a
Because
different
there's so
topic,
many.
did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorders and low-speed side impacts?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about what measurement of event data means in this article?
So Toyotas, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There is what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. That's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called TechStream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more into that subject later, but is it event data recorders subject that you're well-schooled at?
Yes.
Well
In addition
schooled.
to the papers that you've written,
You haven't been well schooled until you've been shredded by Bobby Alessi scissor hands, but that will be coming up next. Stay tuned, folks. Thank you, Love My Fluff Floss, for gifting a membership.
have you continued through the years and after becoming a PhD, your research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called SATI, which is our company, largely led by the engineer, Christopher Furbish, that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference for 10 years. We did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as the Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of Accident Reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We
No
came
big
out here,
deal.
conducted crash tests
It's like a murder trial.
for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation, the biomechanics of that crash testing.
It's on there.
In your research and
Chumbawamba.
testing, you have pages
Gina
with
and
dates
Sarah.
of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference, we're doing pedestrian tests. The last Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference, there was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there.
Pedestrian
SATI
crash test.
2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, do you continue your education and research?
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the event data or Action Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit. My company, through my relationship
It's a
with
summit.
the founder of that
Sounds so much
summit,
more
was a sponsor.
rich,
So
doesn't it?
Aperture was actually a sponsor of that conference. We actually sponsored it the previous year as well. And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting, it's called front camera module testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles. Excuse me, General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important.
I think.
So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR, and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research.
Minimum
and then if
standards.
you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination.
I mean, he said it, minimum standards is pretty much where all these team of experts came from. Thank you, Brian Campbell. That's a very, very nice compliment. He likes the explanation that I give and that I stop and talk about it. He says all the other creators I watch just say yes or no and move on. See? Love it. Thank you.
Test your skills, day-long test, theory, a practical portion, and then every 5 years you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited.
Lawyers, guns, and
I've been an accredited accident reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30 years.
He never thought about it.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Wow.
Have you ever
Congrats.
testified in civil cases?
Oh, swats.
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Civil
Yes.
cases.
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes.
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
Correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal, plaintiff, defendant, government defendant, does that in any way change your analysis about data regardless of who or where you testify?
No, I take my job as to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have, and so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job.
How about bits and bytes? Bits and pieces, dribs and drabs. It's all the same. We're in the upside down, Norfolk County, Massachusetts. I love how he said that. I try and look at the data objectively. Yeah, until they give you the wrong data, and then you get better data, and then you change your opinion based on the opinions of another guy who works in your firm, right? The guy who lied about his Bachelor of Science degree in an area that doesn't even exist at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, which I am now told is not Crimson Tide.
Is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking.
You should care because there's a woman sitting at that table facing life in prison. Do I need to say it again? You got no dog in this fight? That's interesting because Chloe is now Cora and maybe in witness protection. It's funny that you mentioned a dog too, isn't it? I got no dog in this fight. I don't really care. I don't really care. This jury, I don't think this jury is going to like him. He is way too braggadocious and he is way too pompous and he is way too self-aggrandizing. And I don't think that this young jury is going to like him. You tell me if you think I'm wrong.
And see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care.
Quite frankly,
what I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
Presently, you said you had a company and you sold it. Where do you work?
It's a company called Aperture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
How many offices
They were
do you know
merged.
Aperture has?
They were bought out. He sold his company in 2022 and they merged with Aperture. So he got a payday from selling his company to this Aperture and they merged. And what's his name? Burgess had been working there, I think, for 10 years. I want to know if he worked with this guy's company and if this guy was responsible for vetting him and the wrong resumes and everything else. I have that question and I bet Alessi does too.
Oh God, I should know that. I mean, we have them in Massachusetts. We have.
What, he doesn't know something about his own company? Thank you, Beetlejuice, bringing prayers up for Billy Joel. So sad. I know. I really wanted to see Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks. My heart is broken. Here we go.
Do you know if,
Acquired or merged into it technically.
how many offices do you know if
How many
Aperture has?
offices?
Oh God, I should know that. I mean, we have them in Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or 4 in Texas. There's
Bless you.
4 or 5 in California. So I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you
Well, I mean,
work
that's a great
with other
place to live,
people?
I've
Do you
gotta
have a
say.
team?
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of?
What?
Is everybody
Who?
a PhD and engineer?
One individual is a PhD in engineering, Dr. Umali. And then I have 3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as well.
Is there any?
Is it Proctor? Do you need a new one? Because he's
do
a
you
good
work
case manager.
interchangeably at the
Best.
different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case from another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
Let's go Buffs. Just us for John O'Keefe. CU 83.
Were you asked to look at any data or information relative to this case?
Yes.
In looking at data and information, do you try to look at a narrow or broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible. And then, weed it down to what is important, weed it down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
No, I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable or it's irrelevant.
In this case,
Like Shannon Burgess's data that was not reliable. I hope, Alessi is picking up on all this. Oh, really? Sometimes you don't rely on data that's unreliable. Oh, really? How much unreliable data were you given in this case? Like Trooper Paul's entire report of the pirouette theory?
can you share with us materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is what he reviewed and coming to his
Mr.
conclusions.
Porter, I apologize. It's a lengthy list.
Oh, it's a long list.
Slow. So I have police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and I have 8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report,
Rams.
cars report. I have the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2, 3, 4,
Rear cameras?
6.
Wait, stop.
I believe 10 different videos.
Were there rear cameras on any of those dash cams? Did we see any rear cameras? 10 dash cam videos. I don't think we've seen all 10 of them, have we? Rear cameras.
I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18
25
separate
photos
photographs
of
of the
the scene.
scene.
Stop. 25 photographs of the scene. I don't think we've seen all 25 of those. Hold on. 25 additional photographs of the scene. Oh, maybe like of the scene when like Trooper Paul went there. Hold on.
Scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene, 2 photographs of the scene, one group of 92 of the scene, one group of 50 of
92
the scene,
and then 50.
another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper, 4 videos of the scene.
What scene?
I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton
Oh.
Police Department.
Uh-huh.
I have a 360 diagram.
When did you get that video?
Surveillance.
Because there was a lot of video that wasn't turned over until just recently. When did you get that video? I don't think he was hired until Brennan was hired, like November. His first report was in January 2025. At the same time that they gave him the video, that's probably when they gave the defense all the hidden secret video from the magical mystery Sally Port. The cars lined up together. I think they were trying to prove, they did some experiments where they're going to say that it would be impossible for Karen to break her taillight backing into John O'Keefe's vehicle. And so I think they took John's vehicle and Karen's vehicle and lined them up together. I think that's what he's talking about.
Video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files
McCarthy's
from
video.
Waterfall Bar, Canton Police Report, Sally Port videos from Dighton. I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records. I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department. One titled Native Location, John O'Keefe's phone.
John
Past
O'Keefe's
witness
location
statements.
data.
The report of examination from the coroner. Jennifer McCabe Cellbright data. Something called Lexus Infotainment.
Something called
Different
Lexus
past
Infotainment.
summary, testimony of numerous witnesses.
Oh, testimony of witnesses. Summaries of testimony?
I have earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses. The Boston Magazine interview with Miss Reed. A Dateline interview with Miss Reed.
All her interviews.
A 2020 interview with Miss Reed. Lab reports from Bodie. Crime Scene Response Unit. Crime Scene Response Unit Boston. Crime Scene Service Section Maynard. Crime Scene Service Section Southeast. The Criminalist File Folder, Trace File Folder, UC Davis Veterinary Report. I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location, weather reports, medical records, including the Canton Fire Department run report for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed from Good Samaritan.
Ms.
I
Reed's
have
medical
2
records?
Retrograde extrapolation.
You were given Karen Reed's medical records? How much do you think this guy charged to review all of this stuff alone? How much do you think the Commonwealth of Massachusetts has paid this guy? You thought ARCA was expensive? He was giving Karen Reed's medical records? Okay.
Miss Reed from Good O'Keefe and Miss Reed, including the Canton Fire Department run report for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss
Oh, the
Reed.
run report.
Medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss
and
Reed
medical
from Good
records.
Samaritan. I have 2 retrograde
Okay,
extrapolation
okay.
reports, one, and a serum plasma conversion report relative to Miss Reed. I have the neuropathology report. I have the
Oh,
Orange County Medical Examiner's report.
so you have Dr. Stonebridge's report. Good. The Orange County Medical Examiner's report. Was that Dr. Frank Sheridan with the witness from the first trial? I don't know if it's legal for him to get Karen Reed's medical records. I got HIPAA questions right now. I don't know if they're in evidence.
The diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report, more pages.
In addition to the information that you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. So I received some information, and then what we do is we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number.
Modern
it's a
cars?
17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number.
I'm sorry. Correct me if I'm wrong, but haven't VIN numbers been in existence for at least 40 years? When were VIN numbers invented? Somebody tell me. Only modern cars? Are we joking?
And that gives us a 17-digit, that was called a VIN number or vehicle
Listen.
identification. What I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number.
Modern cars?
It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number, and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers, use the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats. And then I have complete part diagrams for the vehicle.
Expert Autostats. Michelle is pointing out, sorry, the VIN is 16 numbers. My husband is a mechanic. He said it's 17. 1954 is when VIN numbers started, okay? Modern cars.
Year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats. And then I have complete part diagrams for the vehicles. So I have literally bumper to bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide.
Why?
And what that is shows parts, involved in the
Somebody else
vehicle.
said it's 17
So for
numbers.
example,
I don't
Miss
know.
Reed's vehicle, I have bumper to bumper. I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper and tail light of her vehicle. And then of course I started additional work on top
It
of
is
that.
17? Okay, sorry, it's 17. You've been overruled.
After you
Sorry,
began
Michelle.
your study, sir, did you have an opportunity to personally look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I
Went to the
ultimately
scene.
purchased a
More than Proctor did.
2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model.
I purchased it, he said. Not the company. I purchased an exemplar vehicle. Listen. He did it. He bought it. Did he keep it?
Incident. I ultimately purchased a
Humble brag.
2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle, and conducted testing with that vehicle, as well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
Did he get a copy of Jen
You
McCabe's
mentioned
timeline?
slides. When you went through
Great
your
question.
investigation, analysis, and ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have, did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
January 30th. And then he revised it after Shannon Burgess's earth-shattering better data came into play to change the timeline so that John O'Keefe after death could not have looked at his phone and clicked the side lock button. Mhm. Karen is on the train heading back from Boston to New York, heading back to Boston from New York, and said, I saw Glenn Ross. Oh my God. Glenn Ross. Oh my God, see it.
Sir, I'm
Thank
handing
you.
you a binder. Would you kindly take a
She's
look
going
at
to
it?
pick up my head in Connecticut. Thank you, Karen. Is my sound too loud? Are you the only one complaining, Martin Rich? I don't know. Am I too loud? I think the sound is pretty good today. You guys can let me know if I need to make myself lower in volume.
Okay.
Sir, does that appear to be a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared for us today?
It appears, right? 141 pages. Didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
Sound is good.
All
Thank
right,
you.
ask to mark this for identification.
Charles from South Africa says I should put an Apple AirTag on my head. That's a great idea. They should make like Apple AirTag earrings so that when my head pops off, I can find it. Can't wait to see this
Court
mess of a
permission, I'd like
PowerPoint.
to have Dr. Welcher use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the
Walk us through.
information he'd like
Kind
to
of
share
walk
today.
us through, like with a stir
No
fry.
objections to us, right?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
With a stir fry,
Your
he's
Honor,
gonna walk us
I'm looking
through.
at a paper version in front of me.
Okay. Is the
Do we
paper
have,
version the same as
what kind
we're
of
going
oil
to
do
see
you
up
guys
here?
use in a wok?
It is.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. And
It's the best
Dr.
oil
Welcher
to
is
use
going
when
to
you're
manage
walking your
the PowerPoint
food.
presentation. Sir, you mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California.
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Hold on a second.
I'll let you set up before I start asking you more questions.
I don't know how long until the Commonwealth rests. I think this is their last witness, but I'm not sure. He could be a couple of days on the stand based on Alessi's rage. Thank you, Brett Bottoms. Good question.
Here we go.
Okay.
So that's me. No, that's my first slide.
Oh,
No.
it's me.
I
Again,
have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welcher.
please.
The first is your office is in California.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
And you want to have as much information as possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things so I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it, look at it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore. Sometimes they're gone. And you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene and both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, Doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, in the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Ms. Reed's Lexus
Did it speak
to
to you?
assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here.
Did you find any
Same thing
tissue?
with Mr.
blood?
O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So
To Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, you took off the bumper. I don't think she hit his bumper with her car. What? I did a whole bunch of unnecessary work so I could bill by the hour and make Hank Brennan and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts pay for it. Lawyers, Guns, and Money. Julia Thomas. Thank you. I think it's already on there, but I will check.
behind the cover, looked at the rear bumper here.
Okay.
So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brennan was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see.
Pictures of
Oh,
me.
this doesn't work very well.
Neither does your.
Upper left photograph. That's Miss Reed's vehicle.
I'm
That's
sorry.
Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is,
Okay, the slide says September 23rd of 2024. Didn't he say December, or did I mishear him? I got to hear it again. Sorry. Because the slide he's showing us says September 23rd. That's the first day I met you, I believe.
I'm out. So on September 23rd,
September, okay.
I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brennan was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, Oh, this doesn't work very well.
Neither does the timeline, sir.
Upper left photograph. That's Miss Reed's vehicle. That's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. Laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch.
Oh, look,
And
I
what
have a
I'm doing
Garmin
is
watch.
looking at
Humble brag, number
the
57.
construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as,
Remember also that the defense was using Aperture's measurements. I think they were given the measurements and they decided to use them themselves for their own witnesses as well, right? Their 3D modeling and all of this BS with his Garmin watch. Oh,
the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welcher notes this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23.
didn't he say 9/23/94? Yes, he said 9/23/94. Did you come to back here in 1994? Listen.
Dr. Welcher notes this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of
94.
when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
Time
You said
drifts.
9/23/24, correct.
Time
And
drifts.
then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus. And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case? The month of the date?
No, it was obviously before this. I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
You think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Thank you.
So just continuing on. So what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the back side of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you see any tool marks on Karen's vehicle?
So again, looked at the height of it. I mentioned this lower taillight. Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one of the marks, which is consistent with the contact to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here, this scratch mark, or scuff mark.
Oh, so
Notice
you
how
can
close
see
it is to
you can
this-
see a scratch mark where she hit O'Keefe's vehicle? Really? Really? Hold on. So now you're admitting that Karen Reed's vehicle hit John O'Keefe's vehicle. This is Karen's car, right?
The marks, which is consistent with the contact to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here,
Okay.
this scratch mark, or scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light. Again, some of the evidence, stickers. Just a better view of those, then going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute and 51-second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together. So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of photographs, hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, if you wanted to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays.
Hold on. I just want to point out that the mileage, allegedly, the mileage says 12,666 at the time that he did his inspection in September of 2024. Just put a pin in that in case we need to know later. 12,666, like devil numbers.
So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of, which means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as a black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are two systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the tech stream. The EDR system, this system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag, fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag.
Fire the airbag.
It's
Fire
not
table
really
43.
designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly. We had no fault codes. But for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have.
I call bullshit. Really? You don't think that it would pick up a car hitting a pedestrian or like a deer? It would not show up as an event. It would be just a none, N-O-N-E event. Really? It wouldn't really pick it up? That's kind of scary, isn't it? Hang on.
When we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly. We had no fault codes. But for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact
What if you had a deer?
on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is 6,000-pound vehicle.
Yeah, it
Mr.
would
O'Keefe
shatter
only
a human arm,
216
wouldn't it?
pounds. So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised
Really?
that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, exactly what I expected. Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this
Wow.
is the tech stream. So this is from
Toyota might want to
Toyota.
up their game.
Toyota tech stream data. You can see the screens here. There's generally two types of files, what's called a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is God, I forgot the name of it. The
God, I forgot the name of it.
protection
You
system.
said.
So I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Sorry, PCS is pre-collision system.
Oh, the pre-collision system. There was nothing there
Looked at
either.
Mr.
Was there?
O'Keefe's vehicle. Same thing. Took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here.
How about
That's
a
your face
butterface bar?
So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
Before
I'll
you
be
go
here all
forward,
week.
I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain
Please.
text stream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the text stream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure.
Sure.
I mean, a lot of data is stored in a similar location. The
Burgess.
text stream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the text stream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the text stream data will record the crash.
Oh,
You mentioned
frequently.
Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between?
It doesn't
Toyota
always
and
record a crash between two vehicles. Toyota, you better up your game because, oh, look at his laugh. Oh, isn't that cute? Mimi points out that he sold Aperture for about $270 million. Thank you, Mimi C, for that wealth of knowledge. 270 million. That's why he's smiling. Hang on. Let's take off the captions because I'm going to want to screenshot this later and use it as my thumbnail because isn't he happy with his $270 million as he perhaps lies for the Commonwealth and or conflates things and or makes up his testimony and or is hyperbolic. Wow.
Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus
In my mind, they're the same thing. Hold on.
record the crash.
Something funny.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and
yeah.
Lexus?
Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota.
Basically.
So Toyota and Lexus,
Basically.
Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the text stream data.
The text stream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The text stream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Miss Reed's vehicle, and I created a new text stream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle
On
Oh, what was your key
the,
cycle number?
Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
on her Lexus.
When you did the
I don't think
download,
Brennan knew
why
that.
did you do it yourself?
Why did you do-
Again, you, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to say the other ones that did it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car.
Correct. So again, simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff, took measurements of it. And then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
Looks like a low rider.
So
Low.
part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and
Rider.
we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in the computer and reconstruct everything on the computer.
Basically, technically.
Before we had the exact angle of impact. Again, this is for
Before we had
looking
the
at
exact angle
when
of
Ms.
impact.
Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
Before we had the exact angle of impact. What do you mean before? That ring video has been in existence since day one of this trial. So what do you mean before we had? Why weren't you provided with that ring video? Hold on a second. Helene is a biomedical engineer. She's on the edge of her seat. I can't wait to see what you think about him, Helene.
Impact. So before we had the exact angle of impact. Again, this is for
How do you
looking
know?
at
It's not in
when
the driveway.
Ms. Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things, you know, notice how
He's got
again,
both
this
vehicles
lower
there,
portion of the
Scooby.
Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion.
Somebody clarify the record, please. You
And
can't just
this
say
is where
this,
you would
this.
expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact.
Assuming there was an impact.
So
Didn't you just say that the scratch on her vehicle was as a result of the impact with Mr. O'Keefe's car? Now you're back to assuming that there's an impact. You are going to be shredded. You're going to be sliced and diced by Bobby Alessi Scissorhands, and I am here for every minute of it. $270 million man.
again, looking at the measurements up the height of the vehicle. Of course,
Her taillight
as
is
you
not there.
indicated, Mr.
Exactly.
Brennan, the taillight's gone.
Her taillight's not
And then
there.
went to the scene. So same thing, you know, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people
Our
scan
people.
it to create a computer model of the scene. So, you know, literally, if you
You
wanted
know.
to know the distance from this window to, say, some manhole cover on the road,
Is there
we have
one?
the data to figure that out, you know, down to a couple millimeters.
Where was the body, sir?
In addition to going to the scene and doing the digital mapping, you mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hold on. Thank you. Because mommy let me have it. Were you able to see the general location where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found? Listen.
Police vehicles to see dash cam footage of materials at the scene and doing the
To a couple millimeters.
All right, here we go. Here's the beginning
in
of the question.
addition to going to the scene and doing the digital mapping, you mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles
Did you review the
to
footage?
see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did you view? Thank you. It's like I won one.
So the text stream download. So this is a screenshot from the text stream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software.
Kind of.
So we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software. What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles.
Ooh,
So that shows up
666
in
before.
Trooper Paul's report. It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up as matching the mileage.
So he did review Trooper Paul's report. He did review it. I think I was talking to Peter about that. Peter, a lawyer you know, or maybe it was on Defense Diaries, same day, different channel. I said, I wonder if they gave Welcher Trooper Paul's report. And I think Peter said, no, I doubt it. But now he has it. He said it was in Trooper Paul's report. Opened the door, didn't he? He just opened the door. That girl 777, he did. Listen.
That shows up in Trooper Paul's report.
Oh.
It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up as matching the mileage in the text stream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the. Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
Not my 5 vacation days. Says I volunteer as tribute if I can end this.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
So what you're looking at is
The
what I
Hunger
call
Games.
event 1162.
What
If
you
you
call
see
it,
anything in
1162.
blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically
All right. For those of you driving tractors and on scaffolding, you might want to just take a little break right now and come look at this little chart. He's talking about anything that's listed in blue, and there's a whole bunch of numbers there. I'm going to go off the screen, but you'll still be able to hear me. I'm going to take off the captions for now so that you can look at the chat for a minute. Or you know what? You can screenshot this chat if you like, and you can come back and refer to it later during this testimony. Here we go.
What you're looking at is what I called event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Blair Welcher, that's me.
Judson Blair Welcher. Judson Blair Welcher. He sounds like a character in Gossip Girl. XOXO. Judson Blair Welcher.
This is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the text stream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch. It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple of questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welcher. First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock. It's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
It's the same thing. You start the stopwatch, it's running.
Based on the text stream data alone found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the text stream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time.
19 minutes and 2 seconds before trigger 1, which I think he's going to say, or is that trigger 2? Because that's 11:62:2. Hold on. It says 19 minutes. Hold on. All right. I'll wait. I'll hold my comment for a minute.
Time, you need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the text stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock, like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that.
No, it simply tells you in this case, when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information.
19 minutes and 2 seconds before the first event of the 3-point turn. I just put it in my map from Waterfall Bar and Grill to 34 Fairview is a 6-minute drive. 6 minutes. He wants us to believe that it was 19 minutes and change before she was around the corner from 34 Fairview making her 3-point turn. Okay. All right. See where he goes with this. 6 minutes.
This captures 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event.
Correct.
A little bit leading.
That window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the text?
He just gave him the answer in his question, as always.
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have 2 triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well.
I'm
Or
triggered.
very close to the same time
I'm triggered
window.
right now. You're triggering
So
me.
You need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger, and it has a 10-second window, and an event continues past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the text stream data?
No. For example, in the trigger event, and say 5 seconds later the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going, I don't know, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine, like, what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34 Fairview on the evening of this event? And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles.
Okay.
Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the point in time the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps.
Oh, so it's accurate for
We
some things.
adjusted-
Google, got it.
For the correct date and time of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So although you can't really see that,
No, we can't really see it or understand it or believe it. Strains credulity, sir.
so you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage.
Oh, you didn't use the time. You
on
know
Saturday,
why?
January 29th.
Because when you try and reverse engineer the time of that key cycle that you're saying she drove to Dighton, or her father drove her car to Dighton, it's something like an hour and 45 minutes long, that key cycle. This is gaslighting you. You are absolutely right. So it took them an hour and 45 minutes to drive however many miles you're going to say it is to Dighton. So yeah, you didn't really pay attention to the time of the key cycle, right? Because it doesn't fit your bogus theory. See what he just said? And I've been yelling about this. I've been saying, in what world would it take them an hour and 45 minutes to get to Dighton? Listen.
So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
Oh, sorry. That's from Waterfall to 34 Fairview. And even his map that he just pulled up says 6 or 7 minutes. Okay. He's going to disregard that. See, he's disregarding that because, it doesn't fit in with the Commonwealth's theory and what they told me to find. Right. Ridiculous. Bullshit.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where.
So this is from 34 Fairview to One Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
0.3 miles. The timeline doesn't fit. You must have quit. Well
And
done.
there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing.
Oh, you did though. You found a
the
3-point turn, didn't you,
suggested
sir?
available pass, and we end up with a range of data.
A range.
So
Good
we
enough.
go through all the
Murder
paths,
2. A range is fine.
and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see. So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically. You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7. But again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles.
What's
So
in the
that's a
range?
data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in.
You have built no one's confidence, right? 36 miles from One Meadows to Dighton. Okay. It's around that area. No, 29.1 miles from One Meadows to Dighton, and 2.4 miles from wherever to One Meadows, Fairview, and then from Waterfall to Fairview. We're going to add up all those numbers, and it's a roundabout, no big whoop, murder 2, life in prison, doesn't really matter. It's around about that, technically, virtually, logically.
That's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the text stream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Stop
Let me ask
leading
it
your
this
own
way.
witnesses, jackhole.
Matching all the distances by miles. Is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data.
Right. Woohoo,
Which is what I
worldwide.
did.
Woohoo.
So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here.
Could you
I
enlarge
mentioned-
that for us, Doctor? I hate to
I am
interrupt, but
doing that right now. You can see we have the time And again, I've converted in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was 2 separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock. So we're able to see the time each event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started and the difference between the 2 events. Okay.
You mean to tell me?
So
You mean to tell me that a trigger would be a 3-point turn would be a trigger, but not a car hitting a pedestrian would not be a trigger? Toyota, I hope that you are going to come out and make some sort of statement now, because nobody's buying your cars anymore after this. Lexus or Toyota, none of them. None of them. It would register a 3-point turn as a trigger, but not hitting a body or a deer. Give me a break.
Trigger event 1162-1. We know that the ignition has been on for between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. Or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10
11
minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Approximately.
Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8 plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the text stream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welcher, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions 2 triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or 2 separate events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea of when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time.
Real world time, because I wish the real world would just stop hassling me.
Okay.
Great song. Name that band.
So lots going on here.
Wish the
right? A
real
lot to
world
digest.
would just stop hassling
This
me.
is trigger event 1162.1.
Lot going on here.
I was provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:36.
Matchbox 20. Nacho Mama got it. Brennan's temper tantrum got it and just said 20. Shorthand. Matchbox 20. Love it.
That corresponded to a GPS location
Awesome,
that
babe.
looked
Ella,
like it
Ginger.
was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street.
Looks like it was. Maybe it wasn't.
So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn
How do we know that?
made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway and made a 3-point turn.
Oh, so
So
funny.
what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on,
Mhm.
we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on for Mr. Burgess's report, you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:36. You add in the text stream information, you get it at
It means
12:23:38.
nothing.
And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written and these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 154.
And then new
That was
information
the one that
revealed
was closest
itself.
in time to it.
Did it speak
So
to
we
you?
had since received additional information.
Oh,
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a
you've
couple
since
questions.
received additional information since January when your first report came out. 50 Shades of Blue said, did Newton tell him that a human crash daddy volunteers Human crash dummy volunteers trump the potato gun.
Can Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text. You told us that the text stream data does not have an actual clock. It has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct.
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Okay, I'm going to just read this slide to you because Brennan's going to twist this into a pretzel. This says at trigger event 11, I can't read the font. I think it's a blue font. At trigger event 1162.1, ignition has been on for approximately 10 minutes, 57 seconds to 11 minutes, 11 minutes and 2 seconds, 10 seconds total. So from between 10 minutes and 52.8 seconds to 11 minutes, 02.8 seconds, 10 seconds total. Per data from Shannon Burgess, infotainment system turned on at 12:12. This is a terrible way to do this. With black background and red font, 12:12 something a.m. Engine running, likely leaving Waterfall area, parked on Washington Street. Per O'Keefe cell phone data, 3-point turn on Cedar Crest Road at approximate point 154 at approximately 12:23 something. However, we know, because we were here for season 1, the timestamp on Ryan Nagel's text message to Juliana Nagel that said here was at what time, chat? What time? 12:23. And Ryan Nagel testified that Karen Reed pulled up the Fairview before they did. He came in behind her. How could they be making a 3-point turn at 12:23 when that is the same time that Ryan Nagel told his sister that he was here at the end of the driveway at 34 Fairview? Make it make sense. You can't. You know why? Because all of this is like, it's like voodoo. I don't even want to insult voodoo by saying it's like voodoo. This is what's worse than voodoo. Sorcery is probably even is good too. I don't even know what this is. They got a big timeline problem here because of the text message between Julie Nagel and Ryan Nagel that Jen McCabe forced Julie Nagel to screenshot and send her, right? Thank you.
Sustained.
Okay.
Time onto it, and that after you receive as a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct.
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Sustained.
You shared with us that the text stream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
I'm going to allow that.
She's going to allow it.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report. But
Which
this
report was it?
information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, how do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So
Approximately.
this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data.
Awesome.
So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
Shout out to the
The
nurses
times
at
that you-
Good Samaritan Hospital who told Tailwind, who had a procedure there this morning, hope your procedure went well at Good Samaritan Hospital. That is the hospital at which Karen Reed was sectioned and where John O'Keefe was brought to be warmed up before his being pronounced. Shout out to the nurses who have me on all day and watched with us. You guys are amazing. You're doing the Lord's work. Some of you have been outspoken about the fact that you too do not believe that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. And thank you for nurses are amazing. And thank you for watching, and shout out to all of you. And thank you, Tailwind, for telling me.
You're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the tech stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system. And
My
then we are
understanding is-
ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone. Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, correct.
Do you have any understanding whether all devices have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess,
Oh,
reading reports that they
Burgess has been schooling you. So Burgess knew things that you didn't. You're the guy with the PhD and all the fancy degrees and the name dropping and the credentials dropping, and Burgess with no BS, but a whole lot of BS had to teach you something about clock drift, because despite all of your fancy contortion moves that you did by patting yourself on the back for all of your achievements, you didn't know about this. Listen to this. He didn't know about it. This is something new, maybe, that Shannon with one N Burgess has just invented. Huh.
tie it back to, we are ultimately trying to also tie it back
Trying to tie it back. Trying
the
to.
clock on his cell phone.
We're trying
Mr.
to.
O'Keefe's cell phone, correct.
Do you have
Contortionist.
any understanding whether all devices have the exact
This
same
is important.
clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess,
Yeah.
reading reports,
Mr.
that they
Burgess
can have, there
taught
can be
him
as
that.
much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
He didn't know that before.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard the,
Sure. Jurors disregard that answer.
Sure, I'll tell the jury to disregard it, but you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, because I'm not quick enough with my sustained button or my mostly overruled button to allow the witness to answer, and then I have to tell the jury to unhear it. But I love it because it tells me he didn't know this. Shannon Burgess made it all up, and Shannon Burgess told him that. He schooled him on something.
Reading reports that they can have, there can be as
Every
much
round
as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Yeah, well, I guess
have you ever heard,
they weren't supposed to talk about
Sure. Jurors disregard that answer.
have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms.
differences from the correct answer. So there's a correct answer, and then there's some variances that we just throw in there to make our explanations more plausible. Because, sometimes the correct answer doesn't fit, and we gotta, stuff a square peg into a round hole. And so we take the correct answer, and then we, allow for some variances so that we can shoehorn this theory in here about John O'Keefe being hit by a car, but that wouldn't register in the tech stream data as an event anyway. But a 3-point turn would. Are you effing kidding me? Listen to this again. There's the correct answer, and then we throw in some variables to confuse everyone, including the jury and the worldwide audience. The world is watching, dude. The world is watching. Somebody said earlier, my daughter calls him a Temu sugar daddy. He's got 270 mil. I'll allow it. That was an excellent comment. I put it up before. This is outrageous. And you should be outraged. There's a woman on trial for murder of a Boston police officer facing life in prison, and there's a correct answer, And then we just throw in a whole bunch of variables or variances, time drifts. We make up some bullshit. Listen to it again, because I can't believe it strains credulity to me too. Listen.
Differences from the answer.
What do you understand that to be?
Regard that answer.
Have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So a different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
Is that the scientific method? You
You
think I make
mentioned
it
on
too
the
big of a deal
slide
about nothing,
A
people?
time of 12:23.
Much ado about nothing? It is Shakespearean, isn't it?
In O'Keefe's cell phone data at point 154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct?
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus text stream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have
Sir, why didn't you use the data from Karen Reed's cell phone to sync up with her Karen Reed's vehicle data? Because wouldn't that make more sense since she had her phone on her at all times and, you know, John O'Keefe is no longer among the living? Wouldn't it make more sense? And then you could actually find some other key cycle events and you could sync them also up with her phone to find out if those data points were not variable and, you know, make it make more sense. You didn't want to do that. You also couldn't do it because all of the GPS points on Karen's cell phone data were erased while in MSP custody. Yeah, that you heard that right. In April of 2022, they were all erased. Her phone was wiped of GPS data. Ask yourselves why and how and who did that. But I want him to be asked that question because I want to know the answer and I want to hear him say it.
clock on the Lexus 358?
Correct?
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus text stream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the
Shannon
slide, did
Burgess
you have the
told me.
benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Oh,
Did you
May 8th.
later learn more information, more specific information?
He learned it in the middle of trial as they started making up their theory and formulating their theory and changing their theory. Because in the first trial, Lally opened with the collision happened at 12:45. And now the clocks are drifting all the way back to make the data fit. Pin it on the girl. Listen, he didn't find this out until May 8th. The trial started on something like April 22nd. Are you effing kidding me? No, I don't think any other judge in the world would have allowed this in. And if she didn't allow it in, she wouldn't have been reversed on appeal. So this is a joke. Listen, when did you get the more detailed information from Shannon Burgess, the genius with no degree, the liar?
Developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yes.
Okay.
Did we know that Welcher amended his report too, or did we just think that Burgess
I'd like to
amended
show
his
an
report?
exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
It's 192A.
That's what this voir dire was about this morning, because now Welcher also amended his report to line up with Burgess. This is outrageous. You should be outraged.
Ms. Gilman, can we start with 192B? Dr. Welcher?
Yes.
Please approach. 3-point turn O'Keefe iPhone location data is the name of the slide. They're going to approach and we can scooch a little bit closer to real time because we're a little bit behind here, as often happens when we rant and go off on side journeys into the oblivion of ridiculousness that this case has become. And then it also gives us time to scooch through the breaks, which we like, or at least I like. I hope you guys like it too. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Jeff. Music by the Crash Test Dummies.
Dr. Welcher, if you could take us back to slide 30.
Take us back to 1994, if you will. Rest in peace, John O'Keefe. Thank you for
And
putting
so we
me in the
understand
chat.
you mentioned there were two triggering events. Is this the first one or the second one?
It's the first one.
Is that the one you've labeled the 3-point turn?
Correct?
And where did that happen? What street?
Cedar Crest?
Cedar Crest, maybe?
At this 3-point turn triggering event, there is a time in red, 12:23:38.
Correct.
Where is that time taken from?
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at 0.154.
Sorry.
And is there another time on there?
I mean, I do the math between those two.
Where's that?
Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we can
Sure.
see it better?
Sorry.
So
Sorry.
there's an
Ryan
infotainment
Nagel
time of
is already there.
12:36, I guess, another time. That
Another
answers your
time?
question. Then we have
The 12:36.
I guess there's another time to answer your question because, you know, we got to keep changing things to fit our narrative.
time. Yeah. So there's an infotainment time of 12:36, I guess, another time. That answer your question. Then we have,
The 12:36, what does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
that's when the text stream data basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the text stream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct. Sorry.
Okay.
Was it remote start? Because weren't they still in the waterfall at 12:12? I don't know, I have to go back to that video and watch it. Yeah, this is the guy who's supposed to counteract the crash daddies, correct?
So when the car turned on, then we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the text stream
Hang
that
on.
shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the text stream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
Continue, please.
And if you can enlarge that because it's hard to see back here.
Sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162-1. The information in blue is speed.
Oh, RPM
Comes
data.
out of the text stream in kilometers an hour.
Bam, hold on. There's RPM data here. People were saying about the RPMs because there's also, as I've been screaming about for a long time, there's also a 3-point turn in the driveway at Dighton. We've seen the
Speed.
video.
It comes out of the text.
Wait, let me just scooch it back. Look, here's a whole column. Let me let this play and then freeze it. Be in trouble. I know you're watching. So there's the RPM data right here in this column. I don't know if you can see my cursor. Don't break your TV and send me a bill. RPM 31.5, 45.5, 50.5, and then 50.5. That means nothing to me, but some of you guys are way smarter when it comes to this. Say that the RPMs in the driveway when they were trying to get out of that 2-foot snowbank might have been increased. And so I'm curious about that. Somebody I hope will run with this and make something of it.
Blue is speed.
It's nothing.
It comes out of the text stream in kilometers an hour, converted to miles per hour, feet per second. Looked at the total distance traveled. Shift position. So in the text stream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive. A shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
Oh, okay.
There's no zeros. What would a zero indicate?
0 is usually neutral. And I believe 3 is park. So
You believe 3 is park?
So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle.
I want to see some 3s because she was parked outside of Fairview while the car was running for how long while she was waiting for John? There should be some 3s on this list. Am I right? Shouldn't there be some 3s on this list when she was parked outside waiting for him? Yeah, I think so. Where are the 3s? I think I'm cracking the case as we move along here.
So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So Over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer,
Where's the park?
stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with the rightward steer back.
Yep. And that would explain
take a-
why, if she was parked in the driveway making her phone call, she made like 7 phone calls from the time she attached to the Wi-Fi at 12:36 until the car was shut off at 12:42 or whatever time he's going to say. That car should have been in park. There should be 3s in that column. And if there's not, I call once again bullshit.
It's over to the left of that data.
I don't think she sat outside with her foot on the brake the whole time she was at Fairview. No, I don't think she did. I just don't think so.
When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event, can a key cycle, or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point it's turned off, whatever amount of time, can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, you can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a
There's
little bit
Jim
to the
coughing
right
again.
on this, is there something you can see on here that caused the triggering event, some of the data?
Yes. So if you look at the triggering, the indication of what this trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it as how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30% quicken time after shipping into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see, it went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, the accelerator pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T or the trigger in the tech stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data, can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
Can somebody explain to me
More gas?
how all of this data was leaked to Yellow Cottage Cheese and other YouTubers and Twidiots to put out there? Somebody tell me how all this information was leaked to them, because a lot of them not so confidential informants have been screaming about this on court TV and in other places about this accelerate, the percentage of the acceleration on the pedals, and how, she pressed on it she gunned it in reverse with this much pressure on the pedal, right? Who leaked it to them? Pretty obvious now, because here's exactly what this guy's testifying about, and we know that he didn't render his first report until January of 2025. So who's been leaking it? Love to know. Love to know. 600 is an idle, says out of scope, and these numbers are whack. 50% throttle and only 1,400 RPMs. What? You're much smarter than I am, so I'm going to take your word for it. Tully, you think Tully leaked it? Thank you, Sharon. I'll take this closed captions off so you guys can screenshot this and do your magic with it later, but all this information was leaked. It is outrageous. It's maddening. And Kevin Yellow Cottage Sales has been spewing about this data on Court TV for a long, long time. He even wrote a book.
Is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us.
Yeah, but they have the
total
exact numbers,
distance and
Barry
distant
Raven.
travel columns. How do you read that?
And they knew it.
Sure. So we
Barry
know
Raven, they knew all this information well before the trial started. They've been squawking about this for a very long time, right?
the speed at various times. We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second.
Pre-crash
Feet per
data?
second, you're going so many feet per second.
Wait, I forgot to put the closed captions on, but did he say pre-crash data? There was no crash recorded as an event, you said, dude. Aperture sucks. Somebody said aperture sucks. What do you mean pre-crash data? I thought you said it didn't pick up the crash. It's not a triggering event.
You can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example, you just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval, that's during this short time period. And then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot.
Oh.
I mean, you might
Oops.
have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this
Where?
brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You
Okay.
have a brake switch, which
here.
is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not at the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have returned to an okay state. And so then it stops monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty
This is his
whether
opinion.
or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the text stream data, about 12 minutes,
About.
23 seconds after the vehicle was turned on. So
It's a 6-minute
You
ride.
have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone.
yes,
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
According to Burgess.
And so the Lexus clock at 21, 23, 38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for Justin.
Excellent.
Please.
Excellent. Kimberly McNeil says she's on lunch, but will be operating heavy equipment again soon. Please stop the madness. I hate this guy in Brennan, shaking my head. Somebody wants to know if that was Chris Albert in the front row. I do not believe that that is Chris Albert in the front row. No. Paul O'Keefe is in the back row along with that guy who was childhood friends with John O'Keefe. Thank you, Kimberly. Operate that heavy equipment safely, please, darling. Okay, sidebar. And then live court is on a short break. Okay, I think we may be able to we may be able to scooch all the way to the end of this short break. Oh, here, yep, we can. Look at us. Catching up to real
Brennan, you can
time.
continue. The objection's overruled.
Oh, of course it's overruled. She got her overruled button out, everyone. Are you shocked?
Dr. Welcher, could you take us to slide 30?
Didn't Brennan tell the court, and just indulge me for one moment, that Burgess and Welcher had to like redo their reports because of the recent stuff that ARCA guys did, right? Doesn't sound that way to me. Sounds to me like Welcher redid his report based on Shannon Burgess's new report, and Shannon Burgess's new report was based on Whiffin's testimony and report. So at what point did they have to amend their reports because of what the ARCA witnesses said? Am I conflating things here? Yeah, they're only on slide 30 and he's got 140 slides. Yeah, Chris can't be there, right? He's on the witness list. I don't think they're going to call him, but you're correct. He wouldn't be able to be there.
Right photograph and the text under the right. You were explaining to us the time relevance of 12:23:38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 12:23:38 referring to?
The 12:23:38 is syncing the text stream time to real world time. So we know how long the text stream is on. We know when the vehicle was turned on. So we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds for when the end of the trigger is, that gives you 12:23:38. So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38.
Based on the infotainment clock?
Based on the infotainment clock.
And that's from the Lexus?
From the Lexus.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
And where's that from?
The Lexus.
Thank you. The 12:23:58 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at
O'Keefe.
point 154. Again, from the original data we had just at 154 and 155 and not the in-between points. So
And at the bottom in parentheses.
You invented some new
explain to
data.
us What that means.
sure, if you look at where the text stream math works out to be, 12:23:38.8, and compare that to 12:23:58, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between which clocks?
Between what the text stream infotainment system would show compared to what point 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the differences between?
You now
the
have a
clock
new opinion?
on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes.
And what is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow that.
Oh, she's going to allow
It's-
it. She's gonna
You
give it to him.
need to advance the text stream clock 21 to 29 seconds.
You need to advance it 21 to 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
Because the cell phone is ahead 21 to 29 seconds.
Mhm. Right.
After you advance the text stream ahead,
So why don't we just subtract 21 to 29 seconds from John O'Keefe's phone? Why don't we do it that way? Because Apple is more reliable than Lexus, Toyota. I thought they would like set their time from like satellites and stuff. No? Or are we just trying to fit around peg in a square hole or vice versa at this point? I mean, why don't we do it the other way? So now you're pushing the alleged collision ahead. Well, good. Go ahead. Go on with your bad self, because Ryan Nagel texted here to Juliana Nagel at 12:23 when he was at the driveway and Karen Reed was in front of him and had been there for quite some time. So BS.
21 to 29 seconds, can you then compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system Lexus to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can proceed.
Yeah, we need to make the data fit. Ducking the keys. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you sent me. I don't have an address for people to send anything. Did you send me an email?
So I think we left
you.
off here. So that's 1162-1. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that text
Original
stream data, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means.
Wait a minute. They got a video.
This is what the 10 seconds of data is.
They made a video. Pie Wacket says Brennan's voice reminds me of Jerry Lewis as the Nutty Professor. Kind of looks like him too. Try and unhear it now. Thank you for telling us that. Look, they made a little video. I'm going to full screen it for you so you can see their little video better. Of a fake car pulling into the fake driveway at 34 Fairview or making a fake 3-point turn. We'll see.
Steering angles. We have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is.
How much money did they pay for this? Yellow Cottage Cheese made a video. Are they going to use that
Again,
one
just
too?
because the simulation stopped, that's just where the text stream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, that the car's still moving. That's just the last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning? Where's that reflected in the data?
Sure. So you can see
And you'll have to enlarge that. I'm sorry, Doctor.
column N, that's the ship position. So that's looking, we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a 3-point turn, you generally start, in this case, if you're going to the left, with the left turn. So you can see we have this steering angle here, then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down and you get down to a speed of approximately 0. Shift into reverse, back up, and then start to turn the other direction as you're backing up. So again, you want the rear to go to the right, you turn the steering wheel to the right, right is negative, and then as you start to pull around and pull forward, you turn back to correct for the steering, and so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data, and the steering angle for that Lexus, that's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is we have the infotainment, we have the text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155. There's additional data points between here. So we're looking at how well does our predicted time compare to those two. So with the cell phone correction, you end up with the text stream data at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. So that's actually right in between these two data points. And so we know 154 was closest, but it's on the right-hand side of the road. 155 is when it's turned around and heading back in the southerly direction. So the cell phone data corroborates the text stream timing data in conjunction with the infotainment system data.
Thank you. Please continue.
Oh, why couldn't you hear me? I said Be on Trouble is amazing, and he spent a lot of money on this case. And he said what we were all thinking is that.
So we talked about 1162-1. That's the first trigger on the text stream. So we're going to go to 1162-2. So I've highlighted that in yellow. So we're now talking about the second trigger. So this is on the same ignition cycle. It's on ignition cycle 1162. We have that same continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock, we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds. So at the trigger, 19 minutes and 2 seconds. And again, we have 5 seconds either side of that. So between 18 minutes, 57.6 seconds to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds.
Could you enlarge that, please?
Which part?
That part where your arrow is. You were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. Again, we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welcher, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that 3-point turn, that this second trigger occurred?
Yes. 3-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the 3-point turn occurred
I'm
after?
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the 3-point turn?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Wow. So that was.
Can you walk us through this data?
Sure.
Sure. Him and Shannon Burgess went to the same school of testimony. Sure.
Okay.
Oh, he's got a sighing problem too. And we have an
So
emoji
we
for that.
have the accelerometer data here.
Loudmouse, I agree. Thanks for your super chat.
I've highlighted a shift from drive to neutral to reverse.
I'm sorry,
Again-
you're gonna need to zoom that in so we can see it.
Absolutely. We have information on the brake switch, brake oil pressure. We have the acceleration data here. And then from that information and using the acceleration data, calculating the speed at which it's backing up. The reason we have slightly different calculations here is we have some evidence that the wheel's slipping on the ground. So we need to use the accelerometer because the wheel speed is simply telling you the speed of the wheel. It's like if you're stationary burning rubber, the speedometer reads a certain speed, but you're not going anywhere. But the
What if you're in snow?
accelerometer tells you how much the vehicle's moving. So from all that information, we get information on how far the vehicle's traveled. We've done it in terms of total travel distance. We've done it relative to the start position.
I'm gonna ask you to start on the columns on the left and take us through the information that you have regarding this second triggering event. So if you can scroll all the way to the left.
All the way to the left?
Yep. Okay. So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the
Time,
continuous
time,
running clock.
it's become of
And the
me.
second column in blue.
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a key cycle event, different than the 3-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2.
And
So again, it's technically in the system the same key cycle. I've called it 1162-2.
and the red number next to it to the right.
That's the mileage. So it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1. So we know, obviously, they're within the same mile.
If you could scroll over a couple of columns. From your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during
Yes.
that event?
Yeah.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I've corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this on a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in the RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometers data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each
Thanks, Jeff.
interval. Then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you can see it basically stops in this area here.
Basically.
Then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total, is that according to the data or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you can see,
I'm sorry.
you can still see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, you know, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
Again,
So to
all the
start with
Twidiots knew this
distance
a long time
traveled, you
ago.
can go to the top. We see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point and 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased, or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know.
Likely.
And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
And what is the
That is not
percentage of
accurate.
throttle that has to
Justice for
be
John O'Keefe. I'll correct
initiated
it later,
to
but
cause
it's
a
not
triggering
accurate.
event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application, it's 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire is spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just, a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is, it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculated the speed or the position at each interval going across the top here.
If I could stop you at your column that says JBW speed at each time step.
JBW. Judson Blair
Go to the
Welcher.
bottom, please.
Agree,
So
Ben
does your
George.
data
I
indicate
agree.
that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have zero brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Oh,
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
oh, so it's
The
all
shift
speculative.
position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
And so where's the park event? Where does it go in park? Because she puts it in park before she turns off the ignition. So there has to be some 3s on this chart. And I see no 3s on this chart.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at one time step. And again, there's a little timing issue. Like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay.
Could have been a
Continue,
remote
Dr.
start
Welcher.
from inside the bar. Could have. Miners Cal.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide. you can
Nope.
Sure,
do
just
that.
say whatever you want, sir. Go right ahead.
So similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information.
Additional
So what you
information.
can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2. We know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds.
Wait, he doesn't even know. He's confused by his own data.
This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. The 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12:36, plus the 19:7.5 indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
So when you reconcile that variance of 21.9 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this and add
Simply
21 seconds to it, and
21 to
add
29.
29 seconds to it, So you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14.
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12. Does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John O'Keefe's cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time.
Counts.
So this is taking into account that variance.
So the only time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12?
Sustained.
Is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Oh yeah, the final lock event.
Let's
Right.
stick with this window if we can.
Okay.
Since you only have 10 seconds of data, is it possible from the Lexus clock data to have a larger window than this 10-second window?
No, the text stream will only give you a 10-second window,
Okay.
but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood.
Understood.
Okay,
He doesn't
continue,
understand at all. He doesn't understand.
So I have this other event, a lock event, and the information I was given that at 12, it's 12:32:09. And so we have the text stream data ending at somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12, which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
The Judson Blair Witch
this a good
Project,
place to
somebody
take
said,
Luncheon break?
Certainly, all right.
Okay, so why don't we
MM
do that, George?
gets
So
credit for that. The Judson
Take
Blair Witch
45
Project.
minutes for lunch.
All right, she's giving him 45 minutes for lunch, but that was
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
a while ago. Not so long ago. It was
You
only
are muted.
maybe 10 minutes ago. So maybe we have until 1:45. It is now 1:10 p.m. here on the East Coast. And boy, is anybody are we having fun yet? Are we having fun yet? Chat, Snark Tank. Look, Ma, no brains. This is Laura Riker. Going back to the beginning with some of the ones that I saved. Krista Ryan saw Dead and Company at the Sphere a couple weeks ago. Shout out to her mom. Shout out to Krista Ryan's mom. Love it. Love you. Great new username here. I went to the sidebah with Melanie Little. That's amazing. And you became a new member, and I love your name. Ms. Holmes pointed out that Chief is the nickname of Proctor's school buddy. That's the one who's on the wit list? Are you the one who sent me an email that you went to prom with him? Somebody did. Zeldabot Whippin' Post has been on there for a long time. I love the almonds, brothers. A little almond joy on the playlist. When do you think the defense will call Proctor, or will they call him at all? We don't know, M. Monge. I don't have any advance notice of the defense's witness list, but I do believe, and I have reason to believe, that Welcher may be the last witness for the Commonwealth. How long he will be on the stand, or on the bobby, as we like to say, on the barbecue, is anyone's guess. I don't think they'll finish with him today. But if they do, it means the Commonwealth could rest soon. And I don't know what the defense would do. Green-eyed Southern girl. Thank you. This is Elf today. I think I'm wearing Elf. Elf makes a lot of great eyeshadow, and I use so much of it because I only really wear makeup when I'm on camera. So I used it every day if I'm with you guys on trial. And Elf they sell it at CVS and Walgreens. Their palettes are great, and it lasts, and it has really good pigment. You know, it's hard to find like a less expensive eyeshadow that has good pigment. So highly recommend. This one I think that I have on today is like the little tiny travel one. It's like a bunch of like bronzes and browns. Thanks for liking it. And for asking. Lisa Perez 76 says, a TikTok creator knows someone involved in the case and says the defense has a bombshell news. I think this could be the delay. That was this morning at the sidebar. Thanks, Lisa Perez. I don't know which TikToker you're talking about. Beth, younger jury equals major YouTube watchers. Younger people only loosely follow rules. Younger people question and doubt authority. My son is a police officer here in ALB. This is so wrong on so many levels. I agree with you. I agree with you. And I agree with everything that you're saying. I think you're spot on about the jury. I hope they're following the rules. They need to follow the rules, but they also understand technology so much better than Gen Xers like myself understand the technology. And so I think that they're going to realize that a lot of this is BS. They're going to be like, yeah, you're telling me that my car is 30 seconds technically off from my phone? I don't believe it. We have satellites for that now. Everything should be in sync. You're full of it. Maybe they'll think that way. Maybe there are some techies on the jury. We don't know. We really don't know much about the makeup of the jury other than 9 men, 9 women, and that they skew younger. Somebody estimated, I think it was Annie Elise that was there. She was there one day. She estimates that I think 70% of the jury are like under 40. So interesting. We are just like normal moms, said sending love from Bama. Just curious why Brian Higgins never texted Karen Reed back when she told him Officer John O'Keefe died. Sus to me. I've been screaming about that too. John is dead. That is the last communication between Karen and Brian Higgins. And Brian Higgins didn't even try and white knight her, right? He wanted a future with her. Where are we going? I want to know what you want. You got to tell me what you want. Do you think I'm hot? When did you first think I was hot? And then all of a sudden she texts John's dead after the the night before that Higgins texted her and she didn't respond. She never hears from him again. I find that incredibly sus too. Joey A, can they play testimony from last trial as evidence? No, they cannot. They cannot. They can use transcripts to impeach witnesses, but they can't play video of any testimony. Freeze Burn Freddy, is that Chris Albert in the front row? No, he wouldn't be there because also he is on the witness list, so he couldn't be. Watching says Joe Krowski Sr. is sitting next to Mr. Reed every day. Okay, he is not on the side of justice or the Reed side. There is like a little velvet rope next to where Mr. Reed sits, where any attorneys who are in the courthouse that want to sit in, I guess, maybe some interns. And I saw Caleb Schillinger there earlier. He's the appellate attorney for the Commonwealth. Joe Krowski Jr. is the one who is on court TV all the time. His dad, Joe Krowski Sr., watching says, is a McAlbert supporter. He represented Jill Daniels at her A and B hearing in Falmouth. Why is he there gathering information for Alberts? No, he is Hank Brennan's biggest cheerleader, from what I understand. Joe Krowski Sr. Let me take the banner down for a second. And that is why he is there every day. And you guys can back me up on that in the chat. Apparently, Joe Krowski Sr. is like the fan club president of Brennan, aka Brennan. Fire and Acid said Tully's not even on this case. WTF? Yeah, Tully's the Uber driver now for the witnesses too. Right? Remember the day that the crash daddies were forced to come in and be like terrorized on a voir dire before this trial, season 2. And Brennan was like grilling Dr. Wolf about being picked up by somebody named, I don't remember who, Ingrid or someone, went nuts about it. And they've got Tully picking up this guy at the airport on Saturday night. Make it make sense. Maybe he's driving the exemplar Lexus now. Maybe they gave it to Tully. I mean, they paid for it. It's on the bill, I'm sure. Wicked awesome. His CV on his website says not for expert designation. Why? Well, I think it was watermarked that way after Shannon with one ends dumpster fire of examination, because now I would bet that Aperture has got to make sure that all of their expert witness resumes are accurate, and they're probably going to go back to the beginning and try and get proof maybe from all of the of their experts to make sure that they're telling the truth on their resumes, since they have been publicly shamed and they've had to do the walk of shame, and they may have lost many clients as a result of this. And that is why, in my opinion, they all of a sudden put that up perhaps on every witness's CV. Somebody pointed out earlier that this guy sold his company to Aperture for something like $270 million. Thank you, Netwoman. Netwoman, are you the Netwoman that is always on Lawyer You Know, gifting like 200 memberships at a time? If you are, your reputation precedes you. Hazy Shade of Winter, I believe, is already on there. I think I have the original version, though, not the Bangles version. It is a pleasure to meet you. Vet Girl RWB, thank you for your service. As always, you've been coming in hot with a lot of super chats. I've been putting them up as we go along. Wasn't Ms. K, meaning Karen, indicted on a certain timeline, events, etc.? How is this okay? I don't think she was indicted on a timeline. There was a motion made before the first trial to dismiss the indictments because of shenanigans that went on in front of the grand jury, but they certainly didn't have a timeline back then. They just had, she backed into him with her car. I don't think they had a timeline at that time. I don't think they ever said what time it happened because that grand jury was in something like April 2022. I don't think they had any of that data yet. Remember, the clothing wasn't even tested until a year later. The taillight pieces weren't even tried. They didn't even try and put the taillight pieces together until a year later. So they certainly didn't pull any data. They certainly didn't pull any ring camera footage from any of the something like 50 locations that had ring cameras on Karen's way home back to One Meadows. They didn't pull any of that stuff. So why would they ever have it was just like, yeah, you can indict a ham sandwich, go for it. Upgrade her to murder too, because you know what? As stated in the group text messages between the Alberts and the McCabe's, if she takes a plea, this will all be over. If not, it's going to be a whole other episode. Yeah. That was in the text messages sometime around, I want to say 4:30 on the same day that Karen Reed was arrested 3 hours later. Dun, dun, dun. Yep. Make it make sense. You can't. A vet girl again coming in with another 10. This trial started when? The witnesses said what? Now a new timeline? Outrageous? Unacceptable. Yeah. How about this? How about if you don't have evidence to convict a defendant, you don't prosecute the defendant? Like, this is in such bad faith. It is so egregious. Some may say it's corrupt. You tell me what you think. Reasonable doubt. Free Karen Reed. Explain the physics behind the taillight pieces going in the same distance as his body when they are at a lower mass and the light would have imploded, not exploded. Yes, Ed Wallace is here. Duty Ron's partner on the Duty Ron channel. He's a forensics expert. He is the most experty of experts. And he says there is a way to determine which way that tail light broke, whether inward or outward. They didn't do any of those tests because, why would they? Why would they? Thanks, Reasonable Doubt. Former expert Shannon B. Love the username. What was the purpose of the voir dire? Simply so the jury didn't hear Alessi demolish another witness or let them know of Hank's dodgy dealings? No, he's gonna do it. He'll be able to do that in cross. He was trying to get the judge to rule to keep out some of this stuff due to unfair surprise, or I'm not sure what his arguments were because everything was done at sidebar. But the judge did allow him a limited voir dire, and we heard the skewering, and you can rest assured that that is going to happen on cross as well. So never fear, it's going to happen. Caesar said also he did not for expert designation on his CV. So I wanted to highlight that to remember to address it. Massachusetts, if the phone turned off after the alleged strike, why couldn't someone at the party have manipulated the phone after the event? Could use John O'Keefe's biometric after the hit. Absolutely, they could have. Absolutely. LNMD93 says, oh my God, Melanie, we missed you so much this weekend. Well, where were you? I was here this weekend. I did 2 shows on Friday, a show on Sunday, and a show on Monday. So where were you is my question. You got to make sure you've got all notifications set. Sometimes YouTube unsets your notifications for you. It's a little YouTube humor. They do it. You got to make sure you have your notifications set to all, not just personalized or some other random setting, and you will know. And all of my streams have been more than a half an hour in advance. And so if you have it set to all, you will get a notification 30 minutes before I go live, and then again when I go live. But you also have to have them enabled on your phone. Otherwise, your phone won't show you the notification. So it's a 2-step process. Again, Vet Girl with another one. Another hot 10, car versus car. Lost. An officer is no longer here. And we now have him equal car, moped, skateboard, not allowed to crash test on real people. Yeah, he said that they crash tested on 50 to 70 volunteers. Sideswipe pedestrian collision. They had volunteers come in for that. How much do you think they paid them? More than like medical witnesses? I don't know. We have about 23 minutes until they're allegedly coming back, so we're going to move on with the questions. Helene, again, is a biomedical engineer and on the edge of her seat. Naora Moya survivors the same department that killed Sandra Birchmore and baby. No, the man who murdered, who is sitting in federal prison awaiting his murder trial, Matthew Farwell, was a Stoughton police officer, but Sandra Birchmore was killed in Canton, and it was Canton PD who investigated first. Some of the same MSP troopers were involved in that also. And I think it was Fanning who didn't Fanning go to high school with Matthew Farwell, Stoughton police officer? And Fanning was the one who ruled it quickly ruled it a suicide and, interviewed him in the car and stuff. Yeah, I think so. But thank you. Just say no to sideswipe volunteering. See what I mean by Snark Tank and great names? Signing up to be the driver in the Commonwealth sideswipe. Well done. Well done. Just say no to sideswipe volunteering free Karen Reid. Thank you. Chloe Albert's revenge. Why do I feel like his experiments are done in a circus? You know that bit where they open the car door and the clowns just keep coming out? Yes, I do. But remember, he had it coming. He had it coming. He had it coming all along. So whatever happens to him on cross, I don't feel bad about it. If you'd have been there, if you'd have seen it, how could you tell me that I was wrong? You know what that's from. It's one of my favorites. That girl. FYI, breaking any safety standards and collecting data makes data a big zero. Human testing is against the law, I think. Woohoo worldwide. Is he going to do an accident reconstruction of Shannon's time on the stand? See? So well done. Enjoying your commentary. Woohoo. Woohoo. That was a great comment. Hank Brennan's floating timeline says, this is maddening. How is Bev going to let this stand? If the defense had pulled the scrap, her head would have exploded. Yes. If the defense had pulled this, she would have had grave concerns. Her grave concerns are so unfounded. The grave concerns that she had about the defense attorneys not turning over materials that they didn't have because ARCA was hired by the feds. It's outrageous. It's maddening. It is maddening. You're absolute. That's a perfect word for it. Thank you for your super chat. All things dyslexia assistance. Brennan just asked if he testified for the government. Doesn't that open the door to ask ARCA the same thing? Well, yes, they can say, do you testify for plaintiffs in civil cases? Yes. Do you also testify for defendants in civil cases? Sure. Do you ever testify for the government? Yes. Testifying for the government is different than asking, were you hired by the FBI? But yes, they can ask if they have ever testified for the government. That was a great question. Therese, wait till Hot Crash Daddy comes in. Shout out to Karen and Kier watching with us. Praise Kier. The Silver Leaf. Her daughter said he's a Temu sugar daddy. That is so excellent that I wanted to say it again and give you credit and your daughter credit for it. Kelly PCG, I'm not impressed. He doesn't know his resume or articles he's written. Most of my article was cars to cars. Most of my article, right? Spine Institute, front camera on GM cars. Wrong trial, doc. Bet he's related to Aunt Lydia. Another Handmaid's Tale reference. And it's, oh, when's the new episode come out? Did it come out last night? Don't tell me, because I didn't, wait, is it over? I can't remember now. I remember the Taylor Swift song being in the last episode that I watched, but I don't think it's over yet. Under Her Eye, right? The new episode come out last night or today? Don't tell me. No spoilers, please. Cynthia, unless it's over and I totally forgot. They're having lunch. They're at lunch right now. They're having lunch. They're coming back at, the finale is tonight. Okay. Season finale. Okay. Yeah, they had Taylor Swift's song in the last, and it was great, wasn't it? UAB Blazers, says Cynthia, but please Roll Tide as much as you want. Thank you. Well, then what is Roll Tide? Is that a different University of Alabama? Tell me. Don't tell me if you already watched it. No spoilers, please. I'm sad that it's coming to an end, but also I'm kind of over, hate me for it. Elizabeth Moss has been overreacting this whole entire season, and I'm over it. The overacting is enough already. That girl, cars at the scene lined up. Where? From across the street? Mm-hmm. Stormy Bell, why does he need Karen Reid's medical records? Oh, I don't know. So he can probably throw in there, Stormy Bell, that she was drunk. She's crazy because she was sectioned and she's drunk. That's my analysis of that. Pierogi Cacciatore says the height adjustable suspension lowers automatically when the car is off. So was the car off or running during John O'Keefe's versus Karen's car test? Every inch matters. That's great. I didn't know if her Lexus had that adjustable height thing. I know some Range Rovers had it. I didn't know if she had it or not. Let's do the timeline again. 12,666 is the mileage on key cycle 1167 on Trooper Paul's chart. Okay, thank you for that. Put a pin in that for later. Was ARCA given such access to both vehicles? I think what they did was, instead of paying ARCA to go, now I'm confused. Instead of paying ARCA to go and examine both vehicles, I think they used I think they used Aperture's measurements and 3D scans in their analysis. But if I'm wrong about that, someone in the chat will correct me, because believe it or not, there are people in the chat who know more about this case even than I do. Thank you. All right. Says Leah Latham says the University of Alabama is in Tuscaloosa. It's the state's flagship university and a completely different school than UAB. That is so interesting to me. I didn't know. I thought maybe it was like, well, I guess it's like University of Colorado in Boulder is a different school than the University of Colorado in Denver, right? Okay, I dig. Okay. Justice for John O'Keefe, Free Karen Reed says, fun fact, Aperture is sponsor of, okay, this is what I want to correct. So Aperture was not a sponsor of the Norfolk County Bar Association. I think you meant Norfolk. You wrote Newport. That is not true. Judge Cannoni was awarded Person of the Year at the Norfolk County Bar Association dinner last Wednesday. Many people say that's why she called court off on Thursday. I say it's because they didn't want Welcher on the stand, because then they wouldn't be able to prep him after Tully picked him up at the airport on Saturday, because he would have been under oath and had to come in earlier. And he said he was supposed to be here Monday, but you know, no big whoop. Aperture was the sponsor of the Massachusetts Bar Association dinner, the Bar Association of Massachusetts, the State Bar Association. And that, as I have pointed out a couple of times in a couple of shows before this, if you weren't here, that's not uncommon. Aperture's clientele is probably mostly government. So somebody else put in here, I think that they sponsored another bar association dinner in another state, and not uncommon, let's just say. And you say also that Marcy got it last year, Person of the Year. That I did not know. So that could be a coincidence, but I don't know. Carol, Ann, please answer. What about the defense new witness list filed? We covered that this morning. It's 4 witnesses who are going to come in and just testify as keeper of records about laying foundation for some other witnesses. It's nothing exciting at all, but we did go over it first thing this morning. That was docket number 697, because we're almost up to 700 filings in this case. Chloe Albert's revenge. There was a radioactive hair and some bionic glass clinging to the car during that trip. Does that register as a triggering event? Asking for a friend. Let's do the timeline again. Says Karen drove around Canton at 5 a.m. Key cycle 1163, 0 miles. That's a great point. We'll have to go back to the chats and look at it. A more of Alessi could have is still reasonable doubt, right, Mel? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Could have, kind of, sort of, might have been, approximately. Katie Rooston, I'll admit I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. I don't believe you. But I can't follow this guy's poorly made PowerPoint. I think ARCA will overshadow him with their polished presentation, probably why they work with NASA. Go figure, right? And the NHL. And the U.S. Department of Defense, right? Sidebar check. I remote start my vehicle all the time, so it's warm when I get in. I have not heard one word explaining the key on time. Explaining the key on time was actual remote start time. Agreed. I know. But did they remote start it? Wouldn't they be able to tell that from the tech stream data? I don't know. Because with my car, when I remote start it, it'll start the car and it'll warm it up. But when I get in the car, I got to push the button again, and then it adjusts my seat, and then it goes on again. And Charles says the same thing from South Africa. Because the radio is on doesn't mean the car is running. I often press the button once and set my music and only push the start button after 10 minutes. See? Music is life, isn't it? Yes, it is. Genius Dr. Alessi saves the world. Hulda from Iceland is here. The world is watching. All blue in his charts are imaginary times. Yes, imaginary times made up by him. Variance is the swag method, says Kev Mirth. Thank you so much, SWAG. Stephanie Flynn, this is a farce. 0 cross today at this rate. Thank you for tuning in. Across the pond. Kamala Norris, the odor of mendacity is pungent, doctor. My BS flag, sir, my FUBAR flag. Tell us if the start time was from auto start from key fob. Thank you. Thank you, Kamala. Yvette, Trooper Paul started his testing on 1164. So 1162 could not be at Fairview. I've been screaming this. I've been screaming it too. 1162 would be in the driveway at Dighton. But now they're going to change it, and they're going to say that Trooper Paul did not start his testing on 11/64, and now he started it at a different time. All fodder for cross-examination, which I hope and pray with all of my being that we get to today, because if I have to listen to Brennan drone on all day, my head might explode, not just pop off, but actually Monty Python explode, blood everywhere. Like, I don't know, what movie was it where the guy ate so much that he exploded at the end? Was that Life of Brian, or was that Monty Python, Meaning of Life? I don't remember. You guys know what I'm talking about. I know you do. And the vomit buckets was such a gross thing, but it was etched in my brain. Biatch 414 says aperture equals a pathetic erroneous report to use regardless of errors. Well done. Entry required. Tuning in from Sweden. Take a W to task on variances and deviations. Jeez. The Meaning of Life. Thank you, J9 Sween. Thank you. Always love a good Monty Python reference, and it was The Meaning of Life. Right. Life on Makeup is in here too. She knows. Thank you. I knew you guys would know. You guys know everything. We're so collaborative or coaborative. Thank you, Julie Dawn, for becoming a member. And thank you to Curious Savage for becoming a member. 81 was a good year. Jacqueline Schaefer, where's the mileage for her driving to Jen's and back to John's in the morning? Thank you. You said that. Somebody else said the same thing. There's 0 miles on that one. Karen is not in jail. She's been out on bail. Is that what you're talking about, Vicky? She's been out on $100,000 cash bail since her first arrest and then her second arrest. I think eventually they gave her some of that money back so she could use it to pay her lawyers. But it was $100,000 cash. I think now it's at $80,000 cash, right? Lexus should sue Aperture for defamation, says Time Trap. Jesser and so Celebrite should get a lawsuit too, unless they really did change their whole entire software because of Jennifer McCabe. But I find that hard to believe. But I don't know. Again, their clientele, Celebrite, is also law enforcement agencies across the world. Probably, I'm sure Celebrite's an international company, right? I mean, they're used worldwide. Jester Bob says, Dr. Welcher, the expert I got my info from, has a variance in legit college degrees. Thank you, Jester Bobs. I'm Cora, not Chloe. I think I know why they waited until May 8th. All of ARCA's new report was based on the original data, and it was due on the 7th of May. Yes, it was. And it was timely, wasn't it? And that is when, what's his name? Shannon, with one N, said he spoke with Mr. Brennan on May 7th. And told him he was going to, asked him if he wanted a new report. And he didn't just do it on his own, I guess. Which means Brennan was lying in open court when he said, I was surprised to get that report on May 8th. He said it. I listened to it again. Brennan's Big Binders, a.k.a. Tammy Tebow, says, I sent you an email just now. I know you hate that. This is important for the chat to know. I work with cars all and recalibrate the cameras after windshield installs. It's all about how the 3-point turn isn't an event. Let me see, because sometimes people send me emails and their email is not the same as their username on YouTube. And so I don't know. I don't see anything here from you. I just don't see anything here from you. So hopefully you used the right email and not something you Googled on the internet. The only email that I use for YouTube is in the show notes below. So I can't be checking a whole bunch of email boxes. But thank you, Tammy. If I find it, I will take a look. Thanks for your super chat. Maria, thank you for your super sticker. Sidebar check. This guy's given so much material to work with when it comes to cross. Alessi's salivating, chomping at the bit, waiting for them to release the Kraken. Yes. Stephanie, look at Speed Row. It only shows up to like 6 miles an hour. Thank you. We will all go back and do that later. Netwoman, basically, technically, generally, I believe the range of correctness. You can't make this up. I love spending my mornings with you and loved your insight with Peter. Thank you. Thank you. We had a lot. It was a lot of fun. It was good because it was taped. So we taped it and then he actually premiered it later in the day, which is interesting. I like that because I don't get distracted by a chat when I'm talking, which I often do. Nick Indy, Kay would have had to maneuver into John O'Keefe's garage. Have they shown any of those backing up and pulling forward? Right, right. There's also, not only is there a 3-point turn in the driveway at Dighton, there's another 3-point turn when she comes out of the garage at 5:07 a.m. She backs out. She hits John's car. She moves forward. She's got to back up again, and then she moves forward to leave the driveway. That is what I consider to be a 3-point turn. I don't know. Is it just me? A driver's ed was a long, long time ago. Alessi, the expert slayer. Oh my God. He had a Trooper Paul moment. Sounded just like him regarding variance. Yeah. Jackson Ivy says, was she going 27 miles an hour or did the tires slip on snow? Good. I love what you guys are thinking. New Hampshire one says, if the data don't fit, you must have quit. Stephanie Flynn, you have high RPM to start car moving and lowers over time. I do engineering and know this. Also, speed did not go over RPM doing reverse in the snow. Thank you, Stephanie Flynn. You sound wicked smart. You're an engineer. Brooklyn Janet, I can't stand listening to Brennan. Why? Because everything he says is more about winning, misleading, cheating, and not seeking the truth. Yep. Yeah, this is the second season of that. Well, no, he wasn't here for the first season. I don't even know if he watched the first season, to be honest with you. But yeah, it's been a time. It absolutely has been a time with him. Lisa, they couldn't even be bothered to remove the Excel column letters. Also, nothing says legit like manually inputted spreadsheet data. Oh, I love it. I failed spreadsheet class. I'm so bad at it. I hated it with every fiber of my being. So I'm glad that people like it and that they understand it, because I'm not good at that either. Who could be? Where's the passenger airbag trigger? See, a lot of smart people in this chat. A lot of wicked smart people in this chat. Octopuppet. She got to 24 miles in reverse in 4 seconds, and the max RPMs is 1400 for 1 second. Sus. See, I don't even understand what that means. But I'll take your 10 and I will read it to the class. And hopefully there are some really smart people who understand. That's amazing. See? Amazing. Jesser Bob's Hank Bob Brennan pants. Definitely at 1.5 JS. Well, we have all this time to kill during lunch. So why speed it up when we're just going to be waiting longer for the testimony. So what it is. It is what it is. Brennan talks fast too. When you put him on, he sounds like a chipmunk when you put him on fast speed, but we're killing time right now anyway. Darlene Mann from Canada. All they have proven is that Karen made a 3-point turn right. And we've seen 2 other ones on video that it could be, right? Video. They don't have video of this one, but you know what they could have done? Could have gotten some video from the house whose driveway she allegedly made a 3-point turn in, if indeed it was in a driveway. We don't know. The only reason they know about a 3-point turn is because that is one of the very few things that Karen Reed told them when they went to her parents' house in Dighton that day, and they wrote it down. She said she missed the turn and made a 3-point turn. I think she also said that in one of her interviews. And then Matt McCabe coincidentally said in one of his interviews that he gave to Proctor or Buchanan or whoever, oh, I saw these wavy tire tracks in the street outside one of the times he was curtain twitching. He kept looking out the windows. Him and Jennifer McCabe, his wife, were curtain twitching, as Kathy from Gossip Rumor Innuendo would say. She was in the chat yesterday. It was so great to see her. If you don't follow Gossip Rumor and Innuendo, we love Kathy. She's our bae. She's not doing Karen Reed for obvious reasons, because she doesn't need to be attacked, because she's got enough going on in her life. But every morning she puts out a video and it's hilarious. She keeps us laughing. She's very funny. She does true crime, not for the facts, but for the snark and the gossip, rumor, and innuendo of it all. She's the best. Exactly, Darlene. Exactly. Currently pursuing a law degree. Aveda 2021. Mama She says, I cannot wait for Alessi and then Crash Daddies. I know. Well, I don't know if Crash Daddies are coming up first, but we'll see. Laura, Hank to Welcher. This is our theory. Can you make it fit? And it has to sound techie, please. Round, hole, square peg methodology. I think half the time, Laura, Hank Brennan didn't understand what he was asking. And he even said that this witness had the wrong degree. Didn't he? Didn't he say biomechanical? And so you have your PhD in biomechanical engineering? And he said, no, I have my PhD in biomedical engineering. Psych. Look at Beth coming in with another hundo. She says, experts trying desperately to recreate every part of this circus because there was no investigation, right? And also there was no collision. 100% reasonable doubt, obvious to a 5-year-old. This is effing infuriating. So much time and money wasted. Silver lining is I met you, Melanie, and all the cupcakes. Oh, look at Beth Morella. Happy that she met us. I love it. What a pretty profile picture you have too. Thank you so much for your super generous super chat and for being such a fun part of this community. And we try and have fun here and we try and laugh because if we don't, we're just going to cry. So thank you, Beth, for another super generous super chat. You rock. Where were we? Random thoughts. I came in late. I've always prided myself with the skill of understanding math, especially word problems. This guy gave me a serious pain in my head. Remember Deep Thoughts with Jack Handy. I'm smart enough. Maybe that was a different guy. And damn it, I'm good enough and people like me. Was that Jack Handy or was that a different SNL character? Sometimes I conflate my characters on SNL, one of my favorite shows of all time. Kelly, what testing did they do to prove John O'Keefe's phone was the correct time? I've heard none. Seems more like his time suited their timeline better. 100%. That is what I've been saying. Yes, 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 yes. I'll allow it. Alicia Joe, this guy has lost me. Which clock is it? What time is it? And is there a microwave involved? Hashtag confused. Does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care? That's on the playlist. Been there since season 1. Allison, good morning. High grade BS. Had to change my name again. Well done, Allison. Well done. Thanks for the 10. Stuart Williams, speed is never measured in negative numbers, regardless of forward or reverse. Oh, thank you. Did some of the chart, I have to admit, I kind of tuned out a bit during the chart showing. Did some of that chart have negative numbers on it? You guys are so smart. I love how you carry me through this hard to understand testimony. Believe it or not every lawyer knows everything about everything. We know how to make good arguments and we know how to hire experts to tell the jury about everything. And we know how to question the experts and ask them things to hopefully explain it to the jury in a way that they can understand and digest it. But we do not know everything. I do, however, know a lot about medicine and injuries because for over 3 decades, that was my specialty, including suing the Catholic Church on behalf of 50 or 60 victims of clergy SA here on Long Island. Yeah, I did that too. So I know about conspiracy. I know about corruption and cover up. And I also know a lot about injuries. And what I can tell you is this was not a pedestrian collision. Just wasn't. And if it is, that's what they're claiming. It's the first one in history to ever have no injuries or bumper marks or bruising below the waist or below the neck, aside from the dog attack injuries to the right arm, or any bruising from being hit by a car. It just doesn't happen. I don't care about his side swipe collision paper that he wrote in 4th grade or wherever. That was a side swipe between cars, vehicles, and maybe they hired some 50 human crash test dummies, 50 live people, 50 to 70 live people to do a study on side swipe pedestrian collisions. I don't even know. I'm confused about that. Who does that? Can you use real human crash test dummies in testing? I don't think that would be illegal, but maybe they paid him a lot of money. I don't know. Is it more than you get for like donating blood or sperm? I have questions. Or selling your eggs? Like, how much is a kidney? Like, what were they paying these people? Did any of Karen Reed's airbags deploy? Nope. No, they didn't, Deb, but that's not uncommon. If she backed into something, it typically would not set off the airbags. Airbags are typically T-bone collisions and front-end collisions. I do as well know that. So thank you for that question. 70 Flynn, OMG, all this data is about Cedar Crest, not Fairview. Yes, it is. You're right. But again, it could have been from the driveway in the morning, and it could have been also from the driveway in Dighton. So I've got no real clarity on that because they didn't line it up with Karen Reed's data. They lined it up with John O'Keefe's data because they needed it to fit with John O'Keefe's last movements and his last click of his phone to turn it off, because they couldn't have him turning off his phone after he was already dead, right? Yeah, that's what they decided to adjust on May 8th in the middle of this trial because they realized, oops, we screwed up. We screwed up because we keep changing our timeline. So now they're going to say Karen Reed killed him at something like 12:32 and change. And apparently her Lexus was chitty chitty bang bang because it flew back to One Meadows and got there to connect to the Wi-Fi by 12:36 when she was in range of the Wi-Fi. So it's chitty chitty bang bang, proves nothing. KM74 haggling the 3-point turn beyond Cedar Crest and body ends up on Fairview. Well, they're saying she made a 3-point turn because John's phone showed it. And it's so funny how John's phone is so sensitive enough that they can sense through his phone data. Maybe this phone spoke to them that his phone was in a car that made a 3-point turn. And yet those 3 flights of stairs that his phone registered on his Apple healthcare data, which is wrong also, it's health data. That's not real, but it is so sensitive that we're going to use it as a shield and a sword. We're going to use it as a sword on Cedar Crest because we're going to want to say that his phone registered a 3-point turn when he was in a car. But then when it comes to him going up and down 3 flights of stairs, no. Now it's a shield because, that didn't happen. He may have just been waving his phone around in his hand, going up and down the hills on the way to Fairview. So maybe he was just waving the phone around in his hand, and that's what they think is a 3-point turn. I hope that gets crossed on that because now that I think of it, that would be a good question, don't you think? Because didn't Ian, what's his name? Ian Wiffle? That was a swing and a whiff. Ian Whiffen say that he did some testing on his own and went over some hills and swung his phone around. Stuart Smalley, I remember him. Was it Stuart Smalley that said, I'm good enough and damn it, people like me? He would look in the mirror and give himself affirmations. Yeah. Didn't Ian Whiffen say that he did some testing on his own accord? Waved his phone around and it registered stairs. You can't make this up. You can't. Wes Craven, late starting. He does have a dog in the fight. Big bucks. He's getting paid to spew this BS. Show us the BS button, Mel. Show us the BS. Oh yeah, I've been playing that all day, Vi Craven. Thank you. HD Wells is here, but this isn't the real world, Judd. No, it's not. But I did put it on the playlist, Matchbox 20 Real World, because I think in song lyrics. Yes, Al Franken, love him. Press your duck. Al Franken is also a big deadhead. He knew Jerry Garcia personally. He was at dead shows all the time. And we love Al Franken, the Deadheads too. And so there's that. Kudo, why can't he use headlight? Why can't he use heading title instead of here? Yes, exactly. When he was pointing with his laser pointer. Kelly, today's prosecution is brought to you by the letters WTF. Says 60 minutes plus on a 3-point turn on a different street. Flood jury with data they know is right, so they can make the data fit on Fairview and hope the jury trusts them. Yes, seems like that's what they're doing, Kelly. Motion to speed him up, said watching the only fan. I denied it because we have all this time to kill at lunch because it is 1:50 and they're still not back from lunch yet. And she said they were only going to break until 1:45. I don't think I'm behind on this. No, we're on real time. We're on real time. I stop, I talk, I analyze. That's what I got to do. It's called fair use. And if I'm going to play court TV stream, I got to do it. And also people come here for that. You don't want to have me just play the stream and go off camera. What fun is that? It's boring. You could do that anywhere. Stephanie Flynn, this is BS. Even in reverse, oil pressure will go up, especially using high RPM, yet it's at 0. See, she's an engineer. Love women in STEM. You guys are so smart. This is on a spreadsheet where you can manipulate things. Yep. Yes, that's true. AE Lot, thanks for your 10. And this is their closer. At least Paul had dance moves. Yes, he did. He had pirouettes. And he had people landing on their head. And he had a taillight exploding. And he never really explained how the arm injuries happened. But Trooper Paul at least had dance moves. Thank you. Pinky, 11 months. Times keeps on slipping. ×3 into the future. Yes. I called her Jenny 3 times because she said everything 3 times. Tequila is my social lubricant. How long do you think this weasel keeps this phony on the stand just to confuse the jury? Maybe the whole day. I hope not. Hope not. Thanks, Noel. Am I the only one who's lost with this witness? No, you're not. But thankfully, we have some engineers in the chat to help us. Captain Rhett Snuggler gifted 10 memberships. Yay, Rhett Snuggler. Yay, you're the greatest. Thank you so much. That is so very sweet and kind of you. I appreciate you so much. And to the 10 new members, welcome. I'm a little behind on these. That was at 106. LCM Mick JD says, sure. The reason we can adjust the time is because this Lexus model has flux capacitor. Well done. That's a my cousin Vinny reference, right? My biological clock. My biological clock is ticking, which also goes along with the clock drift here. Thank you, Mrs. Bouquet, for your super sticker. By Craven telling why so much stuff if he's being objective, right? Why is he throwing so much spaghetti at the wall? Is he possibly reading Burgess's notes at times? Says, tequila is my social lubricant. He shouldn't be. He shouldn't be. Hope he's not. I hope Alessi says, can I see what's in your folder? He's allowed to do that. Melanie Little's aggro massage therapist. I really need you. I really need you. Says, this is exhausting. I don't know if I should nap for 45 minutes or stab my ears with a fork. With you. Wise Gal 81. Dog kennels have a slab of concrete and sprayed water on daily to clean. Why would Albert need to replace concrete in the basement for a leaking toilet? You know, that's a great question. It's a great question. Ask myself the same thing too. Wise Gal 81. Kelly, so no video simulation of reverse event? Shocked not. Well, who knows what is left and how many more slides he's got in his PowerPoint presentation. Heads everywhere. Do I remember correctly that Karen was on John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at 12:31? No, it was 12:36. Correct, chat? 12:36. Gail Brennan, Mel, he lost me at good morning. Thank you. Scooter 54 said my head popped off. No GPS. I can't find it. You need an air tag too. West Virginia Church Outhouse says this guy has baffled himself with his own BS. Thank you. Entry required from Sweden. All I know is there was no collision and Epstein didn't hang himself. Agreed. Thank you. Thank you. Well done. Patty, Brennan's tone this morning sounded like defeat. I think he knows it's over. Oh, I don't know. I think he's clinging to life. He doesn't care. He gets paid either way. He gets paid either way. The longer he drags this out, the more hours he puts in. And he bills by the hour. It's only $2.50 an hour, but still, it's something. He had to give up his defense practice while he's prosecuting this case because he can't do both. It would be impossible for him time-wise. He's going to make a lot of money. We're not across yet. No, we're still waiting for them to come back from lunch. And he's still on direct. Look at Scootsy. Says, I'm in love with Mel and my wife of 43 years will allow it. Oh, I love that. I love that for you and your wife because she's super cool. So shout out to Scoots E's wife. That's adorbs. It's totes adorbs and I will allow it. Hard plastic and static mannequin, also known as Adam Handful. Are you a handful, Adam? It's so convenient where Bev just stopped that testimony. 12. So the jury has that time in their mind through lunch. She's on my last nerves. Yeah, my last nerves are also got with her today. Thank you, Paul, for your Venmo, who says something. I don't know. It's buffering. Why is it buffering? Well, when I get to it, I will thank you personally. Why is anything buffering? I've got full on service. I don't know. Whack. Thank you on top for your super sticker. Thank you, Paul, for your Venmo, who says for all your hard work on the Karen retrial, keep up the great work. Thank you so. Danielle, thank you. Says my mom wants to know what you were always putting on your lips and the color. I am going to get it for her. I don't have anything on today. Nothing at all, except for Nivea, which is my favorite lip balm, which I need a lot of. But I will tell you, Danielle, it's in my, some of the stuff is in my Amazon list below. But what I do like are these, Elf makes these lip oils in a whole bunch of different colors, and they're only like $10 at CVS, and there are a lot of really great colors. That's like a lip oil. My usual lipstick color is, what is this? Charlotte Tilbury. Sometimes I wear this one. This is called, I think, Pillow Talk. Yeah, Pillow Talk, this one. And then I also have an Ulta color, and I forget the number, but I think it's in my Amazon shopping list because I had a Laura Mercier or a MAC version of that exact color, and they stopped making it, so I had to find a dupe. So thank you for asking. Heather, thank you. Says, what about the proffer Higgins took during trial 1.0? Does it still exist? I don't even know if there really was a federal proffer with Higgins. That was a rumor, and I don't know if it ever happened because he never took the fifth. He had a lawyer with him when he testified last time, so I don't know if he just didn't ever give them the information they wanted, and so I really just don't know about that. Linda, thank you so much for your very generous Venmo. Congrats on 100K. We love watching with you. The legal commentary and the comic relief is fire. We're Dave Matthews Band fans too. Been to so many concerts in Massachusetts and New Hampshire since 1996. All the best memories. Aren't we so damn lucky, Linda? We're so damn lucky. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. You're the greatest. Baby, you're the greatest. Shelly, thank you. Says longtime replay squad member sending you some concert drink money. Oh, thank you. Love you with all my heart. Free Karen Reed. Sandra says, so when Karen did a 3-point turn backing out of the garage, didn't show an event, even though she collided with the Traverse. Exactly. But an event occurred when she did a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest and nothing was hit, but it created a trigger. Yes, make that make sense, Sandra. Thank you. That is a great, excellent point. I will allow it. Julie, thank you for the Venmo. Just says prayer hands and free Karen Reed. And then Sandra again came in with another Venmo. Record keepers of what records? They don't have records unless written 2 to 3 years later. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what records they're talking about. Maybe they're records having to do with Chloe/Cora. I don't know. Not quite sure. I'm not quite sure. And so I don't know the answer to that. Cindy, thank you for 5 matcha lattes. Melanie, can you explain rebuttal witnesses as opposed to witnesses for the Commonwealth? Well, so after the Commonwealth rests, the defense will inevitably make their motion for a directed verdict saying, Judge, you have to automatically say not guilty because there isn't enough evidence that a reasonable jury could convict. It will be denied. Then the defense will start its case. And then after the defense starts its case, depending on what they open the door to or new things that they have, the Commonwealth will be permitted to rebut that testimony. And that is when I think if of course the defense sticks to the dog bite theory having to do with the injuries to John's right arm, then and only then will the Commonwealth call James Crosby, their expert on rebuttal. What he's going to be allowed to testify to is still a mystery at this point. And also, perhaps at that time, that's when they would call Terry Kuhn. Thank you on top 3 super sticker, who is the University of California at Davis expert that tested the clothing swabs that she was sent for canine DNA and only found pig DNA. Thank you so much, Sky. Says, sorry, I didn't give you a donation when I suggested Jesus Take the Wheel by Carrie Underwood. I don't know. You said Jesus Take the Wheel. I just thought you were saying Jesus Take the Wheel. Like you didn't say the song. And that's so silly. You don't need to pay me for songs on the playlist. When I see them, I put them up. So don't be silly. She says, I'm appreciated. I thought you were saying like that's a figure of speech. Jesus Take the Wheel. And I was so with you and I loved it. But I didn't realize that was a Carrie Underwood song. And yes, I will allow it. Thank you, Sky. Thank you, Sky. BS in mathematics, as Edmund says, this entire time variance is absolutely trash. No way in H should be allowed, especially in murder trial. Where's the oversight, feds? Variance BS. Loves Mel in California. I don't know, Edmund. I don't know. I'm verklempt. I'm puzzled. I'm so many things. He blinded me with science, then hit me with technology. Thanks, Jackie. That's been on the playlist since the last trial. Blinded me with science. Love it. Nicta Dicta said, I received a federal jury summons. #excited. LOL. That's awesome. I think everyone should serve. I really do. If you can serve on a jury, please go do it. Go do it. Not only is it your duty, but also I would love to be a fly on a wall in a jury room. They will never allow me to sit on a jury ever. I've been called so many times. I go. Usually I know the attorneys and they're just like, Melanie, goodbye, get out. And then they let me go, but they send me packing. But I really want to be on a jury. I would love to be a fly on the wall in a jury room. I want to know what goes on in there. I want to know how these people think. I want to know if people can be easily manipulated and easily bamboozled by other jurors who are louder. And I think you do a fine job. And I hope that you go and serve. And I hope you get picked. Diane Plotz, thanks for becoming a member. Reasonable doubt. How can you manipulate data that puts someone in jail for money and live with yourself? I don't know. I don't know. Free Karen Reed. Jeff, I hope Karen Reed shows the video of the SUV spinning its wheels in reverse before it was driven on the tow truck and ask him to explain it in the timeline. It's great. I hope so too. Jack, I'd like to sign up my ex as a volunteer for the human crash test side swipe. Excellent. Stephanie Flynn, don't talk about handmaids in the UK. We're only on like episode 3. Oh, okay. Well, I don't really talk about it. I just say, are any of you guys watching it? Because I do watch it and I like it. But I do think that Elizabeth Moss has overacted in this season. But thank you, Stephanie. Jacqueline Schaefer, welcome. Tupac. I believe that Bev/prosecution knows that a guilty verdict will be overturned, but do not care, knowing that Karen will be sitting in prison during the years of appeal. I don't know if she would be. I don't know if they would let her out on bail pending appeal. I don't know. Not this judge. I have no idea what this judge would do. I mean, she's been out on bail this entire time. She's not a threat. She's not a flight risk. So I don't know if they would have her sitting in there pending an appeal. But you guys, Massachusetts practicing attorneys, let me know what you think. Oh, they're back. Hold on. I got to put the volume on.
Thank you, Ron.
Like you're going to say the court is announced.
This court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Ron.
I got to see about lunch. I'll be right back.
Dr. Welcher, when we left off, you had given us your opinion on this slide. Could we proceed to slide 35, please?
Slide 35.
I believe the next slide is 35.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when we look at this slide, I'm going to ask you to zoom in, and if we can start from left to right, and we can identify each category as you discuss it and explain to us the importance of the columns.
So we already touched on this from left to right. The first column is the continuous running clock. Second column is where I converted it to minute and seconds. You can see we're on trigger 1162.2. This is the second trigger. The particular boxes that are highlighted are where there's change. For example, in the upper right, when you're transitioning from drive to neutral to reverse. And then I already discussed this a little bit, but where the wheel's slipping, you can see you have high acceleration pedal application, increase in the RPMs. But when you look at the effects on the vehicle, you can see that it's accelerating less. So that's indicative of slippage of the wheels. And then I simply show at the bottom the math I use to derive all that. So again, we touched on most of this. It's the same slide you saw before, just to show how corrected for the speed.
If you could zoom in for a second, I want to ask you a question about the RPM column.
RPM column, go ahead.
If you could zoom in.
Oops.
You see in the last line, the last piece of data captured, the RPMs changed from 3,200 to 3,300.
Correct.
Where am I
And
smart
the
people?
accelerators is, if fair to say, is that depressed? What's the way you characterize that?
Sustained.
How
We're
would
all
you characterize
depressed.
74? What does that mean?
I mean, it's 3/4 of full throttle. It's 74% of full throttle.
If above it's 74.5, it drops to 73.5 and then back to 74. Why is the RPM higher than above?
So there's, again, this data is referred to as being asynchronous. You're reporting it at particular times, but the computer's scanning the network for the data. So it's not all on exactly the same time step. Not only that, but there's frequently, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Sorry.
PB points out vehicles are put in neutral
There
during
frequently
towing.
is a delay from when you step on the accelerator pedal to when that translates to increased RPM at the engine. it takes a little time to build it up or take it down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So similar to what we did on the first one, basically what we did is we took all the text stream data that we had, which includes the shifting, the forward, the reverse, and the steering. Again, there was a tiny bit of leftward steer, and put that into a simulation program where we're simulating what the Lexus will do. So we've taken into account the mechanical characteristics, the steering response of the Lexus. So this is to show what it represents on the left-hand side. So each one of these little hash marks, a different color, represents 10 feet. The red lines show the extent of motion. Remember what I said, it initially pulled forward, then backed up, past its initial spot, and then went backwards further distance. So what this shows is where we simulated this in a program called HVE. So that's the vehicle, the Lexus pulling forward. And then it accelerated in reverse, past its initial starting position, and came to rest right there.
Doctor, when you say it came to rest there, do you have
sorry.
data that the defendant's Lexus stopped there?
No, it did not come to rest. That I misspoke. That's where the text stream data ends. As you can see here, it's still going. It's still going approximately 23 miles an hour when that ends.
You'll have to zoom in on that so the jury can see what you're referring to.
Thank you, Michael. Vehicle is put into neutral
Please.
gear only when being loaded onto a
So again,
flatbed.
as I mentioned,
and
the
parked
text
when
stream is
loaded and
taking a
chained.
window of data. It doesn't take anything outside the window. You can see that when we account for the wheel slippage, that the vehicle at the time of the last data point, again, is at 74% throttle, 3,300 revolutions per minute, and is going backwards approximately 23.9 miles per hour. And you can see it's traveled a total distance backwards of 53 feet back from where it initially started. Or if you consider where it pulled forward 34 feet and then backed up 53 feet, add those two together from the point it pulled all the way forward. So this is 10, 20, 35 forward. And then it'll go 10, 20, 30, 40, 53 back
What are we doing here?
for a total of 87 feet.
It's a fifth grade
So
science
from
fair
the
project.
maximum point it pulled forward to where it backed up. Again, that was 34 feet forward, then a total of 53 back, total travel distance of 87 feet. So went all the way forward where it stopped, it then backed up 87 feet. And when the text stream data stopped, it's still moving. It's still moving about 23 miles an hour.
Wait, so now she backed up 87 feet into John? Are we on now 1162.2? Because originally, didn't they say it was 60 feet in reverse at 24 miles an hour? Now he's saying 87 feet in reverse. Hello? Is it me? I got to hear that again. 53. I don't know what the hell he's saying.
And where it stopped, back, total travel forward, 34 feet,
Okay.
34
Ridiculous.
feet forward, then a total of 53 back, total travel distance of 87 feet. So went all the way forward where it stopped, it then backed up 87 feet. And when the text stream data stopped, it's still moving. It's still moving about 23 miles an hour, and you're still at 74% throttle and 3,300 revolutions per minute on the tachometer, RPM gauge.
We could turn the light on for a moment. Dr. Welcher, in your analysis of the data and the information you acquired and the evidence that you relied upon, did you come to some conclusions and opinions regarding the defendant's Lexus that evening?
I did.
As part of that opinion, you mentioned that you considered mileage to map distances as one way of mapping the location of the vehicle. Do you remember that?
I do.
If you could provide us with slide.
He did say 87 feet backwards, right? Oh, hey, get your papers away from the mic, Brennan.
I believe it's slide 25.
If the data ends, how do they know how fast your car is still going? I don't know, Stephanie. I'm so confused.
Could you widen the left-handed box a little bit?
87 feet and no one heard a thing from any of those homes? Nope.
And you mentioned you measured or you ran information about distances between different routes,
Correct.
specifically regarding Fairview to Meadows, the first box. Do you see that?
87 was the
There
total?
are three different mileage numbers.
Wasn't it 60 before?
And
Now
there's
it's
streets to the
53?
left. Can you explain what's set out in that box?
Sure. That's basically three different routes you can go. Sherman Street, Pleasant Street, Washington, and Sherman Street.
When you considered the shortest route, 2.3 miles on Sherman Street, did you attempt to determine how long it would take to travel 2.3 miles, how fast the car would have to be moving or how slowly it would have to be moving to travel 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
So to go 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, you would need an average speed of 32.47 miles an hour.
What if you took the longest route, 2.8 miles, and you considered 2.8 miles?
Yes. Isn't
in 4
87
minutes and
feet?
15 seconds?
Yes. Isn't 87 feet also the total of the number of steps that John O'Keefe took? That's great. Nesu said 87 feet is the total distance, 34 feet forward plus 53 feet backwards. Isn't that coincidentally also the same number of feet that the steps would equal that he did walking into the house, according to Ian Whiffen? I think so. Thank you.
Seconds. Did you make a determination? Considered 2.8 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Did you make a determination?
I did.
Could you share that with the jury?
It's 39.5 miles per hour.
Is that what the average speed of the Lexus would need to be to travel that distance in that
Correct.
time?
He looks so annoyed, doesn't he?
Now, turning to your
Too
study
hungry to
of these
concentrate. I'm gonna have to go back to this
extreme
later. Let
events,
me
do
order
you
my
have an
lunch.
opinion to a reasonable degree
Oh.
of engineering certainty? How many trigger?
This is the important part. This is his opinion with a reasonable degree of engineering certainty. So listen up. Here's another opinion from this guy.
Now, turning to your study of these tech stream events, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty? How many triggering events occurred? How many triggering events occurred in that ignition cycle 1162?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Oh, I'm going to allow it.
In 1162, the tech stream recorded 2 triggering events.
Two triggers.
And do you have an opinion as to the type of triggering event, the type of movement of the defendant's Lexus in those 2 triggering events?
I do.
Regarding the first triggering event, 1162-1, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty what type of event the first triggering event was?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Just going to allow all of
The
it.
actual trigger was excessive rearward acceleration. The event was during the course of a 3-point turn.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the time between triggering event 1 and triggering event 2 in that cycle 1162?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the time between those 2 triggering events?
Approximately 8 minutes and 5 seconds.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to the type and triggering event of the second event, 1162-2?
I do.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the type of event to that second triggering event?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Of course she is.
It's again, the trigger event itself was a transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high-speed rear impact or rear motion.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that portion
Yeah.
of the answer.
Yes, I'm not going to highlight it.
I
So
appreciate that.
get the answer.
He said rear impact. There was no impact because you even said an impact would not be a triggering event, but he had to squeak it out there so the jury heard it. But she's not going to highlight it by saying disregard the impact part because he can't prove that. Yeah, listen to it again.
And itself was, it's again, the trigger event itself was a transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high-speed rear impact or rear motion.
Rear impact.
Your Honor,
Oops.
I'm going to move to strike that portion of the answer.
Yes, I'm not going to highlight it.
I
So
appreciate that.
get the answer again.
Do you like me to ask the question again, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Alessi, yes, right. I'll strike the previous answer. Go ahead and ask the question again.
Okay.
It's real life.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to the nature of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
Just for the record, Your Honor.
Yes.
Could you share your opinion with the jury?
The triggering event was high throttle opening in a transition to reverse. It's a forward motion followed by a higher speed rear motion. And at the end of the trigger event, you're still at 74% throttle.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the entire distance captured in that 10-second window during the back maneuver or 1162-2?
Do I have an
What?
opinion about it?
Do you have
What?
an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about
Yes.
the entire distance that is captured in that 10-second window of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
So it obviously only captures what's going on during the trigger. It doesn't capture before or after the trigger.
Understood. Do you have an opinion as to just what is captured as far as the distance?
Yes,
And what is your opinion?
that it's 87 feet. So again, the initial forward motion is 34 feet, followed by it backing, crossing the initial point, and then backing up an additional 53 feet.
And finally, regarding
So not
this
60.
part of your analysis, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to whether the defendant's Lexus was decelerating, accelerating, or remaining the same at the end of that data captured at the triggering event 1162-2?
It was accelerating at 74% throttle.
Olaf, the Russian
In
metalhead,
addition to your
Burgess
analysis
and
of
Welcher
the
is
text stream
Beavis
data,
and Butthead.
Uh,
I'll allow it.
one final question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the relative time this backing maneuver occurred with the defendant's Lexus that you just spoke about?
Relative
Yes.
time.
And could
Time
you
is
share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
Sure, it matches the window of the cell phone data for Mr. O'Keefe that puts it in front of 34 Fairview. So the backing event occurred somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
He was inside the house. He was in the house, but he's in the general vicinity of the yard or the street because he's in the house. Because Ian Whiffen said he walked into the house, towards the house, 84 feet or 87 feet.
The
Sir, I
end
now
of the
want to
event.
turn to a different part of your study of this
Oh,
case.
please.
Okay.
No.
At some point, did you try to determine whether there was an intervening event that could have caused damage to the defendant's right rear taillight separate from a collision at Fairview?
I did.
Objection, Your Honor.
So the form of the questions to Brennan.
He's leading his own witnesses and he
At
gives
some
them the
point,
answer
when you
in
looked
his
at the data and
question.
analyzed this case, did you consider including or excluding evidence, or did you analyze evidence to reach a conclusion, including or excluding whether there was an intervening event that caused damage to the defendant's Lexus right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
When you started your analysis, what information or claim or evidence did you become aware of that you want to analyze to include or exclude as the cause of that damage?
Sure. So my approach to this case is three prongs. I'm looking at the downloads, the technical information. I'm looking at this backing incident, and then I'm looking at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and how they relate to the events, potentially. So the second prong, which is looking at this data. So I had a Ring doorbell video showing Miss Reed backing the Lexus out of Mr. O'Keefe's residence at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. And so we wanted to look at the backing activity and whether that contacting Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, whether that was sufficient to cause, or what damage it could cause, and particularly was it sufficient to cause damage to the right rear tail light of the Lexus.
When you were asked to engage in the study, were you ever asked to reach a certain conclusion?
Never.
Was there ever any influence other than the data and facts on your analysis?
There's never been any influence. The influence, again, it's whatever the data shows.
When you engaged in whatever studies you undertook that you'll explain to the jury, were you given any direction or limitations on what you could or should do?
No.
When you received the information, did you understand, regardless of the result, it would be provided to everybody?
I guess generally, yes. I mean, I go through the data, I give you the results, you do with them whatever you see fit.
And in this case, when you decided to engage in that study, had you had an opportunity to review the Ring video footage from Mr. O'Keefe's home on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Tell us how you went through your study, how you began, and the steps you took, please.
Sure. Probably be best on the slides. So one of the things we first did was to get an exemplar Lexus.
Oh, they
What does
bought an
exemplar mean?
exemplar.
It just means I got the same exact year, make, and model vehicle as Miss Reed. So Miss Reed's vehicle is on the left-hand side, taken during my inspection. And then I found this exact same year, make, model, manufactured at the same plant, everything Lexus in Texas. So even though it looks like a European plate, it's a Texas plate. Purchased the vehicle, had it shipped out to California. So I verified that the Lexus is in fact the one I got, the same exact one as Miss Reed's. These are all the standard equipment. Miss Reed's is on the left. My exemplar is on the right. It says Reed Lexus TIS, that's Toyota Information Services, Toyota Information System. So I ran it through TIS, which is the umbrella program under which TechStream runs. I also ran it through My Lexus, which is the Lexus website. And then started about doing what's referred to as a photogrammetric analysis of the video.
Can you explain to us what a photogrammetric, help me with the word, photogrammetry?
Photogrammetric. We're doing photogrammetry.
Help me with
is
the
a
word.
photogrammetric analysis.
While you're at it, maybe you could teach him how to pronounce corroborate. It's corroborate. Hebatoba is actually hematoma. Hematoma, not hebatoba. This is mind-numbing. I imagine that Alessi is objecting to all of this stuff because it was probably turned over to them like this morning. But you know, nothing to see here. It's the Hunger Games.
Photogrammetric. We're doing photogrammetry is
I got to hear that again. Can you tell me how to pronounce that?
analysis of the video.
Can you explain to us what a photogrammetric, help me with the word, photogrammetry?
Help me
Photogrammetric.
with the world.
We're doing
The
word.
photogrammetry is a photogrammetric analysis.
What does that mean?
It's just a big fancy word to saying you're looking at data and photographs. And what we're trying to do is take two-dimensional images, say you get from video or photographs, and knowing some information about the photographs and some of the dimensions of things in the image, get or convert it to a three-dimensional space. In other words, be able to get exact three-dimensional measurements out of that two-dimensional image. So I had the video, just to show the provided video that I was given.
Thank you, Cyber Chicken Boston. Here we go. We're going to watch Karen Reed hit John's Traverse again. Cyber Chick was fighting.
So Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
Thank you.
I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is contact between the vehicles.
Oh, you admit it at least. Oh, funny how that video just cut off.
So one of the first things we wanted to do is determine the frame.
Wait, what just happened?
It actually is called given.
Here, let's watch that again because something just skipped. Not really surprising that it would skip. There should be ghosts coming in out of it too. Okay, she's backing out. This is, I would imagine this
So
could
Mr.
also
O'Keefe's
be
vehicle.
described as a three-point turn.
I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is contact between the vehicles.
Can you imagine? Oh, and then it moves forward. Oh, and then they cut it off before it moves back. That's so funny how that's all they gave
So
him.
one of the first things we wanted to do is determine.
That's all they gave him. That's all they gave him. Did you see how much of that video was cut out? The Lexus just disappeared. I'm going to play it one more time. Maybe Howie Carr will run with this on Twitter like he did with my stuff last time. But wow, that's all they gave him to corroborate his story. Watch. Come back to your screen. I'm playing it again. This is the only video they gave him. And it's much longer than this. We know that because we've been here for 2 seasons. And a bright red taillight for him to comment on. But they didn't give him
Mr.
that.
O'Keefe's vehicle. I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is contact between the vehicles.
Yeah. And then she does a 3-point turn, but they're not going to let him see that because it just disappeared.
So one of the first things we wanted to do is determine the frame rate, which is how many video frames are played per second. Your normal kind of video camera has about 30 frames per second.
Wow.
Your standard movie is 25 frames a second. You know, a modern IMAX is like 60 frames a second.
That'd be great if he proves that the video was altered.
Frame rate of the camera,
Without
how many
knowing it.
images it shows per second, because video and films are just single images played really fast. So it looks like motion. And so determining the time between each frame tells you how much time occurred. So if we know the time between each frame, and then we can figure out how far the vehicle moved, distance divided by time is speed.
Oh, he knows calculations.
So we put it through a couple different programs. This is called AMP5. We got 19 frames a second. This is a specific forensic program called Axon Investigate, 19.8 frames a second. This is a publicly available program called FFMS. Same thing, 19.8 frames a second. Another program, Media Info, 19.8 frames a second. Anyways, 5 different sources. We're getting 19.8 frames a second.
Let me ask you something, Doctor. Doc. What's up, Doc? Let me ask you, did they give you any Canton Sallyport video to do your little frame per second experiment on? Did they give you the Canton Sallyport video to do that? Because me thinks that might have been perhaps altered, and some videos will have a different frame per second measurement than others. And I just asking for a friend. No, they didn't. Yeah, I wonder why. No, actually, I don't wonder why. Yeah, how many frames per second did the Commonwealth omit before giving you the video? Says I do not recall. Oh, I do not recall. I get it now. Thank you.
So then what we've done is add information now. So now that we know how many seconds each frame represents, we now put a clock back in to tie that into time. So it's the same exact video, except we have a frame counter now, and we have a time.
Time keeps on drifting, drifting, drifting into the future. Thank you, Ms. Jules from Florida. There it is again.
So we have some information now on the time between each
They cut it off before the
frame. So here's frame 0. This is frame 265. We're 13 seconds into it.
allegedly.
Here's frame 305. Notice you see brake lights on the back wall here. Notice
Oh.
how they're not super red because you still have reverse lights on.
Oh, right, because the
Now they
reverse
all
lights
go
are
off.
white.
So the Lexus brake lights have been turned off at frame 353. 356. Lexus brake lights begin to come on.
It's red.
7, they're back on.
Come and look at your screen. Come and look at your screen. They're shining red onto the white fence, okay? All right? Whole lot of red on that white fence. Is he going to blow up his own theory here? Is he actually going to say her taillight was already gone when she pulls out? Because that's what he's got to say to make their theory fit. See if he can twist himself in a pretzel or contort himself into a little tiny box like the contortionist on Pearl Street in Boulder. If you know, you know.
Lexus comes to a complete stop at frame 369.
And it's very red. Look how red it
384,
is.
the reverse lights turn off. So now look how red this is because we no longer have the white reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward. So frame 825, this is after
Hold on. The Lexus starts to drive forward and then it just skips a whole bunch. Look, watch, come back.
the reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward.
It's just gone. It starts to drive forward.
So
It's
frame
disappeared.
825, this is after the Lexus has left the scene. But notice the
Where's
tracks
the
in the
great
snow.
concern?
So we have very definitive locations for the wheels.
It's a 3-point turn maneuver. You can look at the tracks in the snow and you can see that that's a 3-point turn. Hello? Is this altered at all? Is this altered? That's insane. The car just disappeared. Sus AF. One more time for the people in the back. Watch and learn.
Starts to drive forward.
No, it didn't start to drive forward. It disappeared, sir. It disappeared. Look.
Off. So now look how red this is because we no longer have the white reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward.
It just disappeared.
So frame 825, this is after the Lexus has left the scene. But notice the tracks in the snow.
Yeah.
So we have very
3-point turn.
definitive locations for the wheels
I
of
can't
the
with
Lexus.
this man. I can't.
We lay over a grid
Oh, I'm going to lay over something.
on the various frames. So we then took the images and did what's called clarification, which is where you overlay images from multiple versions or multiple views of the same vehicle, and it helps sharpen the image, but it slightly dulls the color.
So
So
it's
you get a
like
little cleaner, crisper image.
legal altering of video.
So
Because
here's
you're an expert.
Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before
Gonna full screen this
clarification,
for you.
after clarification.
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. Can you get numbers of the slides as we're toggling back and forth?
Sure.
Absolutely. Okay, I'll make an effort. So slide 76. You're welcome. Going to slide 77. We're going to focus in on this area here. So what we will actually show is where the snow was displaced in these two spots. Spots right across from here.
Look, if
And
Be in
right
Trouble
across
thinks
from
this is the
here.
dumbest thing he's ever seen,
You could focus your
I'm
attention on
board with
those.
that.
Slide 77.
I mean, at least now they're admitting there was a collision
So slide
between the two cars.
78.
They've come a
To
long
bring
way,
us all
baby.
together, we went out to Mr. O'Keefe's residence and took a scan, a laser scan. So you see the laser scanner over here. Laser scanner is right here. Fence hasn't changed position. The camera's changed slight position. We can account for that. So here's the subject video. We have the correct resolution. There's a new camera. It's going slightly faster frame rate. That just means we have different times between frames on the new camera, but we're simply using it for calibration to the old camera.
That's
It's the
right.
same-
Remember, they swapped out the ring camera. Kerry Roberts testified that she called the DA's office to ask if it would be okay if the O'Keeffes took down the ring camera that was in existence at the time of John O'Keeffe's murder and replace it with a new ring camera. So now he's got to contort himself into a box again to now calibrate the old camera and the new camera. Everything has to be calibrated. Everything has to be shoved into a square peg into a round hole. And this is insane. Listen to that again. The camera has changed slightly, but you know, we can make it work. We can do it. We can do it. Pay us more. We'll do more.
Change position. The camera's changed slight position. We can account for that.
New camera.
So here's the subject video. We have the correct resolution. There's a new camera. It's going slightly faster frame rate. That just means we have different times between frames on the new camera, but we're simply using it for calibration to the old camera. It's the same container for the MP4, and it's using the same video codec. A video codec is how the computer encodes the video.
Slide number, please.
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 79. Slide 79, part 2. So really, we care most about is the resolution. So slide 80.
Of course, that's
you
all
can
you
see
care
these
about is
are
the
what are called control
resolution.
points. So from the laser.
What you care about is the resolution. You don't care about having the right timeline. You don't care about having the right data because now you got better data. All you care about is the resolution. Oh, man, I have some resolutions to make after this trial's over.
Scan, we locate these various points. So the 3D scanner knows the exact position of all these points on slide 80 in the image. And so what we can do is use this information in conjunction with the video to create a scaled version of the video. So when we have three-dimensional images or three-dimensional measurements, we can then use that to give us some three-dimensional information from our 2D video. So there's the points on slide 81. Slide 82, excuse me, slide 81, second part, we're basically just fading in. So what you see now, if I go back to the beginning of slide 81, this is the picture from the video camera. And then what you see here is, which is barely any difference, and that's because what we've done is we've now overlaid the points from the laser scan. So now each one of these little speckly points, we know the exact 3D coordinates of those.
Is
So
speckly
we
a
can now
scientific
know the
term,
exact
doctor?
position of all these fence posts, all the positions on the driveway, and we can use that to calibrate. Going to slide.
There's Chaka on top in the upper right-hand corner
82.
because we're in the land of the lost
So
here.
using that information,
Officially.
it's called solving for the camera. We verify that we have appropriate residuals, meaning we don't have too much error. Slide 83. Okay, subject video.
Land of the lost.
Then this is the new, excuse me, the subject video with the control points overlaid on it. That's a subject video where we're phasing in the laser scans of the scene, 84.
2 weeks.
So this is both on slide 84. I'm just toggling between the point cloud and the video. And what I'm trying to illustrate is how well we were able to overlay the point cloud onto the video data. So for example, if you say watch one of these fence post points up here
Upper
while I
shore.
toggle between the video.
I mean, I could say that looks like there's a little white spot in
There's
his
a
red
laser
tail
scan.
light. And it looks to me
There's
like
the
there's
video.
a piece of his tail light
So we've
missing.
done a good job.
And what we
again,
know, what we know from Jen McCabe is that the auto repairman was at the O'Keefe residence on the 30th when she went there before she went to Lank's house with Kerry Roberts. Because, you know, they were just dropping up or picking up Kerry Roberts' daughter, depending on who you ask. If I zoom in on this, which I can do because I have that technology, I could make it look like, oh, look, there's a little white spot right here on the taillight, don't you see? Maybe That was a piece of taillight that was missing from John O'Keefe's car. It doesn't look like snow. I don't know. To me, I could make that into anything. I could fantasize just as well as this guy can. And then I could say, oh, and Jennifer McCabe said that the auto repairman was at their house on the 30th. So he must have taken the car in and had it repaired so they could pin it on the girl. Come on, man. This
The
is
residuals
fantasy.
show that we've done an adequate job.
Adequate. Yeah, that's what you need. Adequate to convict someone of murder. Just make sure it's adequate enough to convict the girl of murder. Thank you very much for your help.
Of matching the data.
Thanks for playing. Have a nice
Slide
day.
85. So what I'm doing here is toggling between, this is the video of the car. And remember I told you I went out and I inspected Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and did a laser scan of it. So we're now taking that laser scan of the video, or excuse me, of the vehicle, and overlaying it onto the car in the video. So this is the video image. That's the laser scan laid on top of it. So we know all the dimensions in the laser scan. We know all the dimensions in the scene of this. We have the tire tracks. We can create and take data points along the tire tracks. Create a map of those. So green is the right rear. Again, the vehicle's backing out, coming, slide 87, coming out this direction, backing here, stopping, pulling. Pulling forward towards the bottom of the screen. Backing out here, pulling forward like here. Slide 88. So this is the Lexus lined up. This is when the Lexus has come to a complete stop. So this would be maximum engagement. Again, this is just toggling frame 88, showing that we have the time and the frame number. 369 on the same slide. We've now overlaid the Lexus laser scans on top of the image of the Lexus. So there's the video image, a still image that we took from the video. And here's where we overlay the laser scan of the Lexus. So we've overlaid the laser scan of the Lexus onto the Lexus. We've overlaid the laser scan of the Chevrolet onto the Chevrolet. And we've overlaid the laser scan of the scene onto the scene. So now what that allows us to do, we now know the position of everything in there. And we've also tracked the position of the tire tracks. So that's what it looks like if you overlay the computer model of Ms. Reed's vehicle onto the tire tracks.
Slide number, please.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. Slide 89, and then I'm just toggling slide 89 where I turn the vehicle off so you can see how the tire positions match up. Another toggle of slide 89, the tire positions line up with where the end of the snow was. From all that information, again, we lined it up in the video, we lined it up in the scene, we have the two vehicles, we can get the exact position of the vehicles when that Lexus stopped. So when that Lexus stopped, that's going to be the maximum engagement. So from that information, we can get the angle of the vehicle, we can get the degree of overlap, the impact configuration, and it's hard to see because of the angles and because these vehicles are not at right angles to each other, the exact contact. Now I mentioned, and we're on slide 94 now, that contact on the rear of the Chevy Traverse. So you can see we actually, I mean, you can't see. So we took a whole bunch of data points within those two areas where the snow got dislodged, and we're looking at where that is. So if you look at that on the vehicle, so this is where it is on the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet. You see it's about 25 and a half inches above ground, 32 and a half inches above ground. Here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So these marks are kind of, this is the Chevy Traverse words, are approximately right here. Again, I had the opportunity to inspect Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. There's no damage where these marks are. So sure, it knocked the snow off, but
there isn't any damage now because it got fixed maybe.
We then mapped that data onto Ms. Reed's vehicle to look at where that height is. So you can see the only contact marks are down at the bumper level. I mentioned how that bumper sticks out. This is exactly where you'd expect it. So the only evidence of contact is nowhere near the upper taillight. I emphasize the word upper taillight because it is right in line with the lower tail light. But yet the lower tail light also was not broken. So again, 25 and a half, that's 24 right here, 25 and a half. That's 24 right here, 25, 25 and a half. That's right where that scuff mark was. It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light. This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it. I've looked at the back of it. I've looked at how this contact pattern lines up. So the first set of slides, I'm simply standing next to the Lexus. We know we have a broken taillight.
Just skip
We know how
forward, so
sweat.
we're a little bit behind.
So now, right,
This is some bullshit.
I'm
And now I'm
73
standing
with
next to the car. Look at
Mr.
me.
Four.
Oh, no, 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 don't show that picture. Stop, stop, stop. That YouTube does not like that picture. Hold on. No, and so I make it bigger.
Your elbow to your wrist is your forearm.
So I make it bigger. Great. Everybody's going to get stricken today. When that picture comes up again, I'm going to have to hide it. So you just saw it. So if you need to see it again, go back to it. I should have just let it skip ahead. I tried to put him on a faster speed because he's death by 1,000 cuts here.
To Keith's vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it. Fragments.
I don't know
of
how far we
when
were
you
behind.
include analysis and study, trying to exclude this touching as the source of
This touching of the vehicles.
when you on the ground.
I do.
Or were you looking for anything
After the Lexus has pulled away.
vehicle?
All right, we got to get back to the right where we were.
The slide shows that there was snow here, now there's no snow there.
Dr. Welcher, did you look on the driveway after the touching between the two cars to see if you could see anything?
You couldn't see
on the
anything.
snow at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
So referring to this slide, this is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you
Right.
looking for anything in particular?
Of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
Of course I
In
was.
any of the videos that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did.
Did
I
you
considered speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle,
He's annoyed with
we
Brennan
looked at
now.
the degree of overlap.
Yeah, even
And
if
there's
they're
only
pieces,
about
you
2
wouldn't
to
see
3
them.
millimeters of overlap between the vehicles,
Crappy ring camera.
which is insufficient to cause the tail light that's recessed in from the edge on the right rear of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet.
Considering all the data and analysis that you did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus was broken or damaged during the contact with Mr. O'Keefe's car at around 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
That impact did not break or crack that taillight.
Well, you're
Is that
sure
your
about that.
opinion?
That's my opinion.
Is that to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
That's to a high degree of engineering certainty.
Oh, not even reasonable. It's even higher than that. Kellen Boulder lives in Boulder. She knows about the contortionist on Pearl Street. One person.
You mentioned there were
one
3
person.
areas of study, and we've been through 2.
Correct.
Could you tell us what you focused on your 3rd area of study regarding this case?
So the third area of study, I'm now focusing in on the injuries, the at-scene physical evidence, taillight fragments, broken glass, things of that nature.
Oh,
And when you conducted your studies and reached conclusions, did you, in your PowerPoint, provide slides to help explain your process, and inevitably your conclusions?
This is a
Yes, sir.
test. Can you hear him
You
talking
can
right
take
now?
us through the third section of your efforts regarding this case, specifically your efforts to identify the different pieces of evidence and your conclusions.
Could you hear him while I was off?
a collision?
While
in
he
this
was off
case?
screen?
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
Slide
Because when they
104.
show the arm, I got to.
Please.
So this is a,
Is this 105, Dr. Welcher?
I'm sorry, 105. Yes, sorry. Slide 105. This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, forearm,
off.
hand, and wrist. In
YouTube hates it. They'll
anatomy,
demonetize me.
your arm is defined from your shoulder to your elbow, and then from your elbow to your wrist is your forearm, and then this is your hand. So technically, when you say arm, it really means from your elbow to your shoulder. Most people call this whole thing arm. It's actually the upper extremity. Arm is from shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist is forearm and hand.
They're showing this
So you
picture
can
for
see
a
I
long
wrote
time.
arm and forearm. So arm, elbow to shoulder, elbow to wrist is forearm.
It's dog bite.
So looking at the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand. So this is me. I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall.
The arm is being
What you
shown.
see in the upper
I couldn't-
right is
can't show
the
it.
coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall. That's 6 feet, 1 inch tall. At this time, I was 220 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, at the time of this incident,
Are we supposed to congratulate him on his weight loss? I think he's looking for congratulations.
was 216 pounds. So I took measurements of myself. I'm actually wearing the same make and size shoes
Really?
as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand of jeans as Mr. O'Keefe.
Wow. He really did the full commitment here. Same brand of jeans as, okay, I don't even know what brand of jeans they were. He bought those Nikes. Did they have a black sole or a white sole? I'm not sure. And he stood there with a ruler next to his vehicle in the same clothing, same brand of jeans. This is so creepy. Same socks and same sneakers to show us something. I'm not sure what. Is he going to say that the spoiler cracked his head open? Oh my God, wait for it. Wait for it. Same shoes, same jeans. You want to be John O'Keefe. You wish you were John O'Keefe.
Measurements of myself,
Where's the hat?
16 pounds. So I took measurements of myself. I'm actually wearing the same make and size shoes
You can make this
as
up.
Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand of jeans as Mr. O'Keefe,
You make this up.
the same brand and size shirt of Mr.
Same
O'Keefe.
brand shirt.
You see the Lexus in the background.
Not only did he buy an exemplar Lexus, but he bought the same brand shirt, the same brand jeans, the same brand sneakers, put them all on the bill, except for Mr. whatever your name is, Dr. So-and-so. You're not wearing a hoodie. And he was wearing a hoodie over his t-shirt. Even we know that. Were you wearing your Garmin watch or did you put on an Apple Watch for the healthcare data associated with this? Is wackadoo.
We have matched the height to the Lexus. What I'm showing here is both my height, and then keep in mind where
No
the
sweatshirt.
height of this wing is
Wing?
relative to my right eye.
The wing? Is that a spoiler or is it a wing?
So now I'm wearing, in addition to the same shirt and shoes, same type of sweatshirt.
Oh my
And
God, this
actually
is
this-
so creepy. Like it's got the same exact, did he borrow the clothes from evidence? Look, he's got the same sweatshirt. He's got the same logo on the back of the t-shirt. I am so creeped out by, I've never seen an expert witness do that in my entire 3-decade career of dealing with experts ever. And he's got a hat. This can't be real. Okay, here we go. Get ready. Buckle up, buttercups.
Same kind of baseball hat. We tried to determine the exact glass from the Waterfall grill.
We
Found
don't-
out they were
Objection. There's never been any evidence that that glass came from the waterfall. Hello? Have we heard any testimony from the person who worked at the Waterfall who did testify about the video that that glass came from the Waterfall? We never heard that. This is South Park. It is. Listen to this again.
And actually the same kind of baseball hat. We tried to determine the exact glass from the Waterfall grill. Found out they were getting different ones at different times, but I ordered my glass from the same distributor that Waterfall Grill ordered their glasses from.
Facts, not in evidence.
So you
Facts,
can see in
not
my
in evidence.
right hand here, I have a glass. Here's a glass. It looks similar. It's from the same location.
They should be
And
objecting.
then in
There's
the
a reason
lower
that
right
they're not.
photograph, what I've done is I've rolled up my sleeve, taken the sweatshirt off, and I'm going to look at how this contact pattern lines up.
Come back to the screen. I don't
So the
care if
first
you're,
set of slides, I'm simply standing next
if you're operating heavy equipment, if you're on scaffolding, take a break. Now is the time for a break. Now is your afternoon, mid-afternoon break. It's almost 3 p.m. Eastern. Look at this man and the contortionist activities that he is doing now with his same shirt on. And he is going to put it up against the taillight to try and prove to us how these injuries happened. I am blown away by this. Okay, here we go. Ready? Go.
how this contact pattern, and I'm going to look at how this contact pattern lines up. So the first set of slides, I'm simply standing next to the Lexus. We know we have a broken taillight. We know how scratches on
Lucky
Mr.
brand
O'Keefe's
jeans?
arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate to the height and position of the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean, it could be a
Wind
wing.
wing. The wind beneath my
Thank you.
wings. A wind wing. We used to call it a spoiler.
Air dam would be another.
What dam? Air dam? Wind wing?
Okay, so I then set about to do a little bit of testing with the Lexus. The first test you're going to see is me just walking backwards or actually sideways into the Lexus. What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear tail light with what's called grease paint. Kind of sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry.
Grease
And
paint.
then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out. See what the
The grease
damage
paint.
pattern looks
Oh,
like.
look at the
Or
damage.
basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm.
This is like a Nickelodeon show. This is like a Nickelodeon show. They put paint, he put paint on the Lexus. He then just kind of drunkenly, it looked like, walked into. I have to enlarge this so you can't see the arm because the arm is on the right hand of the screen and the YouTubes are not going to like that. So we must increase our bust. We need to zoom. Oh, Jesus. This is like a Nickelodeon episode. He put paint on it and then he bumped into it to see what it would do to his arm. Doesn't shatter his arm. It just put some blue paint and some yellow paint on his arm there. Somehow, some way, somewhere. We are in the land. Now we're in the land of make-believe. We have crossed over from land of the lost into the land of make-believe. Remember the Magic Garden? Anyone? Anyone? I can't even believe that this is really happening. I say this often on this channel. There is nothing scarier than a person who's got nothing to lose, right? Nothing scarier than a person who's got nothing to lose. If it's true that this guy sold his company to Aperture for $270 million, he's got nothing to lose. He's got nothing to lose. It doesn't matter what he says on the stand because he's got $270 million in the bank. He doesn't care. Wow. Wow. Here we go again. Watch him bump into that Lexus with that arm. Check it out.
Okay, so I then set about to do a little bit of testing with the Lexus. The first test you're going to see is me
These are his new
just
tests.
walking backwards or actually sideways
Paint.
into the Lexus. What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear tail light with what's called grease paint. Kind of sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the
Side
Lexus
shuffled.
with my arm out. See what
Boom.
the
There it
damage
is.
pattern looks like. Or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm
Arm would have
would
been
contact the rear
shattered.
tail light.
His arm
So
would have
then
been
what you
shattered.
see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm. The yellow grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit the taillight. And so just kind of me walking slowly sideways into it, the approximate location of the taillight, and I'll line it up with the broken taillight in a second, lines up with the approximate location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
I've got
Dr. Welcher, let me
another
ask you a
puzzle
question.
for
When you're
thee.
engaging these demonstrations,
Oops. Oh, for the love of the traveling Mary. I swiped myself out of the stream, but not
one
this
moment,
stream.
Dr. Welcher.
I swiped myself out of the Core TV
Let me
stream.
ask you a question. When you're engaging these demonstrations, are you attempting to try to show exactly how Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
No, so we don't know exactly how he was struck.
Oh,
And
thank you for that, at
pedestrian
least.
impacts are extremely
Buffoon.
sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information.
Oh,
We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken. We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations in Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
when did he do the experiments? Yesterday?
Can body posture on a clip or a side swipe collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Sustained.
Got
What
270
are other
million
things
reasons
that
why
can
he doesn't care.
change the trajectory of the person and the injuries?
So for example, if you get hit and knocked off balance or clipped and knocked off balance, you can take additional steps. That'll affect how far your body travels.
Do you do pirouette?
If you have one foot on the ground versus the other foot on the ground, affects how the body rotates. If your arm is at 90 degrees or 85 degrees, will affect the kinematics.
Kinematics.
We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map.
Trooper Paul didn't.
Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output. And so from the tech stream data, we don't know exactly when in the tech stream data he was hit. So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian reconstructions, you
Okay,
typically have
so you mean to tell us that hitting a pedestrian or a deer would not register a tech stream event? We need more likes. We need more likes. Thank you for reminding me. We need more likes. It helps people find us. It helps people find us. This is an SNL skit at the highest level of writers. This is, you cannot even script this any better. You couldn't. You could not script this better. This is outrageous. This is outlandish. It's crazy. And Trooper Paul didn't understand kinematics. So this guy is one step better than Trooper Paul, but here we go. We don't even know the exact impact speed in most pedestrian cases, but here we do because I made it happen. Look at me. I'm great.
data. We don't know exactly when in the tech stream data he was hit. So we
How
don't
could
even
that
know
not
the exact
register?
impact speed.
You don't
In
know the
most
impact
pedestrian
speed?
reconstructions, you typically have a point where the impact occurred.
All right,
where the
sorry, I got to
person
stop it
was,
again.
like in the
You don't
car.
know the exact impact speed because they've been telling us since season 1 that it was 24.2 miles an hour that he was hit at. And now you're saying you can't tell how fast she was going when he was hit? Got it. The Blue Man Group did it better. That's what I was thinking of, the Blue Man Group. Thank you. Thank you, Mighty Heidi.
Crosswalk, for example, and they get hit and their tire leaves a rubber scrub. That's called the area of impact or point of impact. You then can look at how far they
We
were
don't have-
thrown
We don't have that
and
here.
using some laws of physics,
No bumper marks.
calculate how fast the car had to be going. Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe
No,
was
we don't
on the
know.
roadway when this happened.
We don't know any
Sorry,
of
I'm
it.
about to go to the next slide.
Without having an exact point of impact or an exact speed or an exact body position, are you able to specifically replicate the actual collision in the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
Exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move, again, we don't know where exactly on the roadway he started. So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started. We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional step before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So depending on the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may, so slide 111, this is simply showing where I walk sideways, how this lines up with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Here's the post-contact scuffing on the taillight.
At what
Here's a
point?
picture of
At
Miss-
what point did the taillight explode into all of those pieces, sir? Because you haven't said that yet, has he? Has he said that? Well, it's too late for that arm picture right now.
Reads vehicle on the right-hand side. So now I said, okay, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me.
Oh,
I did this
you?
at very low speeds,
Oh, he did. He had the car drive into
and
him.
you'll see,
As
we'll
he's-
show this from two different angles.
He's stumbling around
That's me
drunk
showing
with the glass in his hand.
I'm doing test 2.
It would have shattered your arm, dude. He just had the car hit him at a low speed. But we were told it was 24.2 miles an hour, so make
This
that
is
make
from
sense.
a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2-mile-an-hour impact. But even a 2-mile-an-hour impact redirects me back.
2 miles
causes
an
me to
hour.
rotate and take a step.
2 miles an hour. Oh, the volunteers don't get paid. 2 miles an hour. Wow. I love how he's acting and stumbling around drunk. Yeah, please approach. This is insane. That he's got this car backing up into him. I'm not seeing the taillight explode in your exemplar vehicle, sir. Is anybody horrified this is allowed to happen? When did he conduct these experiments? When did he conduct them? Yesterday, since he got here on Saturday night when Fanning picked him up at the airport? Are you kidding me? At what point did the taillight explode in your little experiment? And at what point did your arm shatter in your little experiment? Because your little experiment was at 2 miles an hour. Wow. We're almost at real time, and they're back. Thank you, Sarah. Alessi
And what
is
slide
laughing.
is this? I think I just can't see it. What slide is this?
114?
We
Thank you.
can't see it either.
One moment, Dr. Welcher.
We can't see any of it. We can't
When
imagine
you were
it.
showing us this video, you walked to the side of the passenger side of the car, didn't you?
I did.
And why did you do that?
Are
you sure it's the passenger
With
side?
them what to do.
You were discussing with who what to do.
The driver.
Tully?
But
Tully there.
in no way were you trying to imitate or give a demonstration of what you believed Mr. O'Keefe's movements to be.
Oh, no. This speed's just 2 miles an hour. I was having a discussion with the driver about what we needed to do to conduct the test.
Was Tully
So
the
when
driver?
you walked up to the passenger side, it wasn't to replicate a study or a movement or give an opinion.
No, that walking
simply-
had nothing to do with this case,
Or was
except
it? But was it really the passenger side, or was the video inverted too? Was your video inverted too? Asking for a friend.
for me instructing the driver what to do.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry about that.
No apology necessary. Could you go
Oh, there's
back
an
to the
apology
beginning when you were
necessary.
explaining this so we can go through it?
So this is the dynamic test 2.
These new tests. Yeah, stop calling him a doctor.
So again, this is the view from behind.
Oh, come on, man.
Relative to the height of yard.
Here.
From his foot, that bruise was
All right,
on
guys. Okay.
Which speed is the car traveling?
You can see it.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear from Ed Wallace either.
About 2 miles an hour.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is the objection that we spoke about.
Oh,
and that I-
okay.
Oh,
All right,
okay.
so that's noted, Mr. Alessi.
Your objection's noted, Mr. Alessi. That's the objection we spoke about. Mhm. They said he was going 24.2
So
miles an
similar
hour.
to the other
She
test,
was.
this is the post-contact image of the transfers onto my arm. Actually, the yellow paint, you can see from my hand is here. This is from the
Make this smaller.
arm and forearm. Here's the paint transfer pattern.
And that slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welcher?
I'm terrible with that.
That's
Slide
okay.
116 now. That
I'm
was
I'm terrible at that. You're
115.
terrible at a
Thank you.
lot of things, sir.
Slide 116. What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up
How about the fractures in the arm? Because there weren't any of those. Fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the arm, really?
with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
It popped off already.
Dr. Welcher, do you have any indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
No.
Not exactly, but for these to be taillight shard fragments, they would need to be in the area of the taillight, but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass hit the rear of the Lexus and caused that damage.
Oh, the glass
the
would shatter the
bottom
taillight
right-
now?
Your objection is
I will strike that last part about the glass.
Such. We're
The
not, we're
purpose of the
past.
circle.
Yes, we are now at
is for what,
horse
Dr. Welcher?
S.
To show, in this case, primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm, the upper part of the arm, and that they match up with the locations of at least the one remaining shard in the rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus.
Looking at the picture of the Lexus, bottom right middle, are there any marks on the Lexus itself that you took note of?
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
Wow.
It's
Oh. No, that's not it. It's not today. Oh, I screwed it up again, you guys.
was later identified as
Just can't even suffer through any more of this drivel. I think it's my, I think it's the spirits trying to tell me that this is such crap that we shouldn't have to suffer through. And also, they're screwing me up with that stupid arm picture that they keep showing because YouTube
be at the
strikes,
proxy.
demonetizes every creator that shows it. They did it last trial. They're going to do it again. And there's nothing worse than sitting on a show for 8 hours to be demonetized at the end of the day.
marker.
Few things worse.
This is 16. What I've done is I've in those same components, the approximate location. But for the police photographs, that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching
Police
here.
photographs, really?
So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass hit the rear of the Lexus and caused that damage.
In the bottom right,
Excuse me, your objection is
I
More
will strike that
speculation.
last part about the glass.
Thank you.
the purpose of the circle is for what, Dr. Welcher?
To show, in this case, primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm, the upper part of the arm, and that they match up with the locations of at least the one remaining shard in the rear taillight.
At least the one
of Miss Reed's
remaining
Lexus.
shard. At what point did it explode,
Looking
sir?
at the picture of the Lexus, bottom right middle, are there any marks on the Lexus itself?
There's
that
no
you took
glass.
note
It's
of?
polycarbonate.
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
Actually, it's 2 slides. So there, again, this is the evidence marker. There was a horizontal scuff. We know
Could have been
Mr.
there
O'Keefe had
anytime,
blue
anyway.
jean-type pants
The
on.
scuff. Yeah, you bought the same pants. you
There's a
freak.
scuff in the area that would approximately correspond to hip level for Mr. O'Keefe.
And next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am, 118.
Thank you.
Did you describe what you saw on the bottom right-hand corner photo as well?
I believe, yes, I did. That's the scuff that lines up with the approximate height of Mr. O'Keefe's right hip.
Did his hip get injured? No.
So
Were there any
then
bruising
I
to his hip? No.
included previous image that you've seen, slide
Sorcery.
119,
Voodoo.
with the reconstructed photograph of the rear taillight, showing where some of the fragments are. You can see where those fragments are relative to the curvature of the taillight. They'd be in the area somewhat centered within the region of the two yellow lines.
Yeah, within the
on
region.
slide
No big
119.
whoop. Becky wants to know why don't his slides show the bend in the road? They don't.
Right-hand corner, that's important. If so, could you
Because
zoom
they
in and
just
show us?
don't.
So again, it's showing that this is when it's, I believe, in the Sally Port at the police station, showing that
Why didn't he jump out of the way?
scuff on the right rear body panel.
This is some kind of sorcery.
Did you see any similar scuffs in the middle back of the car?
We don't know when those scuffs got
Did you
there.
see anything notable as far as damage to the middle back of this Lexus?
The middle,
Yes,
like back where the doors are,
but with the middle of the back of the car, did you see any similar damage to the middle? or
there
the
were
left?
scuff marks that ran along the bumper.
Could have been there anytime from anywhere.
Okay,
Shopping
continue,
cart
please.
could have hit it a year ago. We don't know.
So this is just showing his jacket he was wearing, that the puncture marks coincide to the marks on his arm. This is from the autopsy report. A couple things it notes: a 1/2 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee.
Yeah,
He's got a
means nothing
laceration
from the fight.
on his right eyelid. That corresponds to the height of that thin rear wind wing on the
The
back
wind
of the
wing.
Lexus.
No, I'm going to object.
Sustain.
Thank you.
How tall was Mr. O'Keefe?
73 inches tall, 6'1".
Remember
How
trial
high was
one?
that wing from the ground on the back of the Lexus?
It was about
Trial one, the judge said nobody could testify about causation of injuries unless they were a medical doctor. She
It's
overruled herself this
about-
time.
5 feet 11 inches, maybe 5 feet 10 and a half.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The contortionist skills are real. Thank you, Noel Nelson.
Did you notice anything about Mr. O'Keefe's right knee?
I noticed there was a 1/2 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you note how high from his foot that bruise was on his knee?
Oh my God.
We don't know the exact length of his knee. The abrasion appears to be right here at knee level. If
There
you
are
go
no
back
rules.
and look at where my knee is, that would be at the proximate
That's
level
what I
of the bumper.
said. Why don't they compare to Karen's phone data? Because they don't have it because they wiped her GPS. This is like worse than workers' comp court. This is like there's no rules in workers' comp court. This is like whatever's worse than workers' comp court. This is a step below kangaroo court. This is like anything goes, do whatever you want. There's no rules anymore. You don't need to be a medical doctor to testify about causation of injuries because this guy, I want to know how much they paid this guy. This is insane that you would never see this in another courtroom in another state. You would never, ever, ever see this. This is outrageous. This is
Of your knee?
I'm out of words.
Oops. So my knee is approximately right here. This is where the bumper is. So the side of Mr. O'Keefe's knee will be in this general area.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm regarding its orientation relative to the broken taillight on the
This is
defendant's.
so
Lexus.
outrageous.
Yes, Your Honor, may I read my report, my opinion?
Engineer, no, you can't read your
The
opinion from your
location,
report.
orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
After considering these three different subjects that we discussed, the tech stream data, analyzing the touching between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's car, and then your demonstrations regarding the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you consider further evidence in reaching any conclusions as an accident reconstructionist and a biomechanical engineer?
He's not
Yes,
a
I did.
biomechanical engineer.
Could
He is
you
not a
turn us to
biomechanical
slide
engineer. He's a
124, please?
biomedical engineer. Stop, object. He is not a biomechanical engineer. He said he wasn't. He's a biomedical engineer. Listen,
In reaching any conclusions as an accident reconstructionist and a biomechanical engineer?
Yes, I did.
Could you turn us to slide 124, please?
So this is some of the location of the physical evidence.
oh, really, the debris field. Oh, here we go with the debris field. I'm going to have to just shut up because I'm not going to be able to keep
Red
talking.
plastic,
Stop talking
clear
over there.
plastic.
I'm leaving.
There, his point of rest was indicated to be 7 feet off the roadway. There was a sneaker that was found near the curb. There were various fragments of taillight found in the snow on the morning of the incident, as to the afternoon of the incident.
Could you zoom in on those photos so that we can see the dates?
The date?
Yes.
Oh, sure. So January 29th at 5:46 p.m. This one's at 5:52.
After Karen Reed's Lexus was in the Sallyport, 546 and 552. That's when they started finding tail light. If you believe the metadata on these photos. Do you?
One's at 5:50, 5:59.
Look at all the photos. Did you see
This
all the
one down
photos
here
that
is
just
at
came up on the screen? Look.
5:46. This one down here is at 5:46.
Giant pieces of tail light.
So there were various fragments of the taillight that were ultimately pieced back together
Mhm.
and determined to be from Miss Reed's right rear taillight. Additional
Look at all these pictures of all the additional evidence that was found. God knows when or where by who.
evidence was found. This is taken on the afternoon of the accident, again, around 5:50 p.m.
In the dark.
Zoom in, please, for us.
Sure. So what you see here is
The sneaker.
was later identified as Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
And this slide number, Dr. Welcher?
Yes, ma'am. 127.
Could you show us the time and date, please?
I don't know. In that picture, it looks like it has a white sole, but what the hell do I know? I can't see anything. Can you see? Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more. I don't even know. Is it upside down? It's inverted. Is it a black sole? Is it a white sole? There's a lot of talk about that, and I just can't tell from this picture because here's the sole and it's facing that way. Does it look like there's a black stripe on the bottom indicating a black sole? I don't know.
The time and date, please.
January 29th at 5:50 p.m.
Magic. It was magic. They found a couple of
So
giant
a
pieces of
series
taillight.
of photographs. Again, you can see on the right-hand photograph that this is the roadway. This is the curb. The grass will be up towards the top of the right image on slide 127. The shoe is found, up against, in the roadway, up against the edge of the curb. Baseball hat,
Oh,
again, acquired a same baseball.
yeah, not until February 3rd of 2022. And there's some of the blood found at the scene here. Blood found and O'Keefe hat at scene near John O'Keefe's point of rest. I don't think the hat was found anywhere near his point of rest. But that photo was taken of the hat February 3rd of 2022.
Baseball hat was also found in the snow. You can see.
I want you, before you move ahead, the baseball hat, could you give us a close-up view and also the date and time?
So that's where it's buried in the snow. These were taken on February 3rd. I'm not sure what time it was.
How does he fall back? He didn't explain that. No location data on any of it. Just trust us,
There was
bro.
also red liquid
Red liquid.
identified. I believe they indicated to be blood in the snow as well.
And could you give us,
So
Yeah, approach on that, would
I'm
you?
going to sustain that objection and strike the last part of
I
it. So we
understand.
don't need to come to sidebah, right?
We don't need
Just
to
describe the color of what you saw rather than what it was.
There was red coloration in the snow.
And could you give us that date if it's different than February 3rd?
I thought that was February 3rd as well.
Is
No,
there a date on the photograph to the left?
it was not February 3rd. He's already wrong about that. He's wrong about that. He has no
I
idea.
don't see one.
Okay.
Random thoughts. There isn't evidence that he was hit by a car. RIP.
Do
OJO.
you know if those photos were taken by the Canton Police Department?
Sustain.
What do you know who's?
Do you know when exactly those photos were taken?
I don't, except I have them dated as February 3rd.
So you're
I
wrong
think
about
may
that.
just be the baseball hat photos.
He's not.
Continue.
He's not accurate on that.
Then we have photos of a broken glass.
When did you think those were taken? After the leaf blower got
Surrounded
involved.
by red marks in the snow.
Continue, please.
This, by
I
the
don't
way,
know that
is
we've
the
ever seen those
flagpole.
photos.
And that slide number, please, Dr.
Yes, ma'am, 129.
Thank you.
Slide 130.
Can you enlarge that and explain to us what that is?
Sure. So at the bottom, it indicates where it's from. So this was from a presentation I gave looking at pedestrian injury biomechanics back in 2005. And
Oh.
what it's showing is
It's a slide from one of his
Where-
presentations. Okay,
what are the most common injuries in pedestrian impacts?
great. Let's
So
hear it.
what it shows is head injuries are the most common
Oops.
injury in pedestrian impacts. So on the right-hand side, it's all injuries. You can see of all the individual study, the highest prevalence or highest or most common injury was head injuries. In those that sustained severe life-threatening injuries, again, the highest was also head injuries. So head injuries are very commonly associated with pedestrian impacts. This is anatomical drawings just to help you. The middle section here is from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy report. The lower right diagram, the green line represents the fracture lines, predominantly here, at least in the base of the skull. So in the biomechanical and forensics just means the legal related scientific industry, there's something called hat brim line or hat line analysis. And what it is it's looking at where the hat line, you can imagine, is where the brim of a hat would be. And what it is, it's literature that's looking at where head injuries from falls commonly occur.
I'll strike, I'm going to strike. I'm going to strike. Yes, yes. So that was slide 131.
No, that was 132. I
Oh,
moved it
sorry.
because you said to take it off the screen.
Your Honor, one more request is to agree. Did not take that into consideration.
So jurors, when I strike something, that means don't pay any attention to it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Continue, Dr. Welcher.
So, Your Honor, I need to go past that slide.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
This is the next slide.
Okay, if you can continue.
Sure. So I provided peer-reviewed scientific literature that looked at a metric where they were publishing research trying to delineate falls versus blows or assaults. And so this metric is in that scientific literature. They looked at a total of 400 different events, 235 falls, 165 assaults. And so you can see where it says mandible. So mandible is your lower jaw.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. I'm moving to strike.
Yeah, let's take that slide down and I'm going to see you at sidebar, please. Dr. Welcher. Brennan. Mr. Alessi, Mr. Brennan is going to do this in open court. Just talk to Dr. Welcher for a minute, okay?
Yes.
Is there any objection?
I have no objection. Are we on the transcript?
Yes. Right.
I'm sorry, who is this guy? They're all talking to him. They're whispering to him. Somebody else came up with them. So Alessi and Brennan and another guy. Who's the third guy? I don't know. Does anybody know? Is this Welcher's lawyer? Who's the third guy? Hold on, I got to rewind a second.
I have no objection. Are we on the transcript?
Yes. Right.
Maybe the appellate attorney?
Yes. Absolutely.
No talking, court still in session.
Who's talking in the gallery? What is going on here?
Thank you. Anything else? And I'm going to now use the 2 minutes to see if there's anything else in the report to be raised.
Oh, the
So
media
it starts
guy?
on page
The slide guy?
124. Is that right, Mr. Brennan?
But I thought it was a woman doing the
Alessi?
slides for the Commonwealth. Makeup guy.
Dr. Welcher, is that where it starts?
That appears to be, Your Honor, yes.
Because Brennan keeps
124.
showing slides to the jury that are being objected to, and he leaves them up there. This is insane.
Start now 123. I have to start.
I actually have 122 is already redacted.
I don't know what this is supposed to be proven, both
Right, I don't
I have
have it on
no idea.
123.
I mean, he did a paint
123
experiment like
is
a
a blank
Nickelodeon show. It's crazy time.
Yes.
I have 123 is a blank slide.
Okay. So
So from
124.
Triple M, you do not have that.
This is what happens when you got a guy who's got a 140 slide PowerPoint presentation. He was supposed to call it down, but I guess he never did. And then he added some new slides, some new information because he got better data. Here we are. Gilligan's Island. Thank you, Random Thoughts. That would be great.
124 through
Coconut drinks with
138, is that
umbrellas in 'em.
accurate, counsel?
Checking out what it is. I'm just going to do it.
Chrissy,
Chrissy,
do you need a break?
do you need a break? Oh, listen to her. Chrissy, do you need a break?
Yes, Your Honor.
She's trying to force a break.
Okay. So if you could do that for us.
Absolutely, Your
Honor.
Listen to that. Wait.
Yes, Your Honor.
Chrissy,
Chrissy,
do you need a break?
do you need a break?
Do you need 5 minutes?
Do you need 5 minutes, Chrissy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So if you could do that for us,
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Dr. Welcher.
I'm doing it right now.
We can bring the jurors back.
Your Honor, if we could just, now I just want to look at the rest.
Okay,
2 minutes. And then
Sure.
Your Honor asks us to do that.
sure.
It's crazy. This is outside the jury's presence. I don't really know what they're doing. Are they doing another voir dire?
Yeah, confer with Mr. Brennan at 1 point.
I stopped to have a
Not
bite
on
of my
the
lunch. I went off screen and look at all the stuff I missed. Usually I go through the whole day with you without eating anything. And so I decided not to do that anymore because I just get dizzy and hangry by the end of this. Alessi is being like so friendly
You
with
want
Brennan
on the
because he
record?
knows he's going to slaughter this guy when it comes time.
Yes, sir.
Now they turned off the sound so we can't hear what Alessi is saying to Welcher.
That opportunity.
Thank you for giving me that opportunity, Judge.
You struck one slide. I'm sorry.
You struck one slide, Your Honor. I'm sorry. What are we doing here?
Correct. There may be, depending upon what's in the video, there may be more.
Apparently the headings
Right,
were
but
not
the ones-
correct, and he's objecting to what
All
some
right,
of the
so-
headings on the slides were.
So I can go back and show them.
Yes.
I don't want to offend the court.
Okay.
I don't want to offend the court. You're offending all of our sensibilities by this entire line of testimony. Total absurdity, ridiculousness.
So are we starting on slide 132?
132, Your Honor.
Thank you, vet girl, for your 50. I can't. Now he's showing anatomy and has become a doctor. No references or data comparison. Shaking my head. Nope, none at all. Now he can just testify about whatever he wants. And look at Bella's mom coming on with a 50. Congrats on 100K. Thanks for all you do. Thank you for watching. And Bella's mom, her real name's Ashley. Bella's mom, that is, not yours. Thank you for your generosity. I appreciate you. All of my heart.
Yes, I believe I redacted.
Okay, it says,
You got me scared when you asked me that. I need to double check.
you got me scared when you asked me that. I needed to double check, he said.
Welcher's PowerPoint is ready on the screen.
It looks like it's up. Is it ready, Dr. Welcher?
You got me scared when you asked me that. I need to double check.
Now he's scared. You can't make this up.
Yes, I believe I redacted everything and we are on slide 132. Thank you. And by the way,
It appears that way to me, Mr. Alessi. From here.
the battery died on this.
Okay, thank you.
Battery This is a mess. This is a
I
circus.
brought my own, fortunately, but
This is like Ringling Brothers,
actually, no, I can't
but
find mine.
instead of 3 rings, there's like 6 rings in this
Ms. Gilman
circus.
has one.
And it's like ring, ring, ring around the rosy. Ashes, ashes, all fall down. Commonwealth's case going up in smoke. I want to know what the jury is doing. If they're laughing, if they're,
Bad.
because they're younger, they're probably a lot more technologically savvy, and they're like, yeah, no, this does not make sense. It's like something I saw in a video game one time. They're thinking like, what is this? This can't be real life. Okay, jury must be coming in.
32. Could we turn?
Find the mic, dude. We are on our last nerve today.
Dr. Welcher, if you could return to slide 132. Actually, 133, Dr. Welcher.
Is that me or? $132 or $133?
133, please. The next one after that.
Thanks, Kelly. That's what we were talking about, the shoe. Some people think it has a black sole. Some
So
people
we
think it
did
was
skip over 132.
a shadow. It's hard to tell.
That one as well. Keep going. There we go. If you can enlarge that just a little bit for us.
Sure.
Now, you mentioned that there was studies that talked about guiding the difference between potential injuries.
Correct.
Okay, explain that.
Sure. So I gave 3 papers and someone's dissertation on this issue. They are
So
creating a analysis methodology to differentiate whether the nature and pattern of injuries are more consistent with a fall or more consistent with an assault, or they're calling it blows.
Okay, could you walk us through what this chart means?
Sure. So this is their flow chart in terms of their assessment. So it starts at the very top. You can see they analyze a total of 400 events, 235 falls, 165 blows or assaults. So what you do is you ask yourself on the first set of arrows, you look at the mandible, the jaw. And MRS, as you can see at the bottom down here, refers to a simple fracture or multiple fractures. A is no fracture. Mr. O'Keefe has no mandible fracture. So that means we go down.
He has no broken
this
jaw.
row.
So he wasn't in a
And
fight.
then-
Because if he was in a fight with Brian Albert, he definitely would have fractured his jaw. Okay, that's insane. That's a stupid comparison, but go on with your bad self. And Kimberly Hoffman's going to be driving her Harley to support Karen next week from Michigan, and that is awesome. I love it.
Looks at all facial fractures
Was there a
So
nasal
these are the
fracture in John
bones
O'Keefe? I want to know.
that constitute the face. So if you have a facial fracture, you go to your left. If you have no facial fracture, you go to the right. So if you have
Flow chart.
some event, no mandible fracture, no facial fracture, what they've indicated that is predominantly associated with falls and not assaults.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In addition, did you do any further study on the force of a person falling back and landing on their head?
Oops, I did.
Could you
So what I did was I did what are called drop test. I took an anthropomorphic test device, ATD,
What now?
which
A
is
what
just
now?
a fancy name for a crash test dummy,
Oh, it's called an
and
ATD.
dropped it backwards onto a hard surface.
Why not just use
To
yourself?
look at what happens if you were to say fall backwards and hit your head onto a hard surface. So on this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe in the upper left, there's noted to be abrasions above the fracture line in the area. You can't see that at all. You can see,
So much for your awesome PowerPoint, sir. Shannon Burgess is going to be
noted
living in the van
abrasions
down by the
right
river.
Here. Your Honor, I brought a hat. That was the one I used in my testing.
Oh.
I put it on and demonstrate something.
He wants to put the hat on. And he's asking the judge for permission instead of the attorney.
Are you objecting?
Of course he's objecting.
No, you can't.
You
Okay.
wouldn't let Alan Jackson
So,
measure something in open court last year, Your Honor.
I will show you the dummy test I did. Watch when the shoulders hit the ground, then the head hits the ground. It creates kind of an arc path that will drag and slide objects up the head. So if you have something such as a baseball hat, it'll cause it to drag across the scalp, dragging it up to a similar location to where these abrasions are. So here's the testing. Again,
Drag
this
test.
is like the crash test dummies you see on television. This is myself.
You were the crash test dummy in this case, weren't you? The
Giving
ATD.
me similar instructions, telling them what we're going to do.
Okay, well, what are we doing? Oh, he's hugging
I said, and
it
watch.
out with the crash test dummy.
Shoulders come in, then the head contacts the ground. What you see is if you fall backwards and
Come back to your screen as he hugs the crash test dummy and then lets him fall to the ground. Ready, set, go.
I said, and watch. Shoulders come in, then the head contacts the ground. What you see is if you fall backwards and land on a very hard surface or hard surface, you'll get extremely high loads on the head. If you compare that to data in the sign,
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Prior to that, please explain what the chart is before you explain.
oh, sure. This chart up here,
Sure,
On the next page,
right,
if
Sure.
you enlarge it, tell us what it is before you get into the details.
absolutely. So this is actually kind of a famous study that was published, one of the first studies looking at head fracture or skull fracture tolerances. So what you see, the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput boner. So that bone, if you put your hand in the back of your
I'm
head, is your
sorry. I'm
occiput.
sorry. Did he just say occiput boner? Sorry, children, if you're listening, don't ask your parents what that is. But I think he just said occiput boner. It's 3:45. There's no way they're going to get to cross today. I don't think. Don't leave, though. Listen.
You see, the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput boner.
Boner.
So that bone, if you put your hand in the
The
back of your
occiput
head, is your
boner.
occiput. So we're looking at occiput impacts. And what you can see is
There's a
that
boner in the back
when
of
they
your head.
took
That's what hit him, a
cadaver
boner.
and dropped them from as low as
I have questions. Was
40
it Yuri
inches
Buchanan's boner?
onto-
Because Yuri Buchanan had a boner when he was arresting Karen Reed to upgrade her charges when he showed up at her back door with his boner, and there's pictures of it. You know, you know. Apparently, people have pointed that out. Maybe, in their opinion, it was. Did you ever think you'd hear this man say that? Occiput boner. Yeah. hmm If your head has gone down the street and you have to go run after it, I apologize. Please, I hope nobody fell off scaffolding or did you pull over your tractor before I said that? I'm so sorry.
and dropped them from as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, they were getting linear fractures.
Hard as a
And you
boner
can
or
see
hard as the
even at
ground?
40 inches,
I'm
there's
just
called a
asking for
stellate
a-
fracture. Stellate means star-like. You get a fracture that goes out like a star. So even at a 40-inch drop height, you have sufficient force when landing on a hard surface to cause skull fracture and a level 3 type skull fracture. So Mr. O'Keefe, again, is 73 inches tall. His occiput is about 4.6 inches down from the top of his skull. That means it would fall a total of about 60 or 73 minus 5.
It was a
would be
softball.
68.
That was a softball.
So just under 6 feet.
I know.
So 72, 4 inches under, so 5 foot.
Teresa's
8 inches
focusing on
is the fall
occipital.
height. What is data showing that even at a fall height as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, you can get fairly severe skull fractures.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher.
But would you get an occipital boner?
Part of your analysis, did you come to a conclusion
Exactly.
to a reasonable degree of engineering uncertainty whether or not the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. John O'Keefe on the evening of January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
Before you give me your opinion,
Your final answer? Is
I'd like
that
you
your
to share
final
with the
answer?
jury what that opinion is based on.
Sure. So it's based on the 130 slides you've seen, based on my personal inspection of the Lexus, the correlation of the text stream data with the infotainment data, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data. It's looking at, I guess, where the taillight wasn't broken. It's looking at the physical evidence at the scene in terms of taillight fragments, glass fragments, red color in the snow. We have the cell phone data, the location and position of the arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze, the location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to the scientific literature, my testing of forces available falling onto a hard surface, published science on the fracture forces associated with falls. And I'm sorry, I'm reading from my report.
Not allowed to do that.
I'm
You're
reading
supposed
from
to
my
know
report.
your opinions.
Can you answer without reading from your report?
No,
Probably it's more complete if I read.
it's a work of fiction.
The objection, Mr. Alessi?
Or-
I do on this question, Your Honor,
He should know his opinion.
this question. So I'm here to represent you.
So,
Shouldn't have to read his opinion.
and that's read- don't read from your report.
Okay,
She's like, don't read from your report.
Okay, Dr. Welcher, let me ask you again.
Let me
Based
ask
on
you
your-
again, and this time listen, Dr. Welcher, because I'm going to give you the answer in my improper question, and then it's going to get objected and sustained. And then when I ask you the question again, use the words that I used in my first question. Okay, got it? Okay, good.
Analysis data available. Dr. Welcher, let me ask you again. Based on your analysis, data available, reviews, study, based on the fact that you are an accident reconstructionist and a biomedical engineer,
Got that right this time.
have you reached an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
And could you share the bases of your opinion before I ask you your ultimate opinion?
Sure. So again, you've seen my slide presentation. I've inspected the Lexus. I've looked at where it wasn't damaged. I've inspected the taillight. I got an exemplar Lexus. I ran lower speed contacts to verify that the injury pattern and location on the arm is consistent with the height and orientation of the taillight. I have looked at fracture tolerance data for falling backwards onto hard surfaces. I've looked at the metrics of where his injuries were and what injuries he didn't sustain. I've looked at the cell phone data, and then I've looked at Miss Reed's interviews as well.
Oh,
Based on
so
all the
her
evidence you
interviews.
considered, could you share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the
Wait,
defendant's
hold on.
Lexus struck?
Is he wearing a malachite wedding band, the same kind that Lori Vallow Daybell was shopping for before she stole someone's husband and married him? I'm just asking for a friend. Remember those malachite wedding bands that she was researching before she killed or assisted in the killing of, or perhaps conspired to kill Chad Daybell's wife? Just asking for a friend.
At Miss Reed's
Interviews.
as well.
Based on all the evidence you considered, could you share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Gonna allow it.
I can answer. Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I've talked about. that is
DNA?
consistent with that happening with a
You talking
reasonable
about
degree of
DNA?
scientific certainty. That is what happened.
Objection, move to strike, Your
So
Honor.
I'm gonna strike that. I wanna see counsel's out for just.
I'm sorry. Did I miss the part where he talked about the DNA? Because I didn't hear anything about DNA. Can I hear that again? Canoni's Baloney says, Mr. Welcher, instead of dressing up as John O'Keefe, you should have worn a tutu and point shoes and done a pirouette. Well done, girl.
2022, Lexus degree of engineering. All the evidence you consider.
Interviews as well.
Okay, here's the question again.
Based on all the evidence you considered, could you share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
She's allowing it. It's leading. It's got.
Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I've talked about, that is consistent with that happening with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. That is what happened.
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
So I'm gonna strike that. I wanna see counsel's.
Yeah,
out for
he's
just-
not stating his opinion himself. Hank Brennan is stating his opinion, and he's just saying, yes, that's what happened. No, that's not how it works. Do you have an opinion with a reasonable degree of engineering certainty? Yes, I do. And what is that opinion? Doctor, and I use the term loosely. And then he has to state his opinion. Hank Brennan doesn't get to state his opinion, and then he says, yes, that's what happened. This is like trial lawyering 101 in kindergarten. This is so embarrassing. Sarah, I don't know how to do that. Maybe somebody in the chat could help you, but thank you so very much. And thank you, Midnight Mike, for gifting 5. You're always a kind and generous contributor to this channel, and I love you with all of my heart. We have a little time to scooch. I mean, is the media laughing back there? I don't know. I see Matt Johnson from Core TV. I see Christina Rex. I don't know who else is back there. Is that guy John DePetro in the orange shirt that wins the lottery every single week? He's like from Rhode Island or something. He was trashing me the other day on the Yellow Cottage Cheese channel, and somebody came to tell me about it in my comments. Like, please do not come into my comments. Just here's a little hot tip. Don't come into my comments and tell me that people are trashing me on another channel. Number one, I don't want to hear it. And number two, I really don't care. Like your friend in high school would be like, you know what so-and-so said about you? And then tell you something really nasty.
Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone.
Good. She's letting the jury go. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're starting an hour late tomorrow. Is that what this is?
We're starting an hour late tomorrow.
So, we'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
They're going to start at 10 tomorrow. What does that mean? Does that mean that the lawyers are coming at 9?
Tell you about your specific directions.
This is romper room. It is.
Do I need to pack all this up?
Do you want me to pack all this up? So we're done for the day? Are we going to get any argument? She's like making nice with the jury. Hey, sorry, we're wasting your whole entire lives and only paying you $50 a day, but they're sitting down where there's more. Can anybody tell me if you know, because I don't know if you know, but look, this court officer right here, this woman right here on the bottom of your screen on the right-hand side, I love her so much. She's wearing glasses. I want to know her name because I want to shout her out. I love her so much. There was one day where she was sitting in the gallery and we saw her. It was the day that Jessica Hyde said, it was easy. Like it was May 4th because, may the 4th be with you. And it was all she could do, not to bust a gut. I don't want to get her fired or anything because she thinks she's amazing. And I really, really, really want to know her name. That's what it was. May the 4th be with you. Love her with all of my heart.
All right.
Did Dr. Welcher leave?
Dr. Welcher can step down. I know he has to come back and have his
So
equipment.
just leave everything here.
And then you'll
He
come back
brought
in
his own
5 minutes.
equipment.
All right.
5 minutes? Yeah. Going to be hella
Yes,
longer than that,
please.
I think.
All right. So, Mr. Alessi, I will hear you as to your objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you like me to go to the podium or stand?
Right
Go to the
there's
podium.
fine, and let's try and wrap this all up by 4 because I've already heard you at sidebar.
We'll do so, Your Honor.
That means both of you
Are you
will hear
kidding?
from within the next 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Alessi.
Wow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Life in prison.
The point number one is the question of whether, based on a reasonable degree of scientific or engineering certainty, he has an opinion whether a collision occurred. I'm going to give a dramatic and accurate example that happens in courts all the time equivalent. So by analogy, if the issue is whether or not a defendant has stabbed an individual and caused a certain event, that is the ultimate question for the jury. That question is never permissible in a trial. By analogy, this is the exact analogous situation. The question of whether there was a collision is the ultimate question for the jury. That is why we are having this trial. The defense strongly asserts there was no collision, and there is
Right.
substantial evidence to that. We are going to cross-examine Dr. Welcher. We are going to put in our own strong case to demonstrate no collision occurred. That's no surprise. It was in our opening statement. This witness cannot, by precedent for years, opine on the ultimate question that is going to the jury. I accept, subject to evidentiary issues, the two questions that a biomechanist always answers in these situations. Is the damage to the vehicle consistent with a pedestrian hitting the vehicle? And are the injuries to the individual consistent with being hit by a motor vehicle? Those are the questions that are permissible, not the collision question. It is resoundingly improper in this trial, in any trial where that is the ultimate conclusion for the jury. Yes, an expert can offer opinions, but every expert is bounded by the extent of their opinion, and that opinion on whether there was a collision would invade the province of the jury and the whole purpose why we are here, Your Honor.
That's right.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
So what Mr. Alessi is arguing is that in their opening statement, they repeatedly invaded the province of the jury because they must have asserted vehemently over and over again there was no collision, over and over and over again. And he just told you that when his expert takes the stand, they'll have abundant evidence that there was no collision. This case is about the collision, but that is not the ultimate issue. The ultimate issue is manslaughter or mens rea for second-degree murder.
Oh, so
not
she's
collision.
guilty?
They don't get to define the prosecution's case. They do not get to define or limit the prosecution's opinions. They have no case law. They have no study. They have no jurisdiction or jurisprudence to say what we are limited to.
Jurisprudence.
He's entitled to an opinion. His opinion is not limited to whether or not the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe. That evidence is obvious. It's not whether or not there's damage to the
It's
car
obvious?
or Lexus. That evidence is obvious. He also is an enormous part of a biomedical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. He studied the tech stream data. They didn't, he did. And he's entitled to give an opinion. The tech stream data, based on fact and science and data, tells us when, if you put it together with other evidence, and where, when you contribute it with other evidence, this collision actually occurred. We don't have to play peekaboo and close our eyes to the reality of the fact
Peekaboo?
that the evidence
Peekaboo.
supports the conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her Lexus in front of Fairview Road. I am not interjecting the defendant. I always refer to her car, so it is sanitized, her Lexus.
Oh, you're
I've been careful
sanitized.
about that. I don't have to, but I'm very careful
I don't
about it.
have to.
He is relying on the tech stream data, the physical evidence, his independent studies. He is allowed to offer an opinion about whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car,
He's
whether
not
the
a
damage to the
doctor.
car is consistent
He's
with
not.
the injury to Mr. O'Keefe. And he's also allowed to answer, in his opinion, the issue of a collision, putting aside the fact that that was emphasized and repeated in the opening statement, and it's going to happen again when other people testify. It's not our fault that ARCA didn't testify or look into the tech stream data, or they don't have an expert for it. It doesn't belittle or limit that evidence. We expect to ask Dr. Welcher, does he have an
Peekaboo.
opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m. That is one of the opinions we're going to ask him. Nothing to do with the ultimate opinion of guilt or innocence, or whether it's manslaughter or there's mens rea for second-degree murder.
And what was your second? You said that's one of the opinions you're going to ask him. What else are you
I
looking
will
at?
also ask him about the consistent with, whether the injuries are consistent with.
With what?
I'm going to ask him after this part about the difference between a clip or a side swipe as opposed to a full-on injury, pedestrian collision from a front or back of a bumper. And there are further slides to emphasize that point. And so there'll be an opinion regarding that as well.
And you,
Consistency with a side swipe or a clip.
okay, so this is not the end of Dr. Welcher's testimony. He's just moving on to another area.
It's close, but it's not the end.
Okay.
At the end.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Your Honor, here's a case.
He's got the case. I knew he'd have a
So
case.
that case, oh, here it is. Commonwealth v. Coleman, 366 Mass 705. And it stands for the proposition exactly that I articulated. I won't repeat it. Secondly, Your Honor, we practice what we preach. I have the ARCA report right in front of me. And I have the report of.
Is that a new one or is that
This is the new one.
okay.
It's also, the old one is the same. So I can, either one is the same. They do not, Mr. Brennan incorrectly said what our experts are going to do. I don't know why he did that, because he has these in writing. Neither Dr. Wolf or Dr. Rentschler talk about a collision or conclusion. It's consistency. It's those two questions I said at sidebar. And for reference, Your Honor, for the most recent is page 15. There is no.
I don't have that report, so I'd like a copy of that report.
Your Honor, a copy, and I also, Your Honor, refer Your Honor to ARCA's existing report, which I'm going to do from memory. I think is February of 2024 that was done for the U.S. Department of Justice and FBI, where they basically said and gave opinions on those two items I spoke to you at sidebar. So Attorney Brennan is incorrect when he says what our experts are going to say or not. We've already committed in writing to what they're going to say. We're consistent. We practice what we preach.
All right. So we will discuss this tomorrow before we start.
Oh, really?
I'll tell you my ruling tomorrow before we start. I need to go back and see what exactly came in to evidence today.
Wow.
All right. So I'll see you in the morning.
You want to know what came into evidence today? He was asked his opinion, and he said, absolutely, without a doubt, there was a car accident. And Alessi strongly objected. He even has a case about it. And he said, no, that is for the jury to decide. That is not for the expert to opine on. And I'm pretty sure every lawyer watching is also screaming into the closet about this. Wow, just wow. What is this fantasy genre? Unreal. Thank you, Karen. What a fiery way to end the day, an entire day of direct examination of this Dr. Judson Welcher. It's outrageous. It's outlandish. And wow, are we here for it? Commonwealth changed every key piece in front of the world. Yes. Yes. So true. So true. Worldwide objection to Auntie Bev. Why isn't court like baseball? 3 strikes, same witness, you're out. It's just not. They can do whatever they want. They're playing by the rules for thee, but not for me. That is the way it works in the courtroom of Kim Jong-Kanone under her eye. Josie Mojo, I've struggled to find an analogy how he makes me feel listening to him. He's like pinball machine. He's everywhere and nowhere all at once. Exhausting. That's a great analogy. That's a really great analogy. Bees and flowers. The Commonwealth should be ashamed to spend taxpayer money on this expert. It's gross to discredit the reality of someone hit and killed by a vehicle or attacked by a dog. This is disgusting beyond belief yet again. Thank you, Bees and Flowers, for your 20. Dana the drummer from Canada. I'm not only a professional drummer, but I'm also a professional electrical engineer of over 40 years. This guy is a joke and a disgrace to the engineering profession globally. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. And also, apparently, somebody pointed out earlier in chat that he sold his company to Aperture for $270 million. So what does he care? He doesn't. He doesn't care. He's got nothing to lose. What is he going to lose? Nothing. He doesn't need to work. That guy doesn't need to work ever again. Akudo, what is going on? I have no idea. I have no idea, except for this guy did a Nickelodeon type experiment where he bumped into the car. The car didn't, but well, then he had the car back into him. And then based on some paint marks, he said that is, did he ever even say how the taillight got shattered? Because he said he doesn't know how fast the car was going when it actually hit him. I remember that part. He never said how the taillight exploded or how much force it would take. And then he got in some improper opinion testimony, and Alessi's going batshit about it, as he should. He said that opinion is invading the province of the jury. It is up to the jury to decide whether there was a car accident. And Brennan said, no, it's not. It's up to the jury to decide whether it was murder or manslaughter. Never once did he say, or not guilty. No, just murder or manslaughter. 18 wheels of outrage. Yes, you can drive now. I give you permission. Okay, you can. I'll try not to be funny anymore. Stephanie Evanson from Canada. Are people actually taking this guy seriously? I can't even. Thanks for making me laugh today. I had such a horrible day yesterday. I'm so sorry about that. I hope your day gets better and all your days get better. Mama Morris, this is just as exciting as the Knicks game. Was that a great Knicks game or what? I mean, I don't even like basketball. And that I was at the Paris Ray and the Crush album release party. And go to my Instagram if you want to see some video from that because it was awesome. And right as they finished like their last song, that is when the Knicks won the game. And it was crazy. Everybody in the bar went crazy. It was crazy. Crazy town. You can't make this up. You can't, but you could try. Real deal. Welcher lives in the right state, California. He should audition to be a stunt man. He should. Or he could go on Nickelodeon and, be an actor for kids. But he doesn't need the money. Right? Will Wallace, sideswipe collision dynamics, has taken this to a whole other level. He thinks he's John O'Keefe. This is wild. I want to do a poll, so stick around. Don't go anywhere just yet. I want to do a poll, and here's my poll. I got to do a whole thing. I got to go into YouTube to do the poll, and then you don't need to hear the all right, hold on. Poll. Here's the poll. Do you think Welcher's testimony, and obviously he's got more things to testify to, like an occipital boner, but he already did testify to that part. Testimony. Okay, it's going to be number 1, helped the Commonwealth. Number 2, helped the defense. What should our next option be? Was neutral, neither helped nor hurt. Okay, so was neutral is going to mean didn't help or hurt anyone, helped no one. Will be was neutral, right? Helped no one. Nobody. All right, there's the poll. There it is. Do you think Welcher's testimony helped the Commonwealth, helped the defense, helped nobody? I mean, what did we just witness other than a train wreck that we just cannot stop watching? Somebody said in chat, and that's why I'm asking, said, is this bad for Karen? She says, this is bad for Karen, right? Says Nana Bear. I don't know. I don't know what the jury's facial expressions were. I don't know how he's going to explain away the fact that the arm wasn't shattered. He didn't really explain to me how the taillight was shattered or how those marks were made on his arm. And a couple of different people pointed out the fact that sidebar chick, did he factor the bumper flex and gave way as the two vehicles impacted and would have allowed the upper portion of Karen's taillight to make contact? That was with the two cars colliding, right? Nixon 3191 says ring doesn't record at 19 frames per second. It's not original. Thank you very much for pointing that out because I wouldn't have known that. Stephanie Flynn said the cuts would go down the arm under the elbow, not across. A couple of people pointed that out, that the wounds were in the wrong way. AR said, is this jockstrap literally cosplaying John O'Keefe right now? Yes, he did. He absolutely did. And Rick Derringer has just died. R.I.P. Rick Derringer, music legend, 77 years old. Rick Derringer, R.I.P. We break news here too. Hang on, Sloopy. He sang, hang on, Sloopy, Sloopy, hang on. And the 70s single rock and roll Hoochie Coo has passed away. He was 77. Oh, he died peacefully in his sleep on Monday. So there's that. Okay, sorry, I had to break that news to you. Yes, he cosplayed John O'Keefe. He went out and bought his exact same outfit, the same shirt, the same hoodie, the same shoes. And then he bumped into the car and he looked like he was drunk while doing it. And did he use a trampoline to launch himself to? Midnight Mike wanted to know, like, you could not make this up. And Saturday Night Live is really missing out on this because I think so many people are watching this trial now, so much more than the first trial, that they should be in the SNL writers' room working on this. Can Arca rebut any of this? Yeah, all of it, Terry, all of it. The crap pseudoscience of this stupid recreation. Currently pursuing law degree, Aveda 2021. Mama Shea said, JBW, Judson Blair Welcher. Do you think he has his shirts monogrammed? Do you think he monograms his pocket or his cuff? You know. What do you think? Or like not the pocket. Maybe he doesn't wear shirts with pockets. Maybe just like on the chest. Do you think he monograms his chest or his cuff? And do you think he wears French cuffs? And do you think he wears tab collars or button-down collars? Thank you, Mama She. She says he also wins. Oh, she says JBW has needed to clear his throat since this morning. Is it just me? He also wins Creepo of the Year. Thank you, Mama She. Mike gifting another 5. Thank you. AE Lot says you need this exact yellow and this exact blue for your new brand of cupcake sunscreen to be debuted at your Cancun 2025 trip. I'll allow it. Yeah, we should do cupcake sunscreen. I love it. And you know what? It'll come out of the tube like frosting. How fun would that be to have sunscreen that is like the texture of frosting? Oh my God. I love frosting. I've been known to like take a spoonful of frosting for dessert. Like I'll allow it. Like nose sunscreen at Wet n Wild in the 90s. I'll allow it. I will totally allow it. And you get credit, AE Lot, for that. Breezy Jones was confused and said, so John backed into Karen? That's what it seemed like because he backed into that Lexus and got the paint all over his arm. And Stephanie said the arm was 90-degree forearm, would have vertical wounds, right? Not horizontal if it was in the position that the Commonwealth said the arm was, or that this guy said, Welcher. I don't know why the poll isn't coming up on my phone, but can you guys see the poll? You can see the poll, right? Okay, yeah, because a lot of you are voting. So please vote if you're going to jump ship. Please vote before you go and smash the like button on your way out, but don't, because we got a lot of questions to talk about. And if you are jumping, come back tomorrow. We'll be here at 9. The jury doesn't have to be here until 10, but we're going to hear some fiery arguments tomorrow by Alessi, and it's going to be fire. It's going to be fire on acid. The user took that name. I thought I made that up, fire on acid, and then somebody said, yeah, no, that was like something Timothy Leary said, and I thought, I didn't know that. I genuinely thought I made it up. Cat Q, the first pick of his arm swiping the taillight was switched to another later on. The first did not put paint on his t-shirt. This is crazy bad. Thank you for recognizing that. Finesse the Alessi, the car hit his hip at 2 miles an hour. No damage to his hip. No, there's no damage to any part of his body other than the arm. But his arm wasn't fractured or shattered. Just cut up. Just cut up. But you know what's so funny about that? Oh, did this guy say that he pushed his sleeves up? He said he pushed his sleeves up, right? Remember how cold it was and John O'Keefe wasn't wearing a jacket? But in this exemplar with it was the real vehicle or the exemplar vehicle? I don't even remember right now because I'm so spun out by this testimony because I just have so many things to digest about it. I'm looking at my own chat and my own phone and the dollar sign at the bottom is blinking at me like I should send myself a super chat. That's hilarious. What was I saying? No damage to his hip. No. He pushed up his sleeves, right? Because if you look at the exact clothing, you can't see it because now the clothing is in like a plexiglass, like museum style case. The puncture marks on the outside of the clothing look like dog teeth puncture marks. They are not slices as one would expect from these type of injuries attaching to your sleeve. But in his exemplar, didn't he push up his sleeves? So then how did the sleeve get dog bite holes all over it? I have questions. And pig DNA. Right, exactly. Michael says, you know that you're dealing with a real scientist when the investigator is wearing the exact same underpants as the victim. You can't make it up. And he had an occipital boner. You can't make that up either. Aggressive carpet. And yet no injuries to his torso or legs from the giant bumper where the grease paint. Where's the grease paint on there? Yeah. And there would 100% be fractures with this. 100%. 100% would have shattered his arm. But now he's backing off the 24.2 miles an hour in reverse. Did you notice that? Now he has no idea how fast the car was going. He's got no idea. No idea. Bees on Mars. This is not how we conduct research. Using yourself as a test subject is alarming. Alarming. I'll take it a step farther. It's alarming and laughable. So I'm glad. You must be a scientist or an engineer, and this is not how you do testing. Thank you. On top, thank you. I put Chaka up for you before. Said myself, Chaka, and Elmer Brennan will be attending speech therapy at the Burgess University night school. The Burgess University night school. On top, you're very witty. You are very witty. I will allow it. Nixon. Did he just try to say asynchronous data changes timestamps? That's either poor programming or he's lying. Take your pick. Were you lying then or are you lying now? Alicia Joe, Commonwealth case equals trial by ambush. The theory wrong. Let's change it. John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car, said the ME. John O'Keefe could have fallen backwards drunk, said the neurosurgeon. You're getting it. We have no idea of the timeline. It was cold. Defense work is done. Free count read now. Thank you, Alicia Joe. Can anybody else? Kel Dell said something about that reenactment is so Step Brothers. Yeah. Free count read now. Can anybody else see how they're twisting themselves into a contortionist pretzel to try and prove something? Analytical, lyrical Linda. I thought key cycle 1162 was from when the car was towed at Karen's parents' house. That's what we thought too. Trooper Paul said he created key cycle 1164. Correct. When he was testing it outside the Canton PD. That means the trip to the Sallyport was 1163 and the ride to Karen's parents' house was 1162. No. Not the ride to Karen's parents' house would be 1162. 1162 would be backing out of the driveway and doing that 3-point turn onto the tow truck. 1163 would be coming off the tow truck. 1164, coming off the tow truck and into the Sallyport. 1164 was when Trooper Paul did the testing, unless there could have been some other key cycles in between when that was in MSP custody. But my math ain't math in here because that leads me to believe 1162 should have been in her parents' driveway in Dighton, but they're making up whatever they can to pin it on the girl, as you can see. As you can see. Fire on Acid said Dighton Sallyport video. When was her car there? Her car was there. I don't know, 5:30-ish. Because really seconds don't matter and time drifts. 5:30-ish on January 29th of 2022. Before they started finding taillight pieces at 5:46. Et al. Cara Vera, do you think Commonwealth / Brennan is tanking the case because it's a loser case? I don't think he's intentionally tanking it, Cara. I think that he thinks that he's winning. I think he's like Charlie Sheen winning. He thinks he's Charlie Sheen winning. You guys tell me what you think, but I don't think he's intentionally tanking it. I think he gets paid by the hour and he doesn't really care what happens, but this could make or break his career, as do a lot of big high-profile trials that the world is watching. And I think that he thinks that he's doing really well. What do you guys think? Maybe that's for another poll tomorrow, but I don't think he's tanking it. I don't think he's trying to tank it intentionally, no. Michelle, what happened to the spinning tires on video in the Reed driveway? Yeah. She says the Commonwealth edited it out of the video because it would match the speed and RPMs. Yep. You know, the defense. I mean, listen, it was Karen's parents' ring footage, but I bet you they seized the whole, who knows, but they've got another video. They'll play it and you'll be able to see, probably compare that they did cut it out. We pointed that out the other day. We even timed it like on our stopwatch and timed the video that they were showing. And while the times matched, the time clock did not. It went slower, then it went faster, then it went slower. There was clearly some things happening in that video, and it looks clearly altered to me, but I'm not a video expert. It'll be up to a jury to decide. Kind of like whether John O'Keefe was hit by a car or not. That is like what the jury's supposed to decide, not just manslaughter or murder, as Mr. Brennan would like the worldwide audience to believe, because he's already convicted her, along with the media, along with Michael Morrissey, in his August of 2023 hostage video, where he told the world that her theories were junk. Michael Proctor was never at 34 Fairview, and this has to stop. This has to stop. Colin Albert was never in the house. This has to stop. That is being taught in law schools as what no sitting DA should ever do, ever, ever. Never, ever, ever do what Morrissey did by releasing that hostage video in August of 2023 to all the media. Never, never says just the peeking out the window / door tells you something's up. Why peek? They knew they were coming. They were even texting with John. Yeah, they were. The curtain twitchers, Matt and Jen McCabe. Yes, absolutely. They were 110%. I agree with you. Kelly Mack, didn't know about your litigating the diocese. This is just a small token, but thank you. Oh, that was a labor of love. Thank you, Kelly. Vincent Lanzillo. J.O. was found face down. Jen said on 911, they're turning him over now. She said something like they just flipped him over. I don't know if they were flipping him over to clear his airway. I don't know if they were flipping him from front to back or from back up to face up. It's never really been explained better than that. And so every day when someone asks that question, I say the same thing. Like, we really don't know what she meant by that because she wasn't asked. Christy, a painter's daughter, Haas long before Melanie gets her 100K plaque. I think it takes something like 2 weeks. I did put in for it. I think they have to make sure that there's no bots involved or something. And maybe it's going to take 2 weeks for my silver play button. Thank you for each and every 102,000. I think we're up to of you that decided to hit that subscribe button because it's free. Helped a girl out. Decorated Dude pickup line says that the 4 added on the witness list this morning are Proctor's friends to verify his texts. Is the defense not calling him either? I don't know. It says that they're being called for the sole purpose of foundation as record keepers. So I don't know if those 4 people on the witness list that were added this morning by the defense are his friends, but I'll tell you their names again. If anybody knows any of them: Matthew Coleman from Quincy, Michael Arico, Arico from Canton, Nicholas David White from Milton, and Jonathan Diamandis from Milton. And it just says, the defendant, Karen Reed, in the above captioned matter, provides the following supplemental list of witnesses the defendant intends to call at trial for the sole purpose of authenticating records. So I don't know if these 4 guys are part of that like elementary school group chat or not, and I don't want to spread rumors, but if you know for sure, because you know them, then I could take your word for it. Miss Kitten Cakes, thanks for the 5, ran into another Mel Little fan at the salon the other day. He knows who he is. Free Karen Reed. That's awesome. I love it. A BS in mathematics. Edmund. Hi, Mel. You remember the time lady we had to call back On day 2 check time, will Bev allow her to testify should the defense call her? You have the best chat. Yes, we do have the best chat. The time lady we had to call. I don't know who we're talking about. But if the defense can call back anyone that has already testified, if they have new things to talk to them about, things that they were not already crossed on or that were not already brought up in the case in chief, there are many reasons why they would be able to call witnesses back. So the answer is, I just don't know, but it's possible. Yes, it's possible. Miss Marple, song list. Am I blue? Thank you. That was good. Just me says the cost of the SUV, but it would have been about 88 grand plus. Uncovered 80s vault. So he went to the car. So he went to the right car, even at 2 miles an hour, and not to the left where there would be more damage to him in the car. He just disproved their theory. So he went to the right, even at 2 miles an hour, and not to the left where there would be more damage to him and the car. He just disproved the theory. Thank you very much for that. Uncovered 80s vault. Entry required said, now cosplay JOK with Chloe for the jury. That would be good. That would be good. Susie McDormand from Texas. It is her 70th birthday today, and she's spending it with us. Thank you, Susie. Happy 70th, and many, many, many more from Texas. Hugs from Texas. Hugs to Texas, and everyone gives Susie McDormand happy 70th. Will Wallace, sideswipe collision dynamics, should be ashamed of himself. This is a railroad job like no other. I believe the Commonwealth is framing Karen Reed. Oh, wait, I don't have merch, but Microdots does. And here it is your reminder. Today is, for posterity, May 27th of 2025, and Karen Reed was still framed. You can get that on Microdots. Oh, yes, oh, yes, oh, yes, you can. Every time they show a shot of her, it breaks my heart, says Will Wallace. Oh, he's a sensitive man. We have a sensitive man in the chat. Thank you, Will. Lindsay Porter says, 2 Nike swoosh in picture in the snow, altered image. We'll have to go back and look at that, Lindsay. My armchair detectives are on it. You guys are on it. April Pennington says, disgusting, anything for money with this guy. He's got enough, right? He doesn't care. What does he care? Thanks for being with me for 11 months, April. Hack line analysis, says LC McJD. Fire on acid, 2 shoes in the first photo of the shoe, 2 different swooshes. I think that's kind of like what LC McD just said too, as well. Janet Haywood, so weird. He's wearing identical clothes as John O'Keefe. He may as well got the driver to reverse at 23 miles an hour. Then he could prove his point. Yeah, except he backed away from the 23 miles an hour, right, Janet? So I don't know. He only 2 miles an hour. Yeah, I would like to see it at 24 miles an hour too. But, this is the guy who's also telling us that they use live volunteers, 50 to 70 of them, to do a pedestrian sideswipe collision experiment or study or something. Because, human crash test dummies are allowed, apparently. Buzzing for truth. These bozos can't get their dates right. Oh, best gun-losing detective. I know who you are, Kevin Albert. It's the heading on the slides. That's what they were arguing about. Thank you. Casey Lee, I'm calling it now. Welcher's ego is going to get him in trouble on cross. It's going to make an already disastrous cross 10 times worse. P.S. Love you. Oh, I love you more, Casey. Crafty councilwoman, I'm afraid members of the jury will fall for this hook, line, and sinker. They also do not have all of the information us long-timers do. Ugh. Well, let's see what happens. Let's see where our poll is right here. Oops, no, I don't want to end the poll yet. There's only 4,000 votes. Come on, you guys. There's still at least almost 14,000 of you here. Let's get more votes on this poll. Here's the poll. Do you think Welcher's testimony helped the Commonwealth, helped the defense, or helped nobody? And by help nobody, I mean they're just going to disregard it. The jury. Tell me what you think. There's only 4,000 votes. I want to let this go a little while longer because we can do better. Take the time to stop and hit the poll because I'm very curious as where you guys land on this. Thank you, Crafty Councilman. That maybe they will fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. I don't know. Let's see what happens. The wheels on the bus are falling off, says Gerda. Liz, you're awesome, Melanie. Happy Monday, everyone. Thank you, girl. Thanks. Clamasu's National Library of Medicine states that leg injuries are the most common injuries in pedestrian strikes. This guy's a charlatan. I didn't want to stop, having a bite of my lunch when what was off screen for that. But he said, yeah, head injuries are the most common pedestrian injuries. No, that can't be true. That can't be true. Thank you for looking it up because I was listening to that testimony going, yeah, no, it's not. Head injuries are not the most common pedestrian injuries. They're just not. And I hope they've got somebody to rebut that. Masters of Criminology, did you take an ATD and sideswipe it with the Lexus? Maybe then I could believe John would have been thrown 30 feet. Well done. ATD, we learned today is a fancy word for crash test dummy. For enough money, he'll recreate anything, says Brenda. Be in Trouble is here. I think for some reason you couldn't hear me when I was off camera earlier, and I highlighted Be in Trouble's comment. Please go subscribe to him on YouTube and watch all of his videos. He has spent an ungodly amount of money recreating things to disprove the Commonwealth's theory. He bought a real Lexus taillight. He's done other things too. Didn't you buy like an exemplar of a human arm and you had somebody like back into it, and then you had it's crazy the experiments that Be in Trouble has done for fun on this case. Go follow him. He says the defense is going to have to break down every bit of what he has shown. Yes. Perhaps some of the things that you've already done on your YouTube channel will be able to help them. Creep by Radiohead. Pretty sure it's on there, Collusion and Non-Collision, but I will check later. Bonfire, Hoss long till Papa Smurf is off the stand. It's going to be days. Charles from South Africa. According to this buffoon, I should be dead. The shark that Hank jumped. Okay, I don't know. That could be name of the day. That could be username of the day. The shark that Hank jumped. He's jumped the shark. It's not like a Fonz reference. Didn't Fonzie say that about jumping the shark? I can't imagine his dressing up as John is going over well with his family or the jurors. That's a good point. I didn't even think about his family and dressing up like him. That was weird. It was weird. It was uncomfortable for all of us. Thank you, the shark that Hank jumped. Muse, thank you, says Boner. Oh my God, I'm dying. Sorry if your kids are watching. It's not a curse. It's just a word that you probably don't want to have to. Oh, wow. Check it out. Hold on. You know I'm on the air, right? There's like a whole chorus happening here. Oh, my kids are here, except for one who's not here. Yay. Oh, look. It says happy 100K. Oh, I love you. Here's to the next 100. Oh, who's got better kids than me? Oh, so cute. All right, we're still, we'll eat the cake as soon as I'm done. We got some more super chats. And then, oh, you guys are the best. Thanks. I'll come down in a minute. Vi Craven, here's one. There's one who wants to come on camera. Oh, isn't that awesome? They know I love a rainbow cake. It's a rainbow cookie cake. That's so cute. I'm so clumped. Vi Craven says, bias much, JW? He's got Karen Reed and John O'Keefe's life history. Arca had nothing and was still blow this crap out of the water. I see it. Sure, the jury does too. Oh. ShamWow says, I'm sure all these misfit experts came from Block Island. Yeah, I think so. I got a rainbow cookie cake. Stormyville, Crash Daddy Batty says, did he just say John O'Keefe had a broken bone? No, I don't think so. I must have missed that part. Just sent you an email with the link to Sleuthy's report and Welcher's testimony being excluded in a prior case. Same analysis is unreliable and unsupported. Good. I hope they argue that tomorrow. Thank you. I don't need a badge. I'll review that before tomorrow, but rainbow cookie cake here. Kez check. This is a free-for-all. Yeah, it is. Brenda, he's way out of his scope. He thinks he's an expert at everything. He does, doesn't he? Is it just me? Chloe Albert's Revenge. What exactly do the interviews have to do with calculations? Oh, she said Jen is going down, so I'll add 50 to this value. Make it make sense. I can't. Nick Indy smoking mirrors by the defense. Yes, Brennan, peekaboo, says Muse. You can't help but interject game analogies because your whole case is a freaking joke. Ham sandwich, pizza, and pancakes. Oh my OCCIPUT fell off my head and my occiput bone fell off my head and rolled. That's awesome. Heads everywhere. Puncture marks from polycarbonate taillight. No way. Time to show the Canon video. Gaslighting again, says my nurse Kel. 10 months already, says Joanna Goddess. Better row on Young Jerks at 6:30. Thank you for letting everyone know, Karen, his schedule. That's awesome. Dana the drummer from Canada. Bright red cheeks must be contagious within Aperture. Bobby Scissorhands hasn't even began his work yet. Nope, not yet. She rage nets. Can Rentschler now testify as a biomedical engineer, given that part was in his original report, and even though he didn't in the first trial? I would argue that Rentschler can now talk about the causation of the injuries because Even though you said last time that you had to be a doctor, you overruled yourself, so it should be fair game. Will she allow it? I don't know. Lisa's worried the juror's not taking note is a plant. Not taking notes is a plant. I don't know. Either that, they got a really big memory, really good memory. Thank you, Technically Perjury, for the demonetization fund from Norway. Nico Morrissey marched in the parade yesterday, and someone shouted free Karen Reed. He shouted back, she's free. We played that at the beginning of the day. Go back if you didn't see it. Chloe Albert's revenge. Commonwealth has successfully convicted Canton of criminal snowing. Thank you. Kurt Smith, he skipped over how the taillight is shattered into 47 pieces. He had no bruises or broken bones. I'm pretty sure he even said there's no way to know exactly how it happened. He did say that. So why are we here? Great question. Thank you, Pedantic Misanthrope, so much. Karen also went to Jen's house in the morning. What key cycle was that? Yeah, that was all one key cycle because she started the car, hit John's car, went to Jen's house, then backed out of the driveway, another 3-point turn, and then drove back to One Meadows. Thank you. Karen Mayo, thank you for watching from the UK. Goodman's, thank you for gifting a membership. Woohoo! Yeah, we're supposed to believe his octoboner got sideswiped by her wind wing. Woohoo to you-hoo. Thank you so very much. Appreciate you. Playlist Peekaboo by Susie and the Banshees. Thank you, Olaf. Occipital Boner. Changed her name already. Today was confusing. I think I said, 100 times. Expert Architect. I went up against a Welcher type, but logic prevailed. Thank you, Cindy B. Thank you, Debs in Space. Rage Crocheting. Heads everywhere. I Fought the Law by Johnny Cash. I think it's in there, but it might be a different version. It might be. I don't know. Did Eric Clapton do I Fought the Law? I'm not sure. Bailey Jean, thank you so much for your 50. I've been running errands, listening in between stops. Melanie, thank you. You said, I need to stop talking. I'm leaving. I laughed out loud for at least 5 miles. I needed that release. You're the best. I can't stop with Oompa Loompa. I know. Well, I had to have a bite of my sandwich. Otherwise, I was getting hangry. Thank you for your 50. Stephanie, thank you. She says this is for entertainment purposes only. The jury. Worldwide objection to Auntie Bev. Thank you. Head injuries are not the most common. Miss Jules in Florida. Shark, do baby shark. Congrats on 100. Thank you. Sherry Sullivan. Renee, what Unetti? Remember what Unetti stated last trial. Wait for us regarding Cross and our own witnesses. Worldwide objection to Auntie Bev. Oh my God. Heads California, Tails California playlist. Your kids are awesome, says Kevin. Thank you so much. They are. My kids are awesome. It's the hardest job I've ever had, but it's also the most rewarding because my kids are awesome. Elizabeth Ann, Money and Corruption by the Kinks is her pick. And thank you all so very much for hanging out with me today. I'm going to ask you to refrain from any more super chats only because, Saul Rosenberg's glasses. That's a Jerky Boys reference. And it's awesome. Thank you, Kerry. Did John O'Keefe have an Apple Watch on? He did, I think. They had his Apple Health data. Thank you, Paula. Says, thank you so much. Thank you for your Venmo and congrats on 100K, Paula says to me. Thank you so much. A lot of you have sent emails about the shoes. Leslie, for a latte. Thank you so much because YouTube can suck sometimes. Her sister Valerie, and she just loved me. And I love you guys even more. Thank you, moderators, for hanging out with me today and for making the chat so classy. And Jen's Tooth bought a matcha latte and says that my Yiddish words and thought songs are the best. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And I got a rainbow cookie cake to go eat with my kids who brought it to me while I was here. Kelly, thank you for your 3 matcha lattes and thanking me for being the voice of reason. And I got to thank everybody because that's what my mother told me. You got to always write the thank you notes. So instead, I just thank you verbally. And hopefully I didn't miss anyone. And if I did, I deepest regrets and apologies. Susie, thanks for the 5 matcha lattes. You the bestest. No, you are. No, you are. And to all of you who spent your entire day with me today, I can't thank you enough. I know that you have many, many choices to watch your entire day of trial coverage on the Karen Reed case. And I am so honored and thankful that you chose to spend it with me. Thank you, Saul Rosenberg Glasses and Kevin. And Shannon, the liar, says you may be right, Billy Joel. I'm pretty sure it's on there. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Smash the like button on your way out. I promise they will not get your DNA over at the Canton PD. And even if they did, they wouldn't know what to do with it. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everyone. Do all the things that YouTube likes. I love you all with all of my heart. I'm so, so touched for each and every one of you. I'll see you in the morning, 9 o'clock, bright and early. Peace, everybody. Peace.